Due to the existence of magic, this world has given birth to many demonic caves and demons. For the same reason, those who possessed special abilities also awakened. They are called awakened. There is a SSS-class demon king named Belphegor, and he controls the 5 elements. A thick fog covers the eerie dark cave, hiding everything inside. A squad of awakened warriors called the Divine Corps confidently enters the cave, each fighter demonstrating determination, fortitude, and readiness for immediate combat. Bai has led this squad of awakened warriors for 10 years in a row, maintaining strict discipline, gaining experience, and enjoying authority among the fighters. Their mission is to protect the demonic caves under the direct order of the highest authority, called God in this world. Having received clear instructions, the soldiers immediately set out on their mission and prepare to encounter any resistance inside the cave. Without wasting a second, they rush headlong and decisively into a furious attack on the demons, as this is already the 100th high-level cave that their squad has encountered. Ling Yu is a brave and determined girl who is part of the Divine Corps, an L-class assassin who commands the element of lightning. There is also an L-class cloud mage on the team, a guy named Xiaoling, who controls air currents. L-class is the highest level of difficulty. The team has entered the territory of the highest danger level, but even such a warning did not cool the fighting spirit of the team, which was ready for any challenge. Victory and long-awaited rest awaited them, as well as a reward for eliminating the Demon King. The well-coordinated team moves as if it were a single organism. Lucian, being a stellar conductor, causes gravitational attraction, activating Starfall. The gravitational pull increases its power by 200%, and Bai moves forward at incredible speed towards the enemy. His powers increase hundreds of times. The guy lands spectacularly, and a bright flash of energy flies around him. Bai advances confidently, cutting a path through the ranks of monsters, with quick and precise strikes of his weapon. As soon as the demons burst out of the depths of the cave, he immediately unleashes a deadly barrage of blows on them. Bai is a Divine Corps commander, an L-class warrior, and a nuclear saint with immense inner strength. The young men receive a message that the SSS-class Demon King has been successfully eliminated by their team. Xiaoling stretches contentedly and says that they finished very quickly again, and he was not at all amused by it. His partner disagrees and believes that it was a first-class mission that required all the team's efforts and coordinated work. There is a huge number of destroyed monsters lying around the young people. Lucian asks the captain if he thinks the victory was too easy for a mission of such a high level. It seems the guy shares his doubts and also thinks that everything went too easy. Intelligence claimed that the Demon King had 5 elements at once, and a hidden ability that made him nearly invincible. While Bai was pondering the possible trap, the girl unceremoniously hugged him from behind and pressed close, breaking his concentration. She reminded them of the promised vacation and, hinting at a warm holiday for 2 after the mission, demanded that the captain throw a lavish feast in honor of the crew. Bai pushed his intrusive companion away and calmly announced that they would go to their usual trusted place for dinner. Xiaoling doubted the captain's understanding of women's hints and stated that he was completely ignorant of the intricacies of relationships. Suddenly Bai turned around and asked where the guy who was on their team and was absent during the decisive battle had gone. He did not participate in the battle and went off in an unknown direction, leaving the team without explanation and leaving everyone in confusion. The girl recalled that the stranger said that he would clear the cave and did not want to fight the Demon King for his own reasons. The team discussed the newcomer animatedly and came to the conclusion that he was probably a master at slacking off and avoiding dangerous tasks. Xiaoling added that of the entire group, this fighter seemed to be the slowest and did not show any outstanding fighting qualities. However, no one paid much attention to this because the mission was completed successfully, and it was at this moment that the newcomer silently appeared behind them. He snaps his fingers loudly and announces the start of the cleansing operation, his voice cold, confident, and devoid of any pity. Despite the mask hiding part of the face, a sinister smile can be seen through it. A brightly glowing aura suddenly appears around the raised hand, filling the cave with a strange, oppressive, and cold light. Before the others could comprehend the meaning of his words, Xiaoling collapsed to the ground, struck in the head by a fatal projectile. Half of his skull was blown out, blood gushed in dark streams across the rocks, and the crew stood frozen in horror and numbness. The traitor, looking at them coldly, declared that he was acting on a direct order from the gods, and there was not a drop of doubt in his voice. Xiaoling's body lies motionless on the ground in a huge pool of blood. Instantly, the captain's mind is consumed by fierce anger and hatred. His thoughts are rushing towards revenge, but his body remains motionless and does not obey. He tries to get up and move towards the traitor, but he feels that he cannot control his body, as if someone is holding him in a vice. The traitor explains with grim satisfaction that he has been slipping a paralyzing poison into his breakfast for a month, preparing the ground for his betrayal. The next second, the nearby trees come to life, divine abilities called forbidden vines are activated, and the forest is filled with rustling sounds. Powerful roots instantly wrap around the young people, squeezing them, and the trader's voice is heard, explaining that the preparation was absolute. Bai angrily asks the young man what he is doing, and whether he has gone mad. But his words are drowned out by the sounds of cracking vines. The trader admitted that the destruction of the team was not an accident, but was a pre-planned part of his hidden mission. He claims that he was ordered by the gods themselves to prepare for the elimination of his comrades with whom he spent many years. The huge roots squeezed the bodies of the young people ever tighter. The girl was unable to breathe, and her scream turned into a painful wheeze. The roots begin to move more and more strongly, lifting the young people high into the air. The effect of this impact deprives them of consciousness and removes all protection. The captain is horrified and feels unable to resist this, and the fear of death is born in his mind. Bai, struggling to stay conscious, watches as the huge roots mercilessly destroy everyone. He looks at the girl, who has almost lost consciousness and is coughing up blood. The giant roots continue to squeeze the young people. They wonder why the traitor is doing this to them. The captain shouts loudly and demands an explanation as to why he stood up to those who were his teammates and betrayed them. He wonders why they need to be destroyed, since the squad always followed the rules and did not cross the boundaries that would have resulted in death. Bai continues to shout, demanding to know the god to whom the traitor obeys, and to explain by what right he commits such actions. The traitor slowly stands up and, calling the captain an old friend, says that he is still very naive. The young man simply declares that the gods do not need reasons. Their will is the law and sentence for all mortals. A moment later, he begins to approach the squad captain at great speed. After which the traitor strikes a powerful blow. Blood splashes in all directions. He asks if God needs a reason when he kills mere mortals. Everything around is filled with a bright bloody aura. The captain's loud cry is heard. The traitor pierced the young man's body with his powerful blow. Bai asks if they weren't friends, since they had been together for so many years and were almost like family. The guy forcefully pulls his hand out of his body and asks if the captain still doesn't understand why he was chosen for this role. For the traitor, they were never truly a family. It was all just a role played and a carefully concealed deception to cover his goals. They were objects of study, a role played, pawns on a divine board for higher powers, after which he states that he had to go to great lengths to fully win their trust and achieve the desired position among them. Bai slowly loses consciousness. He watches the traitor's silhouette above him and listens to his voice, telling him that he has played this role in their team for too long. The guy says with disgust that he was almost sickened by the constant presence of fighters in this team, and by the hypocritical closeness that he was forced to endure. A moment later, a dull thud is heard and fountains of blood burst from the captain's head. On May 22, 2025, all members of the squad were confirmed dead, and the operation to clear out the L classes was considered complete. Life left the fighters. They plunged into darkness, finally losing their strength and ability to resist what was happening around them. The bodies of the fighters of the once powerful detachment remained lying in the deathly silence of the cave. The air was saturated with a heavy emptiness. The traitor stands among the dead fighters of the former strongest squad and is already making detailed plans for the upcoming vacation. Having examined the motionless body of the squad captain, he calmly turned around and, without stopping, walked away without looking back. A moment later, the giant roots loosened their grip, and Bai's arm suddenly twitched, sending convulsions throughout his body. Flashes of bright green energy ran down his arm, like a magnet, drawn to the boy and enveloped him in light. At the last moment, before the darkness engulfed Bai, a voice sounded in the depths of his mind, offering to make a deal. The boy, bound with strong chains, looked around in surprise and, trying to understand where he was, wondered out loud. All around there was only darkness and oppressive silence. He loudly asked where he was, but his voice was immediately swallowed up by the abyss. A figure in a dark suit appeared before him, exuding a sticky, cold threat. Looking closer, he recognized with horror Belphegor, who was thought to be dead. The demon watches his confusion with a smug grin, savoring the moment and enjoying the power that comes from someone else's helplessness. He sarcastically hints that a being of his rank cannot be simply destroyed. Around him lies a dark domain, a vast kingdom of his life force, where he rules forever and is beyond the reach of death. Irritated by the empty chatter of his opponent, Bai sharply demanded to get down to business, so as not to waste energy on pointless arguments and threats. Belphegor, noticing the anger boiling within him, calmly put forward a proposal that was both frightening and enticing in its impossibility. His hidden ability turned out to be not destruction, but rebirth, a regression of life, returning the body and memory to their previous states. The demon claimed that he could send Bai into the past, give him a chance to rewrite his destiny, and correct the mistakes that cost his comrades their lives. Belphegor looked at the young man carefully and asked him directly if he was interested in a deal. The young man sank into deep, sad thoughts, weighing the price of a possible return and the consequences of interfering with time. Images of his dead comrades, their faces and voices, floated before his eyes, pulling him towards a decision full of pain and hope at the same time. The guy is silent, but a gigantic rage flares up inside him, flaring up with such force that it seems like it's about to tear his chest apart. He again remembers the joyful friends with whom he spent many years, and these memories cut his heart and push him to action. The young man is convinced that the traitor must be destroyed, and this thought becomes his only goal and justification. Again and again the faces of my comrades, their laughter, their hikes and their shared nights appear before my eyes. He recalls numerous hikes, shared trials, and those moments when life seemed full of simple, sincere happiness. Suddenly, an image of the traitor appears before his eyes, laughing as if his act was a joke, and this sight drives the guy crazy. There is a sharp sound of breaking glass, and Bai's whole life, like a fragile vase, crumbles into tiny fragments of memories. In a loud, frantic voice, the young man shouts that he will kill the traitor. He vows that his revenge will be cruel, and will not spare those self-proclaimed gods who sit on their thrones. Bai understands that this scoundrel was just a pawn and a tool in their hands. The demon watches the guy closely, and a smug smile appears on his face, full of mockery, threat, and calculation. The creature then states that everything is going according to his plan, and he had been expecting an affirmative answer from Bai in advance. He asks permission to make a gift, and a beating heart appears in the demon's sleeve. The demon calls it a welcome bonus. Bai asks in confusion why he would make a deal with such a creature, and what price he would have to pay. Bai asks about the price, but the demon remains silent and only begins to laugh loudly, ominously, and this laughter breaks the silence. The young man doesn't have time to ask the next question, because his consciousness is instantly plunged into a thick, cold darkness, depriving him of his will. Suddenly Bai opens his eyes and hears a loud voice demanding that he wake up immediately. He finds himself in a school classroom, in front of a strict teacher who loudly scolds him for sleeping during class. Bai is surprised to realize that he has returned to the year 2015, when he was studying at the Awakened Academy, and did not have any power at all. The guy looks at his hands in shock, not believing his eyes and trying to understand whether this is a dream or a cruel reality. His mouth drops open in surprise, trying to accept what is happening in the classroom and come to terms with the fact that the past has suddenly become the present. The teacher continues to scold loudly. Skipping a regular class is okay, but falling asleep before the wake-up ceremony is unacceptable. Bai looks in shock at the people who disappeared from his life almost 2 decades ago. Again and again he looks around, realizing that he has returned to the school years of his youth and has a chance to change everything. He obediently goes to the corner, as the teacher ordered, thoughts about the demon and the fantastic possibilities he offered swarming in his head. Looking around at his classmates, whom he hasn't seen for almost 20 years, he tries to spot familiar faces and understand how the world around him has changed. The young people look closely at Bai and note his strange behavior, whisper among themselves and exchange anxious glances. The teacher slams the table loudly, demands silence, and announces that the lesson continues. The teacher explains the 5 elements: lightning, flower, cloud, nuclear, and star, and their basic properties. She emphasizes that each person can master only one element, and this limitation shapes their future destiny. The teacher snaps her fingers and a bright sphere of energy flares up in her palm. The girl explains that her element is the rare cloud, and she describes the peculiarities of controlling it. Depending on how the elements interact with the body, people are divided into 3 categories: combat, support, and special, with different tasks. The combination of the 5 elements and roles gives rise to a multitude of professions and specializations, each of which requires unique skills and training. The school's strongest guild is formed by the Star Mage, Cloud Warrior, Nuclear Core, and Lightning Assassin. The girl reminds that the students are not ordinary people. By awakening the potential among millions, they have received the chance to become protectors, or a threat to the world. These children have been praised since childhood, but today is a decisive day. Before them there are almost 100 famous awakened professions. They are divided into ranks and higher categories called True, Coal, Abyss, and Heavenly, each with its own privileges and duties. The teacher explains that everyone has only one chance to awaken, and this decision will determine the student's entire future destiny. She happily raises her hand and announces that their professions will be determined this afternoon. The boy listens with utmost attention, understanding that the chosen profession will become his status in the world, either the key to opportunity or a sentence to eternal oblivion. Looking around the cozy schoolyard, Bai feels a strange sense of nostalgia. The smells, faces, and old paths take him back to days gone by. He looks around and realizes that this is where he first woke up. Suddenly there is a loud sound. The guy turns around and sees the bespectacled man fall to the ground. Bai watches intently as a group of aggressive hooligans gather nearby, their faces full of anger. The gang leader laughs loudly and calls the bespectacled man a useless piece of trash who depends on artificial awakening. Bai isn't surprised at all. Bullies always bully those who are weaker. The bully steps on the bespectacled man's hand with his boot and mockingly asks how he dared to block his way. He mockingly asks if the bespectacled man thinks that he will soon wake up and become someone important. He himself is a rare awakened person and despises the rest. Han is known in his class as a dangerous bully and killer, possessing the star element, which only fuels his self-confidence and makes him even more daring. The bespectacled man, in fear, apologizes for his mistake and hands the bully money, hoping to avoid further bullying. Bai remembers that in his past life he often got into fights, and this knowledge makes him wary and assess the situation. The young man concludes that the bully has high testosterone levels and is constantly looking for a reason to start a conflict to prove his strength. Meanwhile, Han, with a sharp movement, snatches the money from the bespectacled man's hands and continues to mock. Suddenly the teacher appears and in a stern voice orders everyone to stop this immediately. The girl sternly declares that school is not a place for threats and extortion, and that such behavior will be punished according to the rules of the institution. The hooligan brazenly turns the situation around, claiming that the bespectacled man crashed into him himself, and that he took the money as compensation for the damage. After this, he confidently approaches the teacher, demonstrating his impudence. The bully waves money in front of her face and cynically asks if it's unfair to treat his boys. He thinks that if the teacher weren't so pretty, he would have gotten her fired long ago, and this gives him boldness and self-confidence. Having finished their boastful performance, the hooligans slowly prepare to leave, confident in their complete impunity and superiority over those around them. Han orders his friends to follow him. This time he gives in to the teacher, at least outwardly, so as not to aggravate the situation. Bai appears on his way. The young man silently looks at the hooligans, holding back his inner storm and not wanting to succumb to provocation. Han rudely asks what he is staring at, grabs him by the shoulder and demonstratively pulls him towards himself. He unceremoniously tosses Bai aside, declaring that he will return later with his buddies. Bai does not respond to the provocation. He only watches as the teacher carefully helps the victim. This teacher was always strict, but kind inside. After awakening, she helped the guy a lot and earned the respect of students and colleagues. At this point, she is informed that it is time to send the class to the awakening chamber. The teacher, in an almost motherly manner, asks the children to remain completely calm during awakening in order to minimize the risk of injury and panic in the awakening room. In this world, there are two ways to awaken, and the chosen path determines not only the strength, but also the future destiny of each student and their role in society. The first way is natural awakening, which usually happens to people with a strong body and a natural gift that manifests itself at critical moments. This awakening occurs automatically in moments of strong emotions, when the body and spirit reach their limits, and hidden forces come to the surface, changing life forever. The second way is through the Hall of Awakening, a technological achievement created as the embodiment of the wisdom of countless scholars and masters of practice. Within the awakening chamber, powerful elemental energies are activated, interacting with the body and mind, stimulating hidden reserves and potential. A special chamber enhances emotions and adrenaline, which triggers hidden powers and makes possible the awakening of even those who would otherwise not reveal their gift. Awakening is granted to a person only once in a lifetime, making this moment decisive and unique. For many, this is the only opportunity to change their destiny, choose their path, and acquire a profession that will determine their entire future life. Bai's classmates have already passed through the chamber and received worthy professions. One of them even became a blue rank holder, which evokes both envy and respect among his peers. The young man is preparing himself for the fact that there will now be a strong overload on his body and consciousness. Finally, it's Bai's turn. The teacher asks him to concentrate while he is inside the awakening chamber. She tells the young man that he must be extremely concentrated and remember everything she said in class. He gives a short nod and enters the cell, trying to hide his excitement and preparing for the test that could decide his fate. He clearly remembers how in his past life, his only strength was the E-rank nuclear fighter, a despised dust-level class that offered no prospects for future development. That meager ability made him the object of constant ridicule and humiliation, which he endured for many years. Years later, he had broken through to S rank and unlocked a rare power. But now he was once again awaiting the same miserable and humiliating defeat from fate. The young man is clearly nervous and slowly takes a step forward. Cold sweat runs down your face, your muscles tense, and the pressure in your chest builds up to such an extent that it feels like your heart is about to burst out. Suddenly, the system throws an error, disrupting the usual wake-up routine and leaving Bai shocked by what's happening on the panel. The device detects 5 elements at once instead of 1, and a furious fire flares up inside his body, tearing apart his mind. As the screen displays the message of infinite awakening, Bai is awed to realize that his power is beyond all known possibilities. The system informs that he can choose any of the 5 elements as a starting profession, and the rest will open after developing the first one to the limit. Bai is shocked. He is granted elemental accumulation, a rare and game-changing gift that is impossible for ordinary people to obtain. He understands that in the future he will be able to master new professions, from dust rank to heavenly, while maintaining all the qualities he previously acquired. This chance gives him the opportunity to develop strength faster than his peers, control his destiny, and choose a path that was previously unavailable. The path to a hidden rank, higher than the heavenly and accessible only to a select few, is revealed to him, and this thought fills him with determination. It gradually dawns on him that all of this was made possible by the gift of the Demon King, who granted him the ability of infinite awakening, previously unknown to humanity. Bai feels his body fill with energy, capable of greatly enhancing his hidden potential and opening up horizons he had previously only dreamed of. The system informs that all remaining elemental bars will be cleared immediately after choosing the starting profession. He thinks, evaluates his capabilities, and understands that now every step depends only on his will, strength, and determination. A clear understanding is dawning within him that this moment has the potential to completely change his life and give him the chance to rewrite past defeats. With every breath, Bai feels responsibility intertwined with the power bestowed by the demon, and he prepares to make a choice that will determine his future. The young men in the hallway wonder why the guy is taking so long, look at each other, and quietly discuss his delay. After a while, Bai comes out into the corridor. Everyone sighs heavily. Someone says with relief, "Finally." Bai slowly walks out of the cell and approaches the teacher, who watches him with interest. He tells the teacher the disappointing news: his starting profession, nuclear fighter, is the lowest in the green rank. The teacher is momentarily taken aback, but quickly hides her surprise and, displaying her mentor's experience, convinces Bai that even the greats started from the lowest ranks. Bai listens to her words, but calmly replies that he does not need consolation, and no amount of support will change the fact of his situation. Despite the disappointment, there is a hidden determination shining in his eyes, reflecting inner strength and resilience. He understands that the real test is just beginning and will require his full dedication and concentration. The teacher asks the young man to rest a little, explaining that the awakening has exhausted him physically and mentally, and he needs to recover. Suddenly, the bully's voice broke into the conversation and rudely interrupted the teacher. He states that the teacher only gives empty hope, but reality is much harsher and will not forgive those who are weak and naive. The bully arrogantly reminds him that the dust rank places Bai at the lowest level of the social hierarchy, thus emphasizing his superiority. He brazenly claims that the gods choose only the strong and mercilessly trample the weak, as if this were an immutable law of the world, and he tries to impose this idea on those around him. The teacher listens to his words with restraint and does not give in to emotions, understanding that the weak are indeed forced to sit in the back rows and endure in silence. The guy realizes that after the heavenly ranks come the abyss and amber, and the dust rank remains the last, cut off from influence, connections, and real opportunities. Dust-ranked warriors were considered scum, and were only allowed to deal with the lower classes of society, lacking respect and the chance to advance. Han leaned towards Bai and said with glee that he was at the very bottom because in this world, the gods choose people based on their strength and the grace of fate. He claims that the strong receive privileges, while the weak exist only to be humiliated and serve as convenient material for other people's ambitions and entertainment. The bully again reminds us that people with a dust rank only belong in the back rows, and assures us that this is fair and inevitable. The teacher is noticeably nervous. She wonders why this scoundrel allows himself to do such antics again. The bully continues to insist that there is no power, no connections, and no future for people like Bai in their society, and that he will forever remain forgotten and humiliated. In this world, the strong get the best resources and become stronger and stronger. So power, money, and influence are concentrated in their hands, leaving others in the shadows. Indeed, from the moment the dust class awakens, their fate seems sealed, condemned to low-level jobs and the role of laborers among the awakened. The bully sarcastically asks if the young man really thinks that hard work can raise his status, thus ridiculing any hopes for change. He claims that their path is predetermined from birth, and the Academy of the Awakened only confirms this brutal system of selection and division into castes. Han begins to provoke the girl, demanding that she refute his words. The bully angrily claims that the woman has only a glimmer of rank, and therefore her place is to toil at school for pennies. He demands that those with a dust rank go home immediately and not waste state resources, at which point Bai snatches the glass from his hands. The bully intends to insult Bai again, but before he can even open his mouth, Bai decisively splashes coffee in his face. The guy is in shock and doesn't believe what's happening. His face turns pale, his breathing becomes ragged, and an endless stream of questions swarms in his head. He angrily asks the young man what he is allowing himself to do. Bai tells him that he is fed up with the bully's empty chatter and does not want to endure insults and humiliation any longer. Han wipes the drink from his face, giggles hysterically, and calls the young man a bastard. Bai's words and actions irritate the boy so much that he decides to teach him a lesson and punches him, hoping to catch him off guard. The teacher immediately intervenes, trying to stop the enraged bully. Han uses the Star Spike Strike, a basic Star Slayer technique, increasing his attack and demonstrating how dangerous his fighting style is. Bai lowers his hand down, and it instantly bursts into a bright golden glow. The bully delivers a powerful blow, but the boy deftly blocks it. Han is thrown back, and this causes everyone to be greatly surprised, because Bai's unexpected resilience breaks the usual order. He charges again, but before the collision, Bai creates a mental sword to prepare to deflect the blow. With a powerful blow, Bai throws the bully even further away, neutralizing the opponent's attack and causing genuine amazement among the assembled crowd. The young man watches his opponent closely, wondering whether he will dare to attack again. Falling hard onto the asphalt a few meters away, the hooligan groans loudly and curses. The people around were very surprised, discussing among themselves how dexterously Bai dealt with his opponent. Han tries to come to his senses, lying motionless on the ground and coughing up blood. He looks closely at the young man and tries to understand with surprise what just happened. He thinks about how it happened, and why this puppy dealt with him so easily. Those around him are no less shocked, and are discussing out loud how Bai was able to act so quickly and effectively. Bai chose this class himself, and is now a nuclear warrior with a basic lightsaber that adds 20 points to attack and dodge. He looks at his defeated opponent, and a satisfied smile appears on his face. Han slowly gets to his feet and tells the young man that he was just lucky. The bully claims that he is a rare Abyss rank representative and is not at all a scum like Bai. The teacher watches what happened in amazement, realizing that this was definitely not an accident. There is no luck involved here. Bai uses the ultimate warrior class technique, a parry strike, capable of completely neutralizing an attack and returning its force back to the enemy with double the power. The guy blocked the damage at the moment when he was receiving the strongest blow from the enemy. Moreover, he did it with an impossible reaction of 1/100th of a second, inaccessible to ordinary fighters. If the block is performed in time, 100% of the damage can be blocked, and if reactivated within 1/100th of a second, there is a chance to reflect the entire attack. The teacher is amazed to see how easily he performs this technique, which even her master could not master after 10 years of persistent practice. Han was even more puzzled by the fact that Bai, who had just awakened, already had such a high level of combat experience as a warrior. While Bai is confused, Han draws a short sword. Now the bully is really angry and assures Bai that he will embarrass him in front of everyone present. Bai stands calmly in place, demonstrating complete composure in the face of danger and the threat of death. He had his reasons for choosing this seemingly weak dust class over all the others. Judging a person's future and life by their birth is a serious mistake that many people realize only after many years. The young man activates the blocking function. He can use the weapon to deal damage, blocking more than 50% of the enemy attack. Bai takes a defensive position and waits for the enemy to begin an attack. The students watch intently as the bully assumes a fighting stance, the young men whispering quietly, as the use of awakened powers is strictly prohibited by school rules. Everyone knows that the hooligan's father is an influential official, and his uncle holds the post of dean, so the boy feels practically untouchable. The bespectacled boy asks the teacher in a trembling voice what they should do, fearing that Bai might be expelled from the academy. Bai has neither a famous family name nor powerful patrons, and any rash action could turn into a disaster for him. The teacher steps between them, decisively cutting off the growing madness, suggesting that one day these two will stand shoulder to shoulder in the same line. But Han is blinded by rage. Humiliation in front of everyone ignites in him a thirst for reprisal, and he no longer hears anything around him. In his gaze there is only the desire to trample Bai, turn his opponent into dust, and force him to stop resisting at any cost. Even if Bai falls to his knees and begs for mercy, Han still won't stop. The teacher is well aware that Han is right about something. The difference in their strength is enormous, and Bai seems like a weak nothing to him. Han is an abyss-rank warrior, and his attributes are increased by 200%, making him a truly formidable opponent. Bottomless ranks are significantly superior to dust ranks. Their strength rapidly increases after awakening, while dust ranks remain in place. The observers freeze in tension, and no one, including Glasses, believes that Bai is capable of withstanding a collision with such a monster. In the eyes of those around him, he is already defeated, and everyone is waiting for reprisals, confident that he is about to be crushed like a pathetic insect. The bespectacled man feels disgust and contempt for Han, but for years he is forced to obey and pretend, just so as not to become a victim himself. He is convinced that direct conflict with such an adversary is tantamount to a death sentence, and will only bring about inevitable death. Even now he trembles, and hopes that Bai will show common sense and back off. Otherwise the outcome seems utterly predictable. Ochkarik believes that when aggression is inevitable, one should not resist, but rather look for a way to resolve the conflict and save lives. He had spent years learning to swallow humiliation, taking risks into account, and developing a rule of trying to smooth things over rather than escalate them. The boy is sure that only those who know how to bend and give in will be able to survive, and that direct confrontation is the most stupid and deadly choice. They clearly sense the gap between them. Han, confident in his strength, rushes forward, intending to destroy Bai with one swift blow. The teacher, overcome with anxiety, watches the approaching disaster and mentally begs the student to dodge it. She understands that a repeated block may not work. It requires too much strength. The enemy is approaching too quickly, and hope for success is fading. The bully raises his hand to strike and sarcastically asks how the guy will be able to dodge him now. Bai just smiles calmly, as if he can see the outcome in advance, because he has a secret ability that no one present knows about. Just as Han is about to reach his target, Bai activates his dash ability, an instant jump that allows him to pass through any obstacle. It's all over faster than anyone can blink. A flash, a void in the air, and Bai's sudden disappearance leaving everyone in shock and confusion. The bully is very surprised and does not understand when the guy managed to move so quickly. His gaze is full of confusion and horror. Again and again he asks himself in horror how this runt ended up behind him. Before Han can even comprehend what has happened, a precise and devastating blow pierces his body, leaving him choking on blood as he tries to understand how it happened. Falling to the ground, he furiously punches the asphalt, torn between humiliation and blind rage, while the shock and confusion of the students reigns around him. The ruthless and cocky Han, confident in his own invincibility, is suddenly defeated and falls to the ground. A second ago he was calling Bai a nobody, and now he lay at his feet, facing the humiliating reality of his defeat. The students begin to quietly gossip and speculate, many convinced that the bully simply slipped. No one has time to understand what just happened. A deep silence reigns, interrupted by whispers and sighs. The class president watches the scene thoughtfully and begins to analyze the duel, trying to piece together the sequence of events. At the moment of attack, the bully again activated his unique warrior skill, swiftness, counting on a lightning-fast advantage and a quick victory. However, Bai used a hidden maneuver, and the headman is amazed by his skill, unable to explain how a simple technique turned into a deadly move. The girl realizes that Bai is using basic martial skills to the highest level, turning a simple attack into a deadly precision strike, and this shocks everyone. She has many guesses, because this is beyond the capabilities of even most experienced fighters, and seems completely unbelievable. While his classmates are confused about why the bully is lying on the ground, Bai is oblivious and lost in thought. The guy monitors his status and sees a small increase in characteristics for each victory. Each success brings points to a certain element. The points for this fight are too few, no more than 50, and he thinks that he needs to start clearing the labyrinths as soon as possible for the sake of progress. The bully is still lying down and trying to get up. He asks Bai where he is going to go. He refuses to accept defeat and is going to attack from behind, clutching a knife in his hands. With a sharp movement, the bully jumps up and tries to deliver a treacherous blow to Bai's back, counting on surprise. The dean appears, his sharp voice instantly stopping the on and restoring order. The dean addresses him with sarcasm. exposing his nephew's shame and destroying his previous confidence. The bully, in amazement, calls the dean uncle and is clearly shocked by his presence here. The man orders the students to disperse, his voice not allowing for any arguments or objections. He announces that the weekend is coming, orders everyone to go home, rest, and be sure to tell their families about the awakened professions. The dean gives the young man a stern, angry look that immediately makes it clear that such behavior is unacceptable at school and will be punished. He asks the boy a stern question, making it clear that standing in front of him is not just a teacher, but the one who controls all order in the school. He reminds that discipline is sacred here, and any violation will have consequences. Bai lowers his head and thinks that after his reincarnation, he was not even aware of the changes that had happened to him at first. The young man went back 20 years into the past, which means that many members of his family are still alive. Bai internally scolds himself for his forgetfulness, and is amazed at how he could have missed such an important detail at the moment of rebirth. Without waiting for questions, Bai quickly takes off and rushes away, leaving everyone in mute surprise. The dean looks at what is happening with displeasure, and orders the teacher to take control of the situation in order to immediately restore order in the classroom. He promises to turn a blind eye to the incident and shows leniency, but warns that he will not forgive repeated violations. The mentor gratefully accepts his decision and takes Bai under her supervision. Later, the humiliated Han follows his uncle into the office, trying to justify himself and preserve the remnants of his dignity in front of his elders. The young man claims that his opponent was simply lucky and insists that, had things gone differently, he would never have lost. The man immediately bursts into a loud scream, interrupts the excuses, and orders them to immediately stop talking nonsense. The dean asks the bully if he understands what exactly the guy did, and if he realizes the scale of what happened. At the moment when the bully pounced on the guy, he used a complex move that looked like a high-level combat skill. To repel the attack, he used a high-level skill, Instant Flash, designed for lightning-fast movement and counterattack. But more importantly, before the teleportation, at that very last moment before the collision, Bai found a vulnerable spot and struck in such a way that it broke through the defense. This entire series of movements was performed solely using the warrior's basic abilities, but was executed with such precision and speed that it amazed everyone. The man admits that even with 15 years of combat experience, he could not have repeated this move with such precision and composure. Bai rushes through the city, not noticing the surprised glances of passers-by. His thoughts occupied with only one goal, to get home as quickly as possible. At this moment, Bai is focused on only one thought, to get home at any cost. He runs up to the familiar house and stops at the gate, quickly looking around the yard, trying to figure out if it is safe to go back right now. A moment later, a chilling fear fills his chest, making him breathe less and his heart beat faster. Horrible images from the past, scenes of a tragedy that he almost forgot after his rebirth, come to the young man's mind. He finds himself thinking that he has almost forgotten that terrible tragedy of his past life, and this realization weighs on him. Bai tries to catch her breath, calm down and get her thoughts in order, focusing on the next steps and what needs to be done. The young man believes that he must stop this at any cost, even if it means sacrificing his own life. A man with a profession as a star killer is sprawled on the sofa and watching a television show. He starts laughing out loud at simple, primitive jokes on TV shows. Next to him, Bai's mother is leisurely cleaning, her ordinary movements seeming distant to him now, as if from another life. The guy watches them carefully through the window and does not dare to enter. However, after some time, a young man enters the apartment, his appearance causing the family quiet surprise and slight concern. The father, noticing his early arrival, asks him why he came so early, but Bai calmly ignores the question. He silently looks at his mother, peers into her face and realizes with relief that she is okay and healthy. After this, tears appear in his eyes, and quiet joy and relief fill his heart. The mother looks closely at her son and responds with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness, and her lips form a warm, understanding smile. She is speechless and communicates with him through gestures, gently pointing towards the kitchen and showing that she has prepared his favorite dish. The woman uses gestures to communicate that there are noodles on the table today, and her facial expressions express love. But Bai immediately refuses, shaking his head and quietly declaring that today he wants marinated fish, not his usual noodles. The mother, without losing her composure, explains with gestures that the noodles are ready, and maybe tomorrow she will cook the fish. Bai begins to beg her, almost insisting and asking with childish persistence that he really wants marinated fish. Mom, smiling and shaking her head slightly, responds with gestures that he is unbearable, but her eyes are full of patience and motherly love. She heads for the exit, and the guy follows her without hesitation. At this point, The father loudly declares that his mother can handle it on her own, his tone harsh, causing tension in the room. The man asks the young man what his problem is. He came back and didn't even say hello to his father, which sounds like a reproach. After this, he asks the question, "Isn't today the day of his awakening?" The man gets up from the sofa and asks the guy to tell him good news. He takes the next portion of alcohol from the refrigerator and asks Bai with interest what class he received. After this, the father happily announces that he came home from work early to celebrate together. He doesn't know that Bai has returned to change the course of events, and that this meeting with his family will be the beginning of his determined fight to preserve the past. Bai explains to his father that he has not awakened. The process has taken too long, but his words only fuel his father's anger. The father demands to know why his son returned home so early if there was no awakening, and openly expresses his deep dissatisfaction. He compares Bai to his friend's son, who awakened instantly and reached the abyss rank, and this comparison sounds like a heavy reproach. He insists that Bai should have awakened with the same high rank. The man begins to say that he works hard for his family, invests everything into raising his son, and expects a corresponding return. His aura becomes threatening. He loudly demands the name of the class immediately. The tension in the room noticeably increases. The entire space is filled with a bright blood-red light. The man's aura grows rapidly, and the air is filled with heavy, oppressive energy. Bai tries to repeat that he is not yet awake, his words sounding quiet and intermittent, but his father does not let him finish. He flies into a rage. In a fit of anger, he grabs a bottle and hits his son on the head, unable to contain his outburst of anger. His eyes light up with anger. He asks with contempt if the young man really has a dust class. The father's rage reaches its peak. Screams shake the room. He calls his son useless trash. Bai looks with disdain at the man who awakened, despite the fact that he is his father. "My father was always a man who could not control his emotions and often resorted to violence." Much time has passed. The guy has almost forgotten the details of that day of awakening, but memories emerge like dark fragments of a dream. When his father learned that he had awakened in a dusty classroom, he was overcome with shame and rage, and these feelings quickly escalated into uncontrollable anger. In a fit of rage, he started a big fight at home, turning the family home into a nightmare. The mother, as always, stood between Bai and his father, trying to protect her son by taking the blows herself. The young man clearly remembers that he was weak and scared back then, unable to protect himself or his mother, and this feeling haunts him to this day. The father beat the mother for an hour to vent his anger, and these blows left not only physical, but also deep emotional wounds on her. That day he broke her leg, and a strong blow to the head left her mentally unstable. Bai in his past life could only cry and watch her suffer, a powerless observer whose pain turned into a quiet rage. Now that he's back, he's determined to change the outcome of events, even though he knows he's not yet ready to confront his father, a void-rank warrior with real combat experience. The tactics that worked against Han are useless here, and Bai sadly realizes that he cannot harm his father for now. The young man chose the skill for its special properties, but he still needed time. At that moment, his father's loud command was heard to get up. His father is an S-class Abyss rank fighter, and unlike the bully, he has a lot of experience in real combat, and is cool-headed. The man continues to swear loudly and pulls his huge hand towards the guy's head, demonstrating his readiness to use force. Bai catches himself thinking that he really was wrong, and is now unable to defeat his father, whose power suppresses any tricks. His father grabs him by the hair, curses him, and expresses regret that his son was even born. Bai understands the mortal danger. He realizes that his father has returned home on purpose to track him down and wait for him. He will not leave until he has satisfied his rage, and he urgently needs to protect his mother. Bai feels relieved that he has managed to ward off the threat from his mother, even for a moment, but the relief is fragile. At this moment, his mother suddenly enters the house, the appearance of the woman he was trying to protect further complicating the already dangerous scene. She watches in horror as her father beats his son, who is lying on the floor. Her scream could stop the violence, but fear paralyzes her movements. Bai is overcome with panic and horror. He cannot contain the trembling and tension inside himself. He is afraid that history will repeat itself, because his father is already paying attention to his mother and is ready to unleash his rage. She rushed home as quickly as possible to feed the baby, and now she was trapped because of her care. The woman is very frightened and is in real shock from what she saw. Her hands are shaking, her face is pale, and her breathing is ragged from horror and confusion. The father looks at her angrily and asks with contempt what kind of monster she gave birth to. Bai remembers how he ended up in a prison cell. In his past life, he was the first to rise from green to platinum rank, and for this he was put on death row. His cellmate does not hide his surprise and asks why such a talented man was arrested. Bai calmly declares that he is sentenced to death for the murder of his father. He explains that he was taking revenge for his mother, and accepts the sentence with complete determination. The present repeats the past. The father continues his madness, and his rage does not subside. The mother rushes to her son, trying to shield him from the blows and protect him at any cost. Bai realizes that he is stronger than an ordinary person, and can survive his father's blow. So he immediately uses a skill to reduce the threat. The young man tries to come to his mother's aid, but his father strikes him, knocking him aside. He gets seriously injured, but gathers his strength, thinking that an awakened one, even with little skill, is much stronger than an ordinary person. The guy struggles to get to his feet. Every movement is painful, and it is obvious that an ordinary person would not have withstood such a blow. The mother immediately rushes to her son. Fear and despair are on her face. She presses him to herself and tries to stop the bleeding, begging for mercy. She covers her son with her body, gesturing and pleading for him to stop the violence immediately. The father approaches the door and slams it with a sharp movement, cutting off the path to salvation. He tells the woman that the day he found out about her pregnancy was a real happiness for him, and a hope for the rebirth of the family. Then the man slowly takes a chair, and looking at his son, says that he thought their family would regain its strength and be able to rise. He walks slowly towards the boy, intending to beat him half to death. The man shouts loudly at the woman, claiming that the family should rely on him to bring back glory to their ancestors. The woman is gripped by a chilling horror, her movements paralyzed by fear. The father hysterically repeats that his son woke up in a worthless green profession and calls Bai a non-entity. He blames his mother for her useless genes and prepares to strike, his face contorted with rage and contempt. At this moment, the woman's body flares up with a bright aura, her energy filling the space around her. The flash is instantly activated, allowing the young man to pass through any obstacles. A moment later, Bai appears before the man, his face contorted with determination, a blade of light glittering in his hands. Bai stands between his mother and the impending threat. The boy is ready to protect her at any cost. The unexpected attack throws the man far to the side. Bai is extremely determined and orders his father to leave here and not dare to touch his mother. The father starts laughing hysterically, after which he says that this is getting interesting. The woman still cannot calm down and slowly reaches out to her son. Meanwhile, the father takes on a demonic appearance. He declares that it is very good that his son has grown up. After which the father states that it will take a little longer and begins to move threateningly towards them. Bai is extremely focused. He thinks that first he needs to block his father's attack. The father launches a furious attack, but the boy parries the blow and counterattacks. If the block is performed in time, it will nullify 100% of the hit, and if reactivated within 1/100th of a second, there is a chance to reflect all physical damage back to the enemy. However, the man delivers such a powerful blow that it breaks Bai's light blade. The difference in strength turned out to be very great, and the father's powerful blow easily broke through the young man's weak defense. Bai watches his father approach through a haze of pain, his ribs throbbing and worrying that they are broken. He struggles to get into a defensive stance, feeling the enormous pressure coming from the powerful man. The father shouts loudly and angrily that this scoundrel dared to disobey his own respected father. A heavy black lightning bolt hits the young man with inhuman speed, the discharge striking, causing a stunning electric shock effect. The man's appearance rapidly changes, taking on a demonic appearance, and he contemptuously asks the guy if he was too hasty with the unsuccessful challenge. Bai parries another heavy blow, and regretfully thinks that he will never be able to dodge the next attack. The father loudly declares that the boy has a backbone, but so what, since he has a weak profession, and believes that his son deserves to die for awakening the useless class. However, Bai remains firm in his decision. He believes that in this life he will not allow the old tragedy to repeat itself again. Seeing that his son continues to stand on his feet, the father becomes even more furious. He grabs a chair and prepares to smash his head with it. The man loudly shouts that now he will finally show who is the boss and master of the situation here. At this moment, Bai's mother hugs her son tightly and silently prepares to take the blow for him. Suddenly, the enraged father stops as he hears persistent, loud knocking on the front door of the house. The young man sighs with great relief and hopefully realizes that they are finally here. The father angrily throws the chair back to the side and thinks with anger about who dared to come at such an inopportune moment. Inspectors appear at the door of the apartment and immediately ask why it took so long to open and what they are doing there. The man is very surprised and immediately asks the deputy captain what he is doing there. The police officer states that they are currently conducting a routine door-to-door search and asks if he has seen anything suspicious. The inspector shows him a photograph of a wanted criminal named Snow and asks if he has seen him nearby. The father sighs with relief when he hears that the inspection does not concern him, and assures that if he had seen someone similar, he would have immediately reported it. A moment later the inspector is about to leave, but at the last moment he notices the beaten boy. The policeman asks warily why his son looks like that. The man starts to lie, claiming that his son was careless and fell while buying groceries. Then he taps the inspector on the shoulder, and laughing, says that there is no need to worry about trifles. But Bai abruptly interrupts him, boldly telling the police that his father is now blatantly lying. He openly tells that he was brutally beaten by his own father, which is why he is now covered in blood. 18 minutes earlier, Bai used a nearby phone booth to call the police, reporting that he had seen snow in the building. He had expected the police not to joke with such information, but he hadn't even expected them to arrive so quickly. The father tries to decisively reject all of his son's words, and loudly declares that he could never raise his hand against his wife and his own child. Bai calmly tells the police the complete truth about what happened, and does not hide a single detail of what happened to his father. He describes in detail how his father hit him on the head with a bottle and on the arm with a chair, pointing out all the places of injury for an accurate assessment of the damage. Bai then confidently cites the law, explaining that awakened individuals who are unable to control violence are subject to mandatory 15-day detention. The police are clearly impressed and amazed by his deep knowledge of legal matters. The man looks at his son with undisguised contempt and anger, unable to hide his feelings. The police officers' faces become stern, and they formally introduce themselves, stating that the man is under arrest, after which they read him his rights. The father calls the young man a bastard and tries to grab him, but the police immediately stop him and threaten to use force if he does not comply. After which the law enforcement officers take the man away. His voice is heard. He promises the guy that he will definitely get to him. The man screams loudly and threatens to destroy his son when he returns. Bai completely ignores all these threats and simply closes the door behind the departing police officers. His mother immediately runs to hug her son, and Bai realizes with great relief that he managed to protect her this time. He thinks that now he has 15 whole days to become significantly stronger, after which Bai tells his mother that his father will never touch her again. In his bloody hand, the young man tightly clutches a small key. He snatched it from the man's belt during their brutal duel. The boy looks closely at the key and thinks that for the sake of this thing his father betrayed his comrades without hesitation. What's kept in the safe allowed his father to rise from the very bottom of E-class to the powerful S-class. Later, the young man goes to his father's room with the firm intention of opening the treasured safe. He stares at the large iron box, remembering that in his past life he only learned about it after his father's death. The guy inserts the key into the lock, and distinct metallic clicks are heard. He curiously wonders what could be kept in the safe that his father so carefully hid from the whole family. Inside the safe, Bai finds a blade that is perfect for fighting in the demonic caves. He understands that the demonic caves are the only way to improve his profession, and he simply has no alternatives. The demon caves are completely controlled by powerful gods, and only trusted guild members have access to them. Bai realizes that of all the options available to him, he is only allowed to visit the cave run by his school. He remembers a hidden cave he remembered from his past life and decides to head there. The guy is determined to get through this cave faster than everyone else in order to surpass them and strengthen his powers. The action moves to the police station. This time the whole team worked, but the alarm turned out to be false. In the end, they found nothing and only detained an ordinary domestic troublemaker. They know that if a criminal is in their area on a holiday, it will be a big problem for everyone. The inspectors are busy with boring paperwork and leisurely discussing their current affairs. At this point, Bai's father begins to furiously bang on the bars of the cell, shouting that he only broke the law once and will not do it again. The man tries to tell the police that he knows about the deputy's expected child and the best postpartum center in the area. This only disgusts the inspector, because the man is trying to bribe them, and yet he used to be a member of the guild. He leaves the cell and wonders with disgust how this man ever got to this state. Father Bai instantly falls silent under this gaze and plunges into heavy thoughts about his fate. The assistant inspector states that the attempted bribery makes the case a serious crime and orders the man's transfer to a special prison. A bright blood-red aura suddenly flares up around the man, and in a quiet voice he says the name of his son Bai. Only in 15 days will the father be released from prison, and before that moment Bai needs to become as strong as possible. Choosing the demon cave becomes the only option. The guy carefully makes the bed, leaving a short note for his mother so that she does not worry. Demon caves can appear in the most unexpected places, existing in a space parallel to our world. The entrance to them opens through a special door that materializes out of nowhere. As soon as new caves are discovered, most of them are immediately placed under strict guild protection. The The demon cave contains many demonic creatures, as well as various useful resources and rare ores. This makes them the best place for awakened ones to systematically develop their unique abilities. The caves are also considered very dangerous, and require a formed team to enter after official guild verification. In his past life, Bai only learned about this cave from the news 5 years later, and it remained undiscovered for a long time until demons began invading the human world. An F-class demon cave usually requires 3 E-class awakened to clear. An E-class cave now requires a team of 5 people, including 3 E-class and 2 D-class. Bai opens the secret door in the bookcase and thinks that, based on current estimates, this cave has a 90% chance of being F-class. This is one of the lowest level secret demon caves he can enter in his current state. The cave is full of hidden dangers, and requires the cooperation of various elemental and professional teams to improve their chances. However, in his current situation, the young man clearly understands that he simply has no other choice. He needs to become stronger as soon as possible, and he will have to do it all alone, without anyone's help or support. With the first level of E-class and the nuclear warrior profession, the young man takes a decisive step forward. Bai begins to freeze severely from the piercing cold. The entire vast area is covered in thick ice and snow. He anxiously assumes that this is the territory of the dangerous cloud-type magical beasts, and armed with weapons from his father's safe, Bai carefully moves deeper into the cave. He suddenly stumbles upon a sleeping ice bear, in front of which lie human skeletons, clearly indicating previous visitors. The young man immediately understands that this sleeping beast belongs to at least Class E. Suddenly, loud and heavy steps of an unknown creature are heard from the icy void of the cave. At the very last moment, the young man manages to dodge a sudden powerful blow. The chance of encountering such rare creatures is only 10%. He wonders if the cave has not been discovered because most of the monsters are in deep hibernation. A moment later, the bloodthirsty cloud-type snow wolf makes its next swift attack on the boy. Bai parries his swift blow and realizes with alarm that even a normal wolf in this cave is noticeably stronger than him. The wolf continues to furiously attack the guy, but he successfully blocks its mouth with his blade, holding back the pressure, after which the young man immediately launches a decisive counterattack. Bai quickly gains the necessary distance for the strike, after which he is about to make a precise lunge with the blade. Thanks to a rare, high-ranking weapon, he defeats the predator with just one crushing blow. Bai stops abruptly after moving and hears the lifeless carcass of the monster fall into the snow with a dull sound. The weapon he found in his father's safe is something he can't simply buy, and it's what makes up for the gap in his fighting power. The blade cuts through metal like butter, but many beasts have high defense, and the boy longs for the days when he was a powerful L-class. An alarming message arrives. To accumulate the element, you need to deal critical damage to a cloud enemy of at least 50 points. An ominous growl comes from the forest. The boy turns around, seeing several wolves quickly approaching him. The pack is growing with each passing second. The system identifies them as bloodthirsty snow wolves of the 4th level E-class. Bai smells the scent of blood, which has attracted the friends of the defeated predator. The young man understands that if the pack attacks immediately, there is almost no chance of an easy victory. After waiting a moment, he suddenly breaks away and delivers a precise critical blow to the wolf's vulnerable spot. The wolves do not retreat and attack furiously. Bai deftly slips between them, sliding like a shadow. He goes on the counterattack and strikes his enemies one by one with precise blows, leaving them no chance. Every move is calculated, every attack is deadly, and the guy fights as if in a whirlwind, surrounded by a mad pack. Bai continues to fight furiously, knowing that it will take him at least 4 hits to destroy most of the creatures. He fights with concentration, gradually destroying the pack of wolves and not giving the enemy the slightest chance to catch his breath. While fighting, he simultaneously gains experience and improves his cloud elemental skills. The guy jumps and delivers a series of slashing blows, 52 points per hit. After a few minutes, one wolf explodes. A message comes in. A snow wolf fang has been received. The guy doesn't stop there and continues to destroy the pack, slowly moving towards the leader. His experience grows exponentially, and his confidence in his own actions increases with every movement. Finally, he manages to get close to the king of the snow wolves, after which Bai deals a precise blow to the demonic beast with his blade. However, this is a much more dangerous and powerful predator, which will be extremely difficult to deal with, requiring complete concentration and skill. Using all his agility, Bai continues to deliver a series of precise blows, not giving the wounded beast a second to recover. A terrible scream echoes throughout the dungeon, and finally, the king of the snow wolves falls dead. A message arrives that after winning, the young man will receive a precious snow diamond. Bai activates the navigation menu, stating that he has been promoted to level 2 and needs to distribute 12 attribute points. The guy had only killed 20 wolves and was already completely exhausted. E-class bodies have very weak stamina. He holds in his hands a snow wolf fang, an extremely durable mineral used to create weapons, with a market value of around 10,000 yuan. Leveling in caves alone is extremely difficult for an awakened person, and if they want to get into high-level demonic caves, joining a guild team is the only option. Awakening schools are created to search for talent for their team. For most students, the main dream is to successfully graduate from the school and get into one of the guilds. He briefly thinks of his father, who was once kicked out of the team, deprived of the chance to rise above C rank. Leveling up alone is still too slow, and it's terribly cold here. The guy realizes that the longer he stays, the more stamina he loses. However, the demonic cave does not leave him a moment of peace, and soon a new pack of wolves, attracted by the sounds of the recent battle, quickly surrounds him. Bai understands that a frontal battle will only lead to a senseless waste of energy, and relying on speed, rushes into the dense forest. He deliberately leads the pack deeper, hoping to use the environment as a weapon. Retreating, the young man delivers precise blows, bringing down trees in front of him. Falling tree trunks slow the flock down, and Bai pushes off the ground and leaps high into the air. His blows cause another giant tree to fall to the ground, but at the same time he disturbs a much more dangerous inhabitant of these places. A cloud snake appears, crawling out from the depths of the icy forest. The pack, seeing the giant snake, immediately stops the pursuit. The young man also stops running and comes to an abrupt stop. Bai realizes that he is trapped, blocked on one side by a wolf pack, and on the other by a giant snake. Finding himself between savage wolves and giant pythons, he instantly puts his carefully thought-out plan into action. The guy creates a powerful explosion, capable of waking up even the master of these icy lands. Bai turns to the side and quietly says that he should wake up too. An enraged ice bear emerges from its lair and, without distinguishing between enemies, sweeps away everything in its path, turning wolves and pythons into victims of its blind rage. The monster has a huge, terrifying appearance and is in berserker mode, which allows it to attack all targets indiscriminately. The pack of wolves runs away in terror, cowardly tucking their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, the huge bear lets out a gigantic roar and raises its huge paw for another blow. The destroyed snakes and wolves fly off in all directions. Bai finishes off the survivors and takes valuable experience points. This tactic works without fail, but with each passing minute the guy feels his body getting more and more tired. After delivering a powerful slashing blow to another giant python, the guy receives another 56 experience points in the profession. The next python's head flies off, and a message appears that another cloud python fang has been obtained. The young man simply needs to dodge the bear's blows and wait for an opportunity to finish him off. The battle continues. The number of points earned is already in the hundreds, and the fangs of the snow wolf and cloud python are in the tens of units. The boy looks at the maddened giant bear and thinks that although Class E beasts are ferocious, they are mostly brainless. In a short time, the young man increases his level, develops his skill to the 4th level, and receives the next 12 characteristic points. The bear distracts many enemies, but many monsters dodge his attacks. With the thought that experience won't come by itself, the guy jumps high and delivers another blow to the ice python. Despite the fact that monsters are destroyed by the dozens, their numbers do not decrease. Even with the help of the ice bear, the young man was still dead tired. He raises his blade and realizes it is time for the next phase. The predators are slowly moving towards the guy, and he thinks that after such destruction, the arena's capacity must be close to the limit. Closer and closer the monsters approach across the ice, which begins to slowly crack. At that moment, a maddened bear appears on the horizon, and a terrifying wave of monsters rushes towards the guy at great speed. Bai realizes the time has come and strikes the blade with all his might into the cracked ice. During this battle, the young man carefully analyzed the terrain. The place where the battle took place was not a frozen lake, but an ice bridge suspended between two cliffs. Bai uses his attack to collapse the ice bridge, sending most of the monsters into the abyss. Another message arrives stating that the class has been upgraded to level 7, and the next 12 stat points have been received. This clever maneuver destroyed most of the animals, but many still pose serious threats. Bai believes that he only needs to deal with the rest with his remaining strength. At this moment, the giant bear delivers a powerful blow, the vibration of which spreads throughout the dungeon. Bai thinks about his fastest way to level up, after which he unlocked a new title, 1 vs. 100. As the ice bridge collapses, he reflects on how each demonic cave has its own final boss. For a Class E cave, the boss should be something like a cruel lion king. The young man wonders why such a noise did not wake up the boss. The remaining ice wolves and the bear walk aggressively around the boy, but do not dare to attack. After which they open their mouths and emit eerie screams, filling the space with powerful vibrations. Bai looks at this in surprise and wonders what they are doing. If this is an ice spell, a bright blue glow appears around him, and Bai realizes that he has made a big mistake. Powerful icy bolts of energy begin to strike his body, penetrating every muscle in the guy. He realizes that the final boss had not been sleeping, but had been watching them the entire time, simply waiting for the perfect moment for them to gather in one place. The boss woke up early and patiently waited until the enemy's strength was exhausted in order to strike at the most vulnerable moment. A wave of icy energy captures the monsters and rushes towards the guy. Bai tries to quickly run away from it. He stops running and stands at the edge of the cliff, realizing that the bridge was part of a prepared trap. Bai watches in horror as the ice binds his legs and slowly rises to his head. The level boss was just supposed to appear at the end and collect all the rewards. Almost the entire body of the young man is frozen in ice, and he turns his head with the last of his strength, wondering what kind of monster is hiding in this low-level cave. The guy caught the rustle of footsteps and saw something unknown slowly approaching him in the semi-darkness. His opponent is a level 11, D-class creature named Azure Forest Master. He has several dozen demon monkeys under his direct command, all of whom are E-class and have 10th level strength. The boy watches intently as the demonic monkeys begin to slowly approach his icebound body. The master of the Azure Forest looks intently at the young man and, with obvious pleasure, chuckles quietly. An urgent message comes in that the danger level is high, and the recommended team should consist of 5 E-class and 3 D-class people. The wolves, the bear, and Bai are now trapped in ice, completely unable to move. The demonic monkeys slowly approach them, planning to take all the rewards without wasting their own strength. At this rate, the boy's body will completely lose the remaining heat and completely freeze in the ice trap. The overlord slowly raises his creepy furry paw and points his finger straight at the boy. The creature gives a quiet but clear command to immediately destroy the young man. The terrifying giant apes, whose eyes burn with hatred, instantly carry out this order. The monkey screams loudly and piercingly and approaches the immobilized guy at great speed. Bai grits his teeth and finally realizes that he simply has no other choice. The monkey runs up very close to the young man and decisively raises its powerful paw to deliver a crushing blow. Bai strains his last strength and activates a destruction skill that instantly shatters his icy shackles into pieces. He deftly deflects the monkey's sudden attack, greatly surprising the master of the forest, who is watching. The guy used his parry skill in time, because with an accurate block, all damage is cancelled and returned to the enemy. A message comes in that the awakened one has used almost all of his energy to escape control, which requires a high level of endurance. Bai clearly understands that he will now need a significant amount of time to recover and use such a powerful skill again. The guy watches his boss screaming joyfully and understands that he must deal with him soon. The master of the forest clenches his fist tightly, and the next moment the ice that bound the body of the huge bear cracks. Bai realizes that a new onslaught of boss-controlled wolves and an ice bear awaits him. Against such strong opponents, his current strength would barely be enough to withstand a long fight. A huge monster is moving towards the guy, blocking his entire view with its gigantic body. A giant shadow completely covers the young man, and he thinks about the opposite of the nuclear element to the cloud element. Bai comes to the hard conclusion that with his current stamina, defeating even 2 monkeys will be extremely difficult. The frost and the incessant cries of the animals press on his body and mind, creating an unbearable pressure. The giant bear starts to move and slowly approaches the standing guy. He is immediately joined by the remaining wolves and 2 demonic monkeys. The guy parries a sudden blow from a monkey that suddenly rushes into attack, and thinks that with each new monster, his chances of winning drop to 0. Slowly retreating under the onslaught, the young man parries the second monkey's numerous blows, barely managing to counter them. Giant monsters, filled with inexhaustible energy, rain down blows on the guy with heavy clubs without stopping. Bai clearly feels how his strength is gradually leaving him, and the piercing cold is increasingly gripping his body. He feels very irritated at the thought that all his efforts are useless, because he has almost no strength left. The giant bear suddenly opens its terrifying mouth and lets out a deafening roar that echoes throughout the cave. The guy keeps his cool and waits for the right moment to parry his next crushing blow. The bear steps into the attack line and delivers a gigantic sweeping blow with its huge paw. Bai deflects the blow with his blade and quickly jumps back to a safe distance. The environment is too cold, and the young man's endurance is almost at its limit. The master of the demonic monkeys watches the fight with joy and arrogance, waiting for the guy to lose his strength and fall. Bai looks up and watches in alarm as another storm of ice fragments hits him again. The guy freezes in place and wonders if the cooldown time for his skill has finally passed. In his past life, he often faced all kinds of difficulties and mortal dangers. Through these ordeals, he trained his perception of possibilities and his instant decision-making. Now he has only two options left. The first is to stay and continue the hopeless battle to the end. Even if he withstands all the damage and defeats several high-level beasts, the chance of survival remains 0. Bai thinks that the second option should be chosen. He turns sharply towards the dark cliff. The young man quickly runs across the ice and makes a desperate leap into the dark abyss. However, the enemy manages to stop him in his ice avalanche, suddenly trapping his legs in ice. Within seconds, Bai's body is covered in ice and the young man loses his balance. The owner of the ice forest is very surprised. He did not expect such pressure from the young man. The giant bear and the wolves stop their pursuit as they approach the edge of the cliff. Bound by solid ice, Bai falls into the abyss at great speed. At this time, Bai's mother opens the door to his room and wonders why he sleeps so long, or if it's because it's a day off. Suddenly, she lets out a sharp cry and opens her eyes in surprise. She looks at the young man's made bed and the note lying on it. The alarmed woman takes the note and begins to read it carefully. The mother wonders why the boy wrote a note saying he was going to see a friend, instead of telling her directly. And she can't even imagine what kind of deadly massacre her son is participating in another world. After this, the woman thinks that after returning home, the guy seemed to have become a completely different person. The waters of the underground icy river change color, becoming stained with blood. When the ice bridge split, nearly 100 demonic ferocious beasts fell in after the boy. A loud splash of water is heard, and the young man grabs a sharp stone with his hand. Thinking that Bai only leveled up by 3 after going through such a harsh ordeal, the boy climbs out of the icy river. He quickly takes stock and realizes that about 60 demonic beasts were destroyed at the bottom of the crevice, and 40 of them survived. Being in the icy river, hypothermia and the battle deprive the guy of his last strength. He is well aware that this second option was his only real chance of survival in this situation. However, in addition to the damage received, there was also the ice break, which used up almost all of his remaining stamina. In addition, falling into the icy river from such a height had weakened his already exhausted body too much. Immediately, numerous systemic messages arrive that he is developing hypothermia and active blood loss, and that his overall condition is critically weakened. Bai slowly closes his eyes from extreme fatigue and thinks bitterly about whether he has really reached his limit. However, there are still dozens of surviving creatures around him, who are clearly trying to finish him off. A giant creature with huge fangs slowly opens its mouth and lets out a deafening roar. A 9th-level Ice Lord, a representative of the dangerous E-class, appears next to the young man. Due to severe overload and numerous wounds, the guy finally loses consciousness and plunges into complete, impenetrable darkness. Scenes from the past appear in his fading mind, where his father calls him a brat who came back and didn't even have a drink with him. He recalls the rare moments spent with his comrades, who were once his support. These warm images flash in his memory, not allowing him to plunge into darkness. This fills his heart with a stubborn desire to live, to resist, and to continue the fight, despite the pain and despair. But then other images flash in his memory. A bitter betrayal that once cut short his past life. The image of his mother, her care and love, appears before his mind's eye. And he understands that he has no right to give up and leave her alone. An image of the master of the ice forest appears in the boy's head, looking at him arrogantly. After this, the image of the father appears again, ordering him to go to hell. Thoughts of betrayal surface again, causing a mixture of pain and rage. The young man believes that he has no right to give up and must take revenge. He clenches his fist tightly, feeling confidence growing within him. He has no limits, and there can't be any. He stares at the giant predator and thinks about the need to leave behind all his past regrets in his previous life. The young man furiously fights off the huge, toothy predator, grabbing its giant fangs with his hands, with the thought that he will never, under any circumstances, allow the past to repeat itself. The guy continues his determined struggle. He shouts loudly that he has already lost everything once and never wants to repeat it again. His unbending will awakens a hidden power that can radically change his destiny and future. With a loud cry that he will never die again, Bai delivers an incredibly powerful and accurate blow to the predator. The young man instantly follows up on his successful attack and delivers another crushing kick to the monster's body. The force of this blow is so great that it throws the giant predator far back. Gathering all his remaining strength, the guy slowly but surely rises to his feet to continue the fight. He tries to catch his ragged breath and continue fighting, despite all the fatigue and pain. The entire surrounding area becomes enveloped in a bright yellow aura. Bai slowly moves towards the huge predator. Only a truly desperate and deadly situation can cause a sharp increase in his class and abilities. The decision to go through the labyrinth alone, lure the monsters and jump off the cliff, was made deliberately to find the limit. The guy finally gets to his feet and finds himself completely surrounded by a dense ring of monsters. There is nowhere to retreat. All that remains is to fight. The wolves and the 9th-level demon cut off the path to retreat. The giant beast roars furiously, but having lost one of its fangs, it does not dare to thoughtlessly rush at the guy. Bai begins to have visions again, constantly finding himself in hopeless situations, all for the sake of getting rid of the oppressive feeling from the past. Strong emotional experiences trigger the maximum release of adrenaline. Bai calms down and feels that familiar feeling returning to him. The conditions for advancement are not triggered, but instead a powerful and uncharacteristic skill, the Swordsman Saint, awakens deep within his being. The guy raises his blade and says that it is time to clear this dungeon. With the new technology and the adrenaline pumping through his blood, he feels his body rapidly filling with energy. System messages are coming in that the Saint Swordsman's core advanced skill has been learned. The monster lunges furiously at the young man, but he suddenly raises his short blade to counterattack, after which he delivers just one precise and confident blow, killing the enemy on the spot. A loud roar comes from behind, and an enraged giant ice bear is moving towards Bai at great speed. The guy delivers a powerful chopping blow with his blade, sending energy waves flying in all directions. System notifications appear one after another, confirming the death of the monsters surrounding him. After some time, the ice bear, awakened by the noise of the battle, is defeated, and the guy receives 64 profession points. In just a few minutes, the entire clearing was completely littered with the corpses of dismembered monsters. Bai stares at his hand, which is glowing with a bright golden aura that pulsates with incredible force. The aura rapidly expands around him, after which system messages come in about receiving fangs, skins, and claws of predators. After some time, the system reports that the purgatory effect has been activated, fatigue has been completely removed, and stamina has been restored to maximum. A new title has been acquired called Icefield Wanderer, which significantly reduces cold damage taken. Having reached the 8th level of E-class, the guy felt that killing monsters had become much easier and faster. After some time, he notices with surprise that he hardly feels the piercing cold. The experience gained raises him to the 9th level of E-class, and now he has everything he needs to complete the dungeon. With his stamina fully restored, the boy begins to slowly but surely climb the sheer ice cliff towards the exit. He doesn't know how much time he spent in this cave, and he thinks that he needs to hurry home urgently, otherwise his mother will start to worry a lot. The guy finally reaches the top of the cliff and firmly vows to get to his main enemy, the Monkey Master, at any cost. The young man confidently heads towards the gloomy palace of the demonic monkey. Inside the palace, the level's boss sits on a throne, completely immersed in a state of deep meditation and concentration. He suddenly notices strange vibrations in the air, after which he slowly opens one of his eyes, which lights up with a bright bloody light. Immediately there is a deafening explosion, and the massive wooden doors of the palace shatter into small pieces from the impact. Meanwhile, Bai's mother stands at the window of her apartment and anxiously wonders where her son has gone and what happened to him. She is very worried about why the guy hasn't returned home yet, and the dinner he prepared on the table has almost completely cooled down. The woman quietly prays that everything will be fine with Bai, and that no trouble will touch him. At this very moment, in the monkey temple, the massive door suddenly shatters into small pieces from a powerful blow from the outside. The giant monkeys immediately jump down from their poles and look in horror at the enormous carcass of the fallen ice bear. Soon they notice a young man who is slowly walking along the carcass, descending towards them to continue the fight. The young man reaches the 10th level of E-class and declares to the Monkey Lord that their meeting was inevitable. His strength is fully restored, allowing him to continue his dangerous journey and prepare for battle. The Monkey Lord watches closely as the boy approaches, surrounded by dozens of demonic monkeys. Instantly opening his eyes, the Monkey Lord points his finger imperiously at the brave youth. One of the monkeys immediately complies with the order, making a powerful leap and heading straight for Bai. Having reached the young man, the aggressive creature raises its huge club for a crushing blow. A cold rage flashed in Bai Wu's eyes as he determinedly attempted to stop this attack. The guy makes a swift lunge forward and parries the blow with his strong blade. He then delivers a powerful counterattack that instantly destroys the demonic monkey. For this defeat, he immediately receives 70 profession points. The demon monkey master is very annoyed that his personal guard was destroyed. Feeling intense anger, he points his magic staff towards Bai. A powerful ice storm instantly reaches the young man and begins to freeze him. However, the new skill grants the young man complete immunity to the cold. Taking advantage of this, Bai decisively rushes forward. A message arrives. The activated cloud element resistance effect has successfully mitigated cold damage. The Lord of the Azure Forest looks at his monkeys and orders them to stop the boy. his magic wand instantly lights up with a bright glow. The aggressive demonic monkeys immediately rush to defend their master. Only by dealing with this overlord will the young man be able to reach D class. Using the lightning flicker skill, the guy instantly moves, delivering slashing blows with his blade. Having reached the lord, Bai cuts off his hand with one blow, making him realize that death is already near. The Azure Forest Lord looks at his bleeding severed hand with great surprise. Bai unleashes a rapid series of precise strikes on the defeated boss, completely crushing the enemy. The guy gives his boss a determined look, making it clear that he is finished. The young man tells him goodbye, and with sharp movements chops up his body. The system instantly confirms victory over the leader of the 11th rank Cloud Monkeys. The king of the Azure Forest is defeated. 1,000 experience points have been earned, and the fighter has been successfully upgraded to Nuclear Class D. All of Bai's stats are increased by 100%, and he gains the next 12 stat points. The energy of the cloud element accumulated within it finally reaches the required limit. A new profession reveals itself as an unexpected revelation, opening up a multitude of opportunities for the young man. The guy is so carried away by the continuous battle that he completely forgets about the hidden processes occurring inside his body. After a few tense seconds, a notification sounds, informing you that a new skill has been acquired. His body is enveloped in a bright red glow. He becomes a cloud element mage. Bai gains the ability to freely change his combat class. He is filled with delight at the realization that such an incredibly rare profession for a low rank gives him a twofold increase in strength. The minions of the Lord of the Azure Forest still do not understand the danger they have found themselves in. The guy will deal with everyone who dared to block his path. Bai activates his Cloud Mage mode. A magic wand forms in his hand, and he is eager to test out abilities he has never had before. The Sunday dawn gradually arrives, painting the city with a soft light, and an uneasy silence reigns in the house. By 5 o'clock in the morning, his mother, having not slept a wink all night, sits in the living room, clasping her hands and tormented by anxiety for her son. The sound of a door opening is heard. Bai carefully enters the apartment, trying not to make unnecessary noise. The moment the young man returns home, the woman finally feels the long-awaited relief. With a quick movement, she gets up from the sofa and heads into the hallway to meet her son, forgetting about the fatigue of a sleepless night. Bai smiles happily at his mother and apologizes for making her wait for so long. The mother immediately hugs the young man and is very happy that he is okay and has returned home. Tears appeared on her face. She waited for her son the whole time, did not close her eyes and did not even touch the food. Bai asks his mother to calm down. He says that he has a proposal and asks if she wants to listen to it. Using a magic bag in addition to his main weapon, the young man collected about a dozen of the most valuable artifacts from the dungeon. He is going to sell them so that he and his mother can leave here, and for this he meets with a merchant. The merchant carefully examines the artifact and brazenly tries to lower the price, hoping to deceive the inexperienced seller. The man states that this is a very high price, but Bai snatches the crystal from his hands and says that he will find another buyer. The man understands that these are very valuable artifacts, and after raising the price a little, he buys them from the persistent young man. In his past life, the guy knew a lot of merchants of this kind, so he was able to sell these valuable items at a good price. He will use the money he receives for a new life, renting a place to live and starting all over again. For the first time in many years, they find themselves in a new, bright and safe place where they can live peacefully without fear. Mom has never had a happy day before, and this time Bai just wants her to be able to enjoy life. The young man makes a 3-month deposit, which already includes all utilities and other necessary expenses. For a long, long time, the young man had not seen his mother so joyful and smiling as at this bright moment. Bai is in his room, he has sorted out his housing, moved to Class D, and also received a new profession. He understands that it is too early to relax, because there are still many problems ahead, leveling up a new class, a new profession, and moving. All this is just the first step on a long journey. The danger posed by his father has not gone away, and before moving on to his main goal, Bai intends to resolve the old conflict. He enhances his new power by putting a magic stone on his hand that increases the area of effective spells, and thinks about the fact that he needs to go back to school tomorrow. The young man is looking forward to tomorrow, because tomorrow a lot can be decided. The next morning comes, and a young man emerges from the magical portal with a confident look. The bodyguards are very surprised and delighted. The young gentleman's characteristics have improved significantly over the past period. The girl approaches Han. She is very worried about her brother, and asks him to at least take a little rest from the grueling training. However, he casually knocks the recovery elixir out of her hands. While there is still time, he is going to go to the next labyrinth for further training. His body flares with a bright red aggressive aura. He thinks that no one will progress faster than him. The girl stands near a large panoramic window and is deeply immersed in her thoughts. She reads the document carefully and realizes that this year, there is not a single golden profession among those awakened. The girl radiates a bright golden aura and understands that there is nothing to count on this combat stimulation. In the morning, at exactly 7:30, Bai wakes up and sees that his mother has already prepared breakfast for him. He realizes with surprise that he is very late, and only now notices how soundly and peacefully he slept. For the first time in a long time, he slept so well, feeling his mother's care returning a forgotten sense of security. And he asks in surprise why she did not wake him. The woman replies that the young man slept so soundly that she could not disturb him. She asks Bai to take her time and eat more calmly, after which she states that sometimes it is okay to be late. The young man catches himself once again thinking that he hasn't been this happy in a long time. Bai is about to leave, but his mother abruptly stops him. The boy is very surprised and, perplexed, asks his mother why she stopped him so suddenly. The woman uses gestures to ask him what he needs, perhaps toys, books, or some gadgets. The boy laughs happily and wonders why his mother suddenly wants to give him a gift. She tenderly reminds him of his approaching birthday. Bai suddenly realizes that he has long since stopped considering this date special. After her death in her past life, the holidays disappeared, as did the joy itself. He struggles to think of what he could wish for, but he realizes that material things no longer matter to him. All he wants is payback for the traitor who destroyed his past and killed his team in that long-ago battle. The mother smiles happily at the young man and says that he can wish for whatever he wants. He becomes immersed in heavy thoughts. He only needs to achieve his next goal and not be distracted by extraneous matters. He must certainly take revenge and destroy his enemy, who caused him so much pain and suffering. This vile traitor who vilely killed him and destroyed his entire team. At school, he learns of an upcoming combat simulation, the most important test for all awakened students of the institution. The teachers announce that they will be monitored by the Divine Guild, assessing their skills and potential for future careers. This competition will serve as their final exam, broadcast live to a wide audience across the country. The best will have the chance to attend a training camp with the high school and gain invaluable combat experience. This is an event that takes place only once a year and opens the doors to the guild for the most talented students. The teacher also reminds that the best participant in the simulation will get a chance to join the level up in the elite group. Anyone who receives this chance will have the opportunity to join a divine guild and begin a career as a professional hunter. Every year, the school selects the best students from the middle and high school levels to go to the Divine Guild headquarters together. These words evoke strong nostalgia in the young man. He begins to recall his past, full of bitter memories. It was there that he met a mysterious master who changed his life and taught him many important things. It is also the birthplace of that very bastard who vilely killed him and destroyed his entire team with a treacherous blow. Bai believes that he needs to get the highest score on the assessment and get promoted to a higher level. This is the fastest way. With only 4 days left until the test, the students are full of excitement and fear, especially Four Eyes, who has learned that the battle will take place in a real labyrinth. The teacher announces the start of preparation, physical training in a gravity room with a series of grueling sprints. Bai already knows that in the gravity gym everyone will have to do 10 sets of shuttle runs. He does not share the joy of the surrounding students and begins to reflect on his plan of action for the next 4 days. Meanwhile, the students line up and begin to slowly walk into the high-gravity room. At this moment, Bai approaches the teacher and says that he does not want to train in this hall with everyone else. Classmates and teachers are amazed by the self-confidence of the young man, who dares to refuse a general training session. The teacher asks the boy why he refuses. Is it really to avoid a difficult task? The man heard about his conflict with the school bully last weekend. He asks not to think that because he beat the professional last time, he doesn't have to train. Suddenly, the young man declares that he wants to undergo more specialized training, and the teacher asks him in surprise what he means. He wonders if the guy thinks his current method of physical training is wrong or not effective enough. Physical training is necessary for almost every awakened, so entering the gravity room is not a mistake. But the shuttle run is only suitable for warriors and assassins. Not all magicians need this. Not every spellcaster should immediately enter the elemental hall and train control. Due to differences in attributes and habits, everyone's training must be different. The teacher is annoyed. Does the guy really decide to teach him how to teach? Bai's words surprise the class president, who recalls that the same approach was recently voiced by a coach from the Divine Corps. She is very surprised that a representative of the Divine Corps voiced this only recently, and if it were not for the video recording that Dad brought home, she would not have known about it either. Ochkarik believes that Bai came up with the ideas for the advanced methodology on his own, but he reminds that he should have considered the teacher's feelings before making such a statement. Instead of anger, the coach shows professional interest in the young man's words and his unexpected proposal to change the training system. He admits that the proposal is worthy, but it is difficult to implement individual plans with such a large number of students. Moreover, their future depends on proper preparation. A simulation error can ruin anyone's career. The coach states that the combat simulation is a graduation performance for all high school students, and the most important stage of their lives. There is a big dilemma. Should a teacher choose the future for a student, or let him choose his own path of development? Bai recalls his past life, where, even despite the horrors in his family, his mentors became the ones who pushed him forward. Thanks to them, he grew up less lost. The young man asks to trust him, and promises that he will not let you down at this graduation performance. At this point, the mentor asks how he wants to train, since he is awakened as a nuclear warrior. The young man suggests turning on the maximum level of elemental suppression in the elemental room, which leaves the teacher and glasses in complete shock. In reality, he intends to develop the awakened magical profession, but hides this under the pretext of wanting to strengthen his own weaknesses. Suddenly, the elder declares that she also wants to train in elemental control. Since the girl is a mage, and considers this an important stage of development, the teacher allows them to act in their own way, but demands full dedication. Later, the girl suggests joint classes, but Bai chooses an isolated room. The answer hurts her and only fuels her desire to prove her strength to herself and those around her. While at that moment, the bespectacled man watches them closely. Suddenly, the teacher comes up to him and declares that this time the bespectacled man will not be able to find an easy way out and shirk. During training, Bai faces difficulties. His magical skills are still too raw, and there is catastrophically little time to prepare before the simulation. He tries not to reveal his ability to change classes, realizing that the school is under the close supervision of the gods, and any unnecessary attention is dangerous. Excessive attention can turn him into a target prematurely, so he acts cautiously and secretly to avoid attracting unnecessary interest. The class elder works hard at the minimum level of elemental suppression, confident that she can quickly catch up with him. After grueling classes, the young man slowly and measuredly heads home along his usual route. Two boys approach him, his best friends from a past life, with whom they constantly endured humiliating bullying, without being able to respond. Glasses is very exhausted after training, and asks Bai to wait for him a little and not walk so fast. Their appearance reminds the boy of rare sparks of happiness, because they were all outsiders and constantly subjected to cruel bullying by stronger classmates. But now the young man is on the path of revenge. This is his main goal, and useless connections only slow him down. He instantly jumps on his bike and speeds away, leaving his friends in complete bewilderment, because they believed that their trio would never break up. The bespectacled man carefully asks his friend if it seems to him that their comrade has become much stronger, and that after waking up he seems to have become more confident. The guy sadly lowers his head, because a person riding a bicycle is unlikely to agree to patiently wait for someone walking. Bai watches with undisguised surprise as his friends stubbornly keep up and persistently try to catch up with him. A tragedy from his past life suddenly emerges in his memory. The sudden illness of the bespectacled man, which ended too quickly and sadly. He urges the boy to get his lungs checked to avoid tragedy, leaving him amazed as his friend contemplates restoring their friendship. However, these naive dreams are instantly shattered when Bai suddenly rides off on his bicycle, leaving his friends completely stunned and confused. The guy angrily declares that if he hadn't spent all his strength in the training rooms, he would have definitely caught up with Bai. Bai continues to think about how, in his past life, in high school, the bespectacled man suddenly developed a serious illness, which caused him to stop going to school and soon died. Even if they won't be friends in this life, he still sincerely wants the guy to be healthy and happy. The bespectacled man, despite his friend's cold behavior, deeply believes that inside Bai has remained the same. He is simply hiding his true feelings. Meanwhile, the action moves to the main training center, where important events take place, and the strongest fighters gather. A man asks a new recruit if he is the same new recruit. He asks if he has shown himself so brilliantly that he deserves entry into the Divine Guild. The young man firmly states that it is not him, but he is quite capable of demonstrating much more outstanding fighting abilities. Returning home, Bai shows touching concern for his mother. He persistently warns her not to go out alone on the street, and promises to bring everything she needs himself. His concern is well-founded, as the area is located close to the security center. The guy firmly believes that he must provide his mother with a more stable and secure life in a decent place as soon as possible. The action moves to a prison for the awakened, where prisoners line up in a huge line at the window distributing meager food. Father Bai confidently approaches the food distribution window and gives the prison officer a heavy, arrogant, and distrustful look. With a movement that is invisible to everyone around him, he hands the police officer a tightly rolled wad of banknotes for an illegal transaction. With this deal, the man is persistently trying to obtain important privileges and improve prison conditions. The officer's voice is heard asking not to worry, assuring that everything has already been sorted out, and Bai's father will soon be released. Tuesday arrives. Bai is making steady progress in mastering magic. He understands that the key to effectiveness lies in the speed of spell preparation and the precise calculation of power. His comrades are also training intensively. One of the young men has set himself the goal of running 10 laps under the pressure of heavy magical gravity. Time flies by, and the next day arrives, which is also completely occupied with numerous grueling training sessions and practicing combat skills. The bespectacled man gives it his all, devoting all his strength, but he still cannot meet the established standards and requirements. Bai confidently walks out of the training room, and at the entrance he is met by old friends who have been waiting for the end of the classes for a long time. They happily suggest having dinner together at a nice place tonight, but Bai immediately declines because she wants to go home early. The guys are very surprised by this behavior. The bespectacled guy's friend sadly states that Bai has become very cold to everyone lately. As he leaves, Bai tells his comrade that his marksman skill takes too long to prepare before firing, and that he needs to practice his starting motion. This helpful tip is a great encouragement to the newbie archer, who is instantly inspired and eager to start practicing the technique immediately. Thursday comes. After classes, Glasses goes to the school hospital for an examination. The doctor notes that he arrived on time, otherwise the consequences could have been irreversible. The doctor explains that a parasitic tumor in the lungs develops quickly and can cause serious complications. The man insists that the boy register as soon as possible at the main hospital for an operation, after which his health will be fully restored. The guy is very surprised and remembers Bai. If it weren't for his insistent words, he wouldn't have thought of doing a CT scan of the lungs. Thoughts about my friend's mysterious intuition only reinforce the feeling that he is far from an ordinary schoolchild, and knows much more than he should. The young man begins to wonder what happened to Bai, and why he has changed so much lately. With these questions and thoughts, the bespectacled man slowly leaves the school hospital building. Suddenly he stops as he hears the loud conversation of students standing near the entrance to the hospital, discussing important news. They are discussing a student who has already risen to the 4th level of the E-class, and will definitely be the first among all the newcomers at the certification. Glasses learns that this guy has his own demonic cave at home for family training and improving skills. Later, Four Eyes finds out that the bullies are going to teach that guy a serious lesson outside of school, after school. The young man is horrified to learn that this time the ill-wishers have decided to take weapons with them, and are planning to kill the boy outside of school. Glasses understands that Bai is in mortal danger, and thinks that he must urgently help his friend at any cost. He believes that outside the school, the bullies will have a free hand, and Han will call others to torment Bai together. And although he always considered himself a weakling, he understands that the moment has come when he must repay with kindness for saving a life. Filled with both fear and determination, he races through the corridors, imagining what dirty tricks Han might use, and how helpless he himself will be. Doubts choke him from within. But the thought of camaraderie and duty to a friend turns out to be much stronger than the fear of hooligans. The young man still has great doubts, and slowly approaches the door, on which hangs a large, heavy lock. He feels a strong fear, because all his life, when he met bad people, his principle was to stay away from them. The guy stands at the door for a long time. Inside there is a struggle between fear and duty, and his gaze is focused on the lock. Then, with a sharp movement, he breaks the lock on the door of the school arsenal, thereby overcoming his fears and breaking the prohibition. The bespectacled man opens the heavy door and thinks that he owes his life to Bai, because his friend saved him from death. The young man still continues to experience great fear, but thinks that even if he dies, he is still obliged to help his friend. Among the weapons, he chooses a heavy axe, and resigns himself to the fact that he might die in an unequal fight with the hooligans. The young man finds strength in himself, after which he loudly declares that he is going to help his friend. A second later, the young man shudders with fear, and a voice is heard asking why he broke into the room with a weapon. The bespectacled boy turns around sharply and sees the class elder standing next to him in the doorway, looking at him. The girl is very surprised. She asks again what the guy is doing here and why he is so overexcited and worried. The young man begins to speak loudly and urgently that he is in a great hurry and must urgently save Bai from an attack by hooligans. The girl falls silent, her eyes showing alarm and concern for the fate of her comrade, who could find himself in mortal danger. Meanwhile, Bai walks slowly through the narrow, deserted streets, heading towards his home. He enters a dead-end alley, stops and orders him to get out, asking the pursuer what he wants and why he followed him from school to home. Han emerges from the shadows with a cold determination in his eyes and a blade in his hand, confident that his training has made him stronger than his opponent. Bai asks in surprise if the bully really thinks he can beat him. Confident of victory, Han dashes to close the distance, activating his acceleration skill, and then uses another ability to teleport Bai behind his back. The bully appears behind the young man and intends to carry out a sneaky blow to the back in order to end the fight in one move. Bai looks at him with pity. He already knows the outcome of this fight, after which a blade begins to materialize in his hand. The bully tries to strike suddenly, hoping that his strength and fury will give him the advantage, but Bai deftly parries his attack. The hooligan is very surprised by the incredible speed with which the enemy disappeared from the trajectory of the blow and ended up to the side of it. At this point, Bai calmly asks if the guy really thought he had become stronger after several weeks of training in the room. With a confident movement, the guy begins to spin the blade in his hands, demonstrating complete control over the weapon and the situation as a whole. After he strikes, the bully freezes. Cold sweat starts to run down his face from the realization that death is near. The bully lies on the ground in horror, watching as the sharp blade is inches from his head. Even after much training and his growth, Han felt that there was someone in front of him whom he could never surpass. The bully is in great shock as he watches Bai towering over him. Han starts screaming loudly and desperately tries to understand how this could have happened. This defeat seems humiliating to him. The bully shouts loudly that this is completely impossible and does not fit into his head. Han spent a long time training extra after school and practicing to become better and stronger than Bai in all aspects of fighting. However, no matter how hard he tried, the guy still turned out to be much stronger than him and surpassed him in everything without the slightest effort. Bai responds to his words with a cold smile, having experienced something that Han cannot even imagine: death and the fear of it. Fear and rage mingle within Han, and he is ready to accept execution, convinced that the young man has always looked down on him and disrespected him. Bai acknowledges his opponent's courage, praises him, and states that he does not actually feel much hatred towards him. The guy understands that Han only wanted to test his strength. The anger that flared up makes the bully shout that at the next meeting he will destroy Bai if he remains alive. In the corner of the alley, the bespectacled boy and the class president are watching what is happening, clearly amazed by what they see. Bai is in complete control of the situation, and no intervention is required. He sits on a defeated opponent who offers no resistance. After which the young man tells the hooligan that he was actually waiting for him and offers to make a mutually beneficial deal. Unexpectedly for Han, the guy says that he can tell him how to become much stronger and faster than he is now. Bai's eyes flash with a bright gleam. He tells the bully that in return he must give him something very important. The next day, Friday, the class prepares for a crucial test that will determine their future fate and distribution into groups. The teacher announces the start of a combat simulation that will be a serious test for all students in the class. He begins to explain that, despite the fact that this is a training exercise, they are about to enter a real labyrinth with real dangers. Most of it is sealed off with a barrier, but there is still danger. There are a lot of monsters in the area, so you need to act within your capabilities and not let your guard down. For the safety of the students, the administration assigned capable senior students to accompany the students. They will not participate in combat, but are required to intervene if someone's life is in danger and immediate assistance is required. The mentor then explains that they will form teams of 4 or 5 people, with one senior leading 3 or 4 students into the dungeon. Each team can choose between F-class or E-class caves, and this choice will determine the difficulty of the challenge and the possible consequences. The E-class cave is very difficult. The mentor advises against choosing it if you are not strong enough to cope with the dangerous tasks. Failure of the test may result in the loss of training points, after which the mentor announces the beginning of the labyrinth level selection and reminds about the risks. The teacher asks those students who chose the E-class labyrinth to raise their hands. The class president immediately raises her hand, and after a while, several more students follow her example, deciding to take a risk. The bully hesitates a little, but then also raises his hand, demonstrating his readiness to accept a difficult test, despite his internal hesitation. Glasses tells his friend that these students are brave, challenging Class E, who replies that with a different profession, he would also try to show strength. The mentor records the results. Out of 180 students, 8 chose the E-class labyrinth, and thus immediately distinguished themselves from the rest. The remaining students will be randomly assigned to the F-class labyrinths, as this is what the rules dictate, and no one can challenge the established system. Many people notice that Bai has not made a choice. He suddenly declares his intention to challenge the Jade Spirit Labyrinth, the most dangerous one in the school. The teacher rejects the idea outright, considering it an absurd challenge to common sense, and not allowing anyone to dare to do such a thing. Bai's expression leaves no doubt that he is not joking or bluffing. Han didn't expect this from the young man, and again takes it as a personal challenge, knowing that Bai is striving to surpass him. The mentor asks the young man again if he is confident in his abilities. The guy considers this a challenge and intends to take advantage of every opportunity. The silence is broken by the dean of the lower school, who reminds them that the D-class dungeon is intended exclusively for high school students. However, Bai asks if the school regulations state that you can't choose a cave above your class, since the rules of the simulated battle allow you to choose any level. The young man reminds us that the school's mission is to find talent for the Divine Core and train the best fighters in the country. The standards for talent are courage, strength, responsibility, and giftedness. Bai asks the dean if he will really deprive him of the chance. The dean reminds that only teams can enter the caves. This is a strict safety rule to protect the lives of students. Bai replies that he can go alone and cope with all the dangers, but the man reminds him that the rules prohibit entering the cave alone. Suddenly, the class representative decisively raises her hand and informs the dean that she is also choosing Class D to take the test. The dean is worried and doubts her sanity, and the man also says that he won't be able to look her father in the eye if something happens to the girl. The girl insists on her own, wanting to show maximum results and test her abilities in a real fight with real monsters. This reaction begins to anger the dean greatly, and he can barely contain his anger. The elder happily announces to Bai that they will team up and pass the test together as true comrades. However, the young man refuses and firmly states that he intends to go into the dungeon alone without anyone's help. The girl starts to get nervous. The instructor gently strokes her head, calming her down. The elder declares that the guy's refusal does not count, and she will still go with him. The dean watches the newcomer's stubbornness with regret, noting their overconfidence. They only woke up a week ago and think they are already so strong. A new difficulty arises. It is unlikely that any of the older students will agree to accompany a team of 2 people. At that moment, a hand rises from the line of elders, and a charismatic young man with a charming smile on his face approaches them. He states that such flowers of the nation always need the protection of strong and experienced fighters like him. The teacher breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that with him the team will be completely safe and will successfully complete the task. The girl recognizes the elder. It is Zeeling, who almost joined the prestigious elite corps and is famous for his strength. Bai watches him, trying to figure out who this man is and how strong he really is. As Zeeling approaches, Bai calmly admits that he has never heard of him and is unaware of his achievements. This brings a smile to the older man's face, considering the boy an arrogant peacock who wants to show off his strength without realizing his limits and capabilities. Once the final team has been formed, the teacher addresses all students, announcing that the simulation test will begin immediately. He explained that progress in the dungeons will be broadcast live by professional drones tracking the students' every step during the test. With a final word of encouragement, he urged everyone to give their best and compete for the highest score in this important challenge. Bai stood there, clenching his fists, with a burning determination in his eyes, ready to prove his true strength and superiority to everyone. The Awakened Academy was founded on the site of a massive, conquered demonic cave that once threatened all of humanity. Over time, the great demonic cave developed into many smaller portals through which both junior and senior disciples pass. These portals are actively used by the Awakened Academy, allowing them to hone their combat skills in a safe yet realistic environment. The great demonic cave gave birth to many smaller caves nearby, each of which has its own unique dangers and challenges. The new dungeons consist primarily of F and D class, and have become ideal training arenas for students to develop their strength and endurance. The simulation officially begins, with Bai, Elder, and Xiling inside their portal, all their movements being recorded by a nearby flying drone. Bai understood that the simulation was being broadcast, and his every move was being recorded. He knew that he couldn't reveal all his cards, especially in the face of unknown threats. The demonic cave contains everything the young man needs to carry out his secret plans and achieve his goals. The team is instantly teleported, and finds themselves in a very strange dark forest on the edge of a cliff. Below lay the remains of a thorn-like vine, glowing with a faint green glow. Xiling arrogantly declares to the boys that they have nothing to fear, and he will protect them from any danger. The guy boasts that he has already been to an unsealed D-class cave with his friends, and the girl asks how strong the monsters are in caves of that class. Xiling explains that the creatures in this dungeon range in level from E5 to D5, but the strongest creatures have long been sealed away, and they are unlikely to encounter a real boss. He adds with a slight smile that one shouldn't underestimate E-class monsters, whose strength and speed can become unexpectedly dangerous for beginners. Xiling reminds the students that they are still small fry with only a week of combat experience, and promises to find weak monsters so that the elder can earn points and not be harmed. At this moment, he noticed with surprise that Bai had already gone far ahead, and a strange green aura was flickering around him. Xiling stopped in bewilderment and tried to warn the boy not to get carried away, and not to provoke the monsters with his behavior. Bai turned around and calmly told Xiling that he was talking too much, causing the senior disciple to become nervous at the cheeky remark. With a confident smile and shining eyes, he sternly ordered the others to stay behind, firmly stating that he did not need their help at all. Xiling and the elder could only watch in silence as Bai confidently moved forward, unquestionably taking the lead in this dangerous expedition. Drone cameras continuously broadcast everything that was happening in the dungeon live. In the main hall of the academy, large screens showed the events, allowing all students and teachers to closely follow the progress of their selected teams. In a separate room there was another secret observation point, where a small number of people also closely watched the actions of the contestants. A young man with green hair, the captain's deputy, offers the captain to watch the broadcast of this unusual event. He noted that one junior student had boldly volunteered to go through a D-class dungeon, which immediately aroused the captain's keen interest and professional curiosity. A girl's calm voice comes from the darkness, asking who this impudent young man is. The guy says it's funny, a junior high school student is just a nuclear warrior, a representative of one of the most worthless professions. Meanwhile, the other teams were fighting in their dungeons, and in the sealed F class, the bespectacled man was panicking, trying to fight off numerous opponents with a tambourine. With his spells, he supported the team from the rear as they fought the fire bats that were attacking from all sides. The girl, who was the senior mentor, reminded him to remain calm, stand back, and cast buffs on his allies. But the guy was scared to the limit, amazed by the power of even the weakest monsters. The bespectacled man cannot believe that the lair of F-class demons can be so scary. In the sealed E-class, the situation was even more tense, with teams facing numerous werewolves with complex elemental bases and powerful attacks. Many of the soldiers were already exhausted and even wounded on the battlefield. Some could barely stand on their feet from fatigue. Hiller desperately tries to stabilize the wounded man, but the monsters attack without stopping. Han, seized by a stubborn desire to prove his superiority, rushes at the werewolves. The rivalry with Bai fueled his rage, and he was ready to withstand the attacks of the beasts alone and defeat them with his own strength. Meanwhile, Bai continues to clear the sealed D-class dungeon, moving deeper into the dark forest with his small team of 3. He had just delivered a swift, crushing blow, a green arc of energy cutting through the air, and all that remained around him were the hacked carcasses of monsters. The system constantly recorded experience, sending messages about the points awarded for each creature destroyed in this dangerous dungeon. The young man slowly moves forward. The entire field around him is strewn with destroyed monsters that were unable to withstand his power. The girl looks stunned. She asks the guy in surprise how he did it and where he got such incredible strength. The pause didn't last long. 2 huge multi-eyed spiders crawled out of the shadows. Bai took the threat calmly, without the slightest fear or excitement. The guy said that all the monsters here are sealed, so they can only use half of their power, which is why they are not so difficult to deal with. The elder looked at him with surprised eyes. Even weakened enemies were deadly and always attacked in groups of 10 or more. However, the guy fights this horde alone, destroying monsters one after another without the slightest effort or visible fatigue. The girl understands that she is still too far from Bai's level. He calmly answers her that comparing herself to others is pointless and only hinders her from moving forward. This straightforwardness made the girl smile, clutching the spellbook. She promised to try her best. The senior student standing nearby is seething with irritation. The impudent newcomer has pushed him into the background and seriously undermined his authority. He tried to seize the initiative, reminding Bai that this was a D-class level and that there was no need to be arrogant, but rather to be more careful. Xiling tries to give orders and tells the elder to deal with the monsters on the right. Bai completely ignores his words and does not pay attention to his orders. The decision has already been made, and he will go left at his own discretion. The room gradually expanded into a spacious cave with a huge magical gate decorated with ancient runes and glowing symbols of power. A huge number of dismembered bodies of monsters that had fallen at the hands of the young fighter lay scattered throughout the surrounding area. The older student struggled to contain his irritation, This young upstart had once again ignored him and done things his own way. Bai approaches the girl without the slightest attention to the elder, and asks if she is ready to deal with low-level monsters on her own. For the girl, this becomes a real challenge. Bai says that the simulated battle tests everyone's abilities, and in the end, she also came to the tests. The young man asks her if she doesn't want to achieve a good result and prove her strength to everyone. The elder straightens his back and holds his head high, after which the girl confidently declares that she can handle all the monsters. Hearing this, Bai walked to the left side towards the huge magical sign that was glowing with a dim light in the darkness of the cave. Behind the young people stands the senior student. He can barely contain his rage. A shadow of envy distorts his face, and a dangerous thought flashes in his eyes. A light bow appears in his hands. If the newcomer does not understand the hints, the mentor is going to teach him a lesson the hard way. The trio's progress is shown on numerous screens, and the enthusiastic voices of people can be heard admiring Bai for taking down so many E-rank monsters single-handedly. The drone's footage flashed across the screens one after another. Comments and guesses filled the room. No one could believe how powerful it was. Officially, it was still listed as an E1, but its actual power seemed much higher, at least an E3 or even an E4. While Bai was moving along the left path, engaging in combat with giant spiders, one of the mentors explained to his colleagues the decision to send Chi-Yin along the right path. This was no coincidence. Bai had calculated the elemental advantages precisely, and against the star monsters, Chi-Yin's flower magic had a significant advantage in battle. Besides, there were monsters of a lower level, which gave the girl a chance to prove herself and score points. The mentor understood that the guy was not bragging, promising not to let her down. The mentor did not hide his pride. The student kept his word and fully lived up to the expectations that had been placed on him from the very beginning of the test. Bai immediately noticed that the star monsters were mainly climbing from the right side of the cave, where the darkness was thicker and the conditions were more favorable. They are low-level and very vulnerable to plant element, so Chi-Yin can easily deal with them with his flower magic. The camera angle changes, focusing on the class elder, who is being chased by a giant, sharp-jawed beetle. The monster lunged forward, but the girl reacted instantly. Thick, thorny shoots burst from the soil, wrapping themselves around and holding the enemy. The elder doesn't allow herself any doubt. The tension is reflected on her face, and she directs a new impulse of power into the spell. Enormous thorn-covered vines begin to contract, crushing the insect's tough shell and injecting poison into the open wounds on the monster's body. The huge monster trembled. Its gigantic body went limp and crashed to the ground with a roar, raising a cloud of dust and rocks around it. A second later, the system confirmed the victory and awarded the girl a well-deserved 30 experience points for destroying the E-class monster. The elder was filled with immense joy, and her eyes flashed with confidence. She had truly been able to destroy this E-class monster with her own strength. They used their professional skill. Chi-Yin's is the creation of a poisonous plant wall that simultaneously protects and attacks enemies. For her first foray into the dungeon, the girl showed remarkable composure, meeting monsters above her level, and never once showing confusion or fear. Having confirmed her complete independence, the guy turned his gaze to the central passage, where a huge red seal flickered, hiding behind it a much more serious threat. D-level monsters were sealed behind this seal. The guy watches attentively as the girl deals with another insect, and thinks that she can handle this one herself. A plan quickly formed in his head to achieve a high score, without revealing his hidden abilities to the public, watching his every move. Any mistake or oversight in front of such a huge number of observers could have been costly, ruining all the efforts. The senior disciple was burning with rage, irritated that the newcomers completely ignored his guidance and acted on their own free will. In a rage, he decided to show them where they belonged and force them to face real danger. Xiling drew his golden bow and released an arrow with an evil grin, showing his strength. He did this deliberately to intimidate others and remind them of his superiority. A bright flash of light illuminated the surrounding area. The girl jumped to the side, stunned by the unexpected attack and trying to understand what was happening. At great speed, an energy charge flew past her head, rushed into the cave and disappeared into the darkness, foreshadowing danger. The elder casts a displeased glance. Xiling, hiding his gloating, pretends that he only wanted to help and put a buff on her. At that moment, a loud, threatening roar began to come from the cave, causing everyone to instantly become wary and prepare for the worst. Soon, a huge creature covered in flames emerges from the cave and rushes towards the girl at great speed. This creature is a two-headed lion that is unsealed and has fully unleashed its power. A D-rank monster possessing the 11th level of strength. The girl is gripped by fear. A chilling horror paralyzes her body. At that moment, Bai feels a raging stream of demonic energy and quickly turns around. The huge monster radiates gigantic energy and destroys the girl's poisonous vines with one movement. Again and again, Qian tries to create a poison wall, but the monster is too strong and destroys its barriers without the slightest effort. The giant plant shoots are torn into small pieces and scattered in all directions, without causing any significant harm or damage to the monster. The monster opens its terrifying giant mouth and looms over the terrified class elder, preparing to deliver the killing blow. Qian experiences wild horror and thinks that the end has come for her and that she will now die in this damn dungeon. A satisfied smile appears on the older student's face. He feels joy because he put these arrogant younger students in their place. Without a second thought, Bai activates the speed boost and rushes forward at a rapid acceleration towards the girl. With a sharp movement, he throws the girl aside and strikes the huge lion with his blade with all his strength and fury. However, the blow missed, and the huge lion again rushes towards the class elder, wanting to tear her to pieces with his fangs and claws. Bai rushes forward again and stands between the monster and the girl, this time delivering a precise blow to the monster's head. The huge monster staggered from the blow and stepped back, roaring loudly in pain. Bai is deeply surprised and wonders how this monster can be so fast, his hand gripping the hilt of the blade tightly, his gaze remaining cold and focused. In this dungeon, most of the D-class monsters are sealed, but Xiling is well aware of one caveat: the constantly respawning two-headed lion. Xiling considers the young people to be overconfident, newly awakened rookies, and now wants to see how they can handle a D-class monster without help. He watches the scene with grim satisfaction. The monster has been strengthened by his shot, becoming faster and stronger. Bai immediately realized that they were facing an incredibly fast and deadly enemy that could not be approached lightly. He realized that conventional techniques were useless here, and the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Clutching the dagger he had once stolen from his father's safe, he wondered if he would have to reveal his true power earlier than planned. The girl was seething with anger and helplessness. At that moment, a huge two-headed lion jumped on them with a deafening roar. Despair gives way to determination. The elder opens the book and extends his hand forward, calling upon all his magical power for a new spell. At the same moment, poisonous vines of plants burst from the ground, creating a wall and enveloping the animal in a dense ring of thorny shoots. The girl strengthens the spell and adds another layer of wall, not giving the monster the slightest chance to break free. Qian doesn't stop and applies a third layer, a heavy pattern of poisonous stems closing around the enraged monster from all sides. Bai is visibly surprised to see the girl experience a sudden surge of strength and determination at a critical moment in the fight. The elder answers the guy, offering to let her help. She assures that she will not become a burden and will be able to support him in battle. Xiling, hiding to the side, curls his lips in bewilderment and thinks that the girl has gone crazy because the lion almost devoured her a minute ago. Bai praises the girl. He thought that she would be scared, but she quickly comes to her senses and shows real courage in the fight. The elder states that she has trained hard and cannot lose now, as there is too much at stake for her. She is confident that she will not die in this dungeon next to the guy, and her determination only grows stronger. Qian just used 3 layers of her skill at once. Her elemental power is limited, so she can't waste anymore. In that moment, he remembers Qian, the one he knew in his past life, when everything was different. Even then, she was the star of their school, cheerful, confident, kind, and always ready to help. Born into a powerful family, she was never arrogant, took on the responsibilities of a headman herself, and was filled with optimism every day. Then their paths diverged. He thought that she lived an ordinary life, but now he knows the main thing: she can be trusted. With a reliable ally by his side, Bai feels confident he can pass the test and continue to hide the true nature of his power. The senior mentor was watching the young people. To him, it all looked ridiculous. He believed that they were overestimating their strength. Xiling knows full well that a real fight can't be won with confidence alone. It requires real strength and experience fighting monsters. In his eyes, with the little strength that Bai and Qian had, they would not be able to survive against the enhanced monster he had unleashed upon them. He decides to wait, let them fail and crawl for help themselves. Then he will teach them a lesson about how to respect their elders. Bai is going to distract the lion. He asks the girl to understand the moment and deliver the decisive blow. The enraged lion tears off the remains of the poisonous vines and rushes forward. Bai injured him a few minutes ago, and now the monster is making him its target. The young man immediately begins to implement the plan. He runs to the side and leads the beast away from the girl. He deliberately directs the enraged creature towards a large underground river at the edge of the cave. The young man pushes off sharply from the ground, and without hesitation dives into the deep river, hiding under the water from his pursuer. The maddened lion rushed after him, choking on his own rage, not noticing the danger of water for the fire element in his nature. Underwater, Bai's advantage became apparent. It moved with incredible speed, while the beast created for fire and land turned out to be clumsy and heavy. Seeing a gap in his defense, the boy signaled to his partner, who acted without delay. As soon as the lion tried to get back onto dry land, he was engulfed by powerful vines. The fiery energy struggled to break through the water. The core of the beast's power was damaged, and it only roared furiously, unable to escape. Qian concentrates and commands the vines to contract even more, putting all his remaining strength into this spell. The plan works flawlessly. The water suppresses the fiery flames, depriving the monster of its advantage and taking away all its ability to attack and defend. Bai climbs out onto the shore, breathing heavily. He raises his blade and declares that the enemy is trapped, and now he will not be able to free himself. The senior student watches from his hiding place with wide eyes, unable to believe that just one layer of vines has stopped the lion. Even he couldn't subdue that monster like that, especially after he himself had enhanced its capabilities with his magic shot. Xiling calls the young people brats. He clearly doesn't know that the nuclear lion can't use his skills when he's lured into the water. In the observation room, the teachers discuss the cunning, calculated plan of a young man who demonstrated outstanding tactical abilities in battle. The mentor happily declares that the young man's reaction and leadership qualities are clearly visible to everyone present. The man makes the assumption that Bai will undoubtedly take first place in this simulation and receive the highest score for completing the task. There's only one last blow left. You just need to finish off this lion and get the points you earned for destroying a D-class boss. When the recording is sent to the Bai Guild, likely to receive a record score, the screens suddenly go dark and the broadcast ends, leaving the teachers confused. The reason was obvious. The reconnaissance drone was lying on the rocks, broken and smoking, completely disabled by someone's attack. Xiling stands nearby, gleefully observing the destroyed equipment. He had made sure in advance that there was no evidence of Bai's heroism left. The young man praises the girl. She replies that all this is the young man's heroism, because she only followed his instructions in battle. The guy replies that the result is the fruit of diligent training, which allowed him to develop resistance to the elements and turn the technique into something more powerful. At this moment, Xiling emerges from hiding, sarcastically remarking that the boss is down and demanding that they save the pleasantries for later. The young people exchange glances. The older student declares that he is quite fed up with all this, and it is time to end this performance. Bai demands an explanation as to whether the mentor understands the seriousness of the consequences, since he unleashed a strengthened D-class monster on the newcomers. Xiling tries to shirk responsibility, citing the fact that he actually intended to strengthen the elder's powers, but she simply dodged the shot. Bai states that in this case, the senior disciple's skills are absolutely terrible and not worthy of the title of an experienced guild fighter. The guy gives his opponent a piercing look and questions his very right to be called an archer, because he can't even aim properly. The girl shares his indignation and adds sarcastically that it is not surprising that with such skills the road to the elite team is closed to him forever. Xiling's face literally twisted with anger. He sharply turns to the young men, holding an energy bow in his hands and preparing to attack. Bai instantly stands in front of the girl, shielding her with his body, his unshakable confidence unexpectedly knocking the upperclassman off his feet. His immense anger evaporates, turning into deep resentment. He understands that he cannot intimidate this self-confident newcomer with his strength. The energy bow that was glowing in his hands instantly dissolves into thin air, disappearing without a trace along with the intent to attack the young people. The senior turns and walks away slowly, throwing a phrase over his shoulder that they will continue this conversation later somewhere else. After which, Xiling slowly approaches the brightly shining magical sign that pulses with red light in the center of the huge cave. The young men slowly follow him. The girl believes that this high school student's character is simply disgusting and unworthy of a real fighter. Bai meanwhile sat down and began to carefully examine the broken drone. The elder asked the guy what he was doing there. The guy came up with a plan. The camera was destroyed, there was no recording, which meant the mentor would be forced to leave the dungeon to check the equipment. The other teams are too far away, and while they have time for a secret plan, anticipation flashes in the boy's eyes, because the high school student himself has given them the perfect opportunity. Qian doesn't understand anything from the above, and continues to watch the guy in surprise, who is clearly plotting something. The young people return back to the central cave to the huge pulsating scarlet seal that holds the strongest D-class monsters inside. Bai approaches the seal and asks the girl to keep the secret, mentally understanding that even if she speaks, no one will believe her story. During the incident with the bully, Bai made a deal with him and took from the boy the seal removal stone that was in his uncle's possession. The young man slowly takes a stone out of his pants pocket, and on it, runic inscriptions of ancient magic shimmer with flashes. Bai was about to do the unthinkable, break the seal and take away the jade spirit stored deep within the sealed D-class dungeon. The crystal touched the altar, and dark red energy swirled around the boy, illuminating the space with an ominous light and crackling with discharges. The girl was overcome with horror. Removing the seal meant the instant release of all the high-level creatures that were held deep within the depths of this D-class. The girl tries to stop the young man, but the process has already begun, and there is no turning back. The seal has begun to crumble. Bai calms the girl, explaining that the monster's power is still suppressed by the seal, and the elder considers it madness for two people to fight so many enemies. An amulet flashes around the guy's wrist. He replies that no two of us. This statement causes a strong reaction in the girl. She asks the guy how he can do such a thing and where he got the amulet. The bracelet released a raging, fiery aura, and before the girl's eyes, Bai was transformed. A staff appeared in his hands, and now, instead of a warrior, a magician stood before her. Qian is surprised and asks the young man if he can transform into a mage. Bai asks her to stay at the exit and not get close to the monsters. The spell has already taken place, and the chains holding the monsters shatter with a deafening roar into small fragments throughout the cave. Giant, evil monsters instantly pounce on the young people, wanting to tear apart those who freed them from captivity. Qian screams loudly and fearfully, asking the young man to be careful and not to die in the fight with these monsters. The monsters are getting very close to Bai. At this moment, the guy raises his staff, calling on the cloud power of ancient elemental magic. A system message arrived stating that he had successfully completed the transition to the cloud element mage profession, and the next second, a burst of energy swept through the cave. Bai uses freeze, a stream of energy erupting from his magic staff that instantly freezes the giant monsters in huge chunks of solid ice. Qian can't take her eyes off this sight. Even with someone else's help, she only managed to deal with one D-class lion. Bai used his new profession to block 3 deadly monsters at once. Long years of imprisonment under the seal forced the monsters to break out at the same time. The young man tells the girl that these creatures, while in captivity, really pose a danger to untrained fighters. Bai turns to the elder and states that he needs more room to maneuver and cast spells without risking hitting her. The girl understands him and steps back, giving the young man freedom of action. A new flock of fiery panthers, shining with a fiery aura, bursts out of the gaping rift. Following them appears the leader, a fiery, furious leopard of the 12th level of strength. Bai instantly assesses the situation. The seal has weakened the enemies by almost half, and now the battle will have to be fought with their power reduced to its full potential. He uses the flash freezing technique again, turning the monsters into huge blocks of ice that freeze right on the spot of the battle. This technique instantly turns moisture in the air into ice, rendering opponents unable to resist or use elemental power. Bai continues to implement his plan and again changes his profession to a nuclear warrior. The staff dissolves, giving way to a blade. The next monster appears before him, a fire saber-tooth of the 13th power level, which is preparing to attack the young man. The battle is entering its decisive phase, and now Bai is going to attack directly, quickly and accurately, using the power that he has so carefully concealed until now. The giant predator tries to bite the guy in half with its huge fangs, but he instantly moves to another point in space using a skill. The guy changes his class again and summons a cloud element mage, his blade dissolving and being replaced by an ice staff of power. In an instant, the giant, furious predator turns into a huge block of ice, frozen mid-leap toward the young man. Qian watched from a safe distance, amazed at how he seamlessly switched between professions without the slightest effort or delay. At that moment, a deep understanding was born within her. All this time, Bai had been training not for strength, but for resistance to elemental energy. She reflects on her own magic, realizing that she had previously seen power only in the power of spells and the frequency with which they were cast. It is now clear to her that true power lies in control of energy, and the ability to manipulate the elements without losing power. The elements of wild nature cannot be tamed by force. Only by fully controlling them can one unlock the potential of technology and become a true magician. She watched in awe as Bai turned the ice construct into a deadly weapon that destroyed the monsters one by one. His composure and mastery of skills were astonishing, and an entire horde of monsters was immobilized. The girl is amazed at how much can be gained from one basic skill if it is controlled with perfect mastery. She looks at the predator, bound by ice, and thinks that the guy has achieved perfection in the art of mastering the elements. Qian bows his head and thinks that the young man has left everyone behind, having advanced further than anyone could have imagined. After a while, her stupor gives way to a smile, and she acknowledges the boy's abilities as impressive and worthy of the admiration of any fighter or magician. Suddenly, the ground trembles under heavy blows, and the final boss, a giant D-class mammoth, emerges from the depths of the cave. A system message appears that this enemy is deadly and stronger than all the monsters in the dungeon combined. Bai smiles, saying that this monster is the reason he started this whole adventure. The hellish mammoth roars and rushes forward, destroying the ice structures. The young man's body instantly flares with a green aura. He returns to his nuclear warrior profession and summons his blade. Bai prepares with concentration for the final battle, knowing that this monster holds what he needs to carry out his plan. The boy displays incredible speed and power, leaping into the air and delivering a precise blow to a vital point on the mammoth's forehead, causing critical damage. His glowing green dagger cuts deep into the beast's thick hide, leaving bloody wounds. He lands as the colossus retreats, bleeding and in great pain from the wounds inflicted all over its body. Inwardly, Bai notes that the level 15 sealed mammoth is weaker than the level 10 ape monster he fought earlier. The guy shows no fear at all. He moves with incredible speed, delivering a series of blows and inflicting multiple critical wounds on the beast. Under the hail of blows, the monster's gigantic body begins to stagger, and he slowly sinks to the ground, losing his last strength. Sensing victory approaching, a new strength awakens within Bai, his eyes lighting up with a bright golden light. A powerful fiery aura erupts around him, and he begins the final attack that should end the boss fight. The young man activates the 1/100 skill and strikes, sending a wave of golden energy rushing through the cave. A gigantic blow sweeps away the mammoth and all the remaining monsters, leaving them no chance to survive this battle. A stream of system notifications confirms the defeat of numerous D-class monsters, earning the fighter hundreds of experience points. The final notifications confirm the destruction of a level 15 mammoth, which yielded 1,000 experience points and valuable materials, including fire beast bones and a jade tooth. Bai notices a strange object in the place of the mammoth's missing body, a yin-yang shaped stone glowing with a soft inner light. Reports are coming in that this is a resonant royal stone, a special pair of artifacts capable of linking the powers of two fighters. After the young man's victory, he is showered with awards. The system confirms a sharp increase in strength, and the nuclear warrior class reaches D-class without any intermediate levels. The girl, passing by the defeated monsters, was still recovering from what she had seen, not believing that one person could defeat an entire horde. Bai slowly approaches her and intends to continue his plan, which he had conceived even before the fight with the monsters began. He asks if she remembers what they talked about before the battle, when he asked her to keep everything secret from prying eyes. Suddenly, the young man notices that the girl's level has risen to the 7th E class, thanks to the huge amount of experience from the defeated monsters. At the academy, the surge of energy from the shattered seal caused panic, and teachers, including Bai's homeroom teacher, rushed through the corridors, stunned by the scale of the event. On the way, they encountered Ziling, who was calmly walking down the corridor, and the teacher demanded an explanation as to why he wasn't protecting the younger students in the dungeon. But there was no answer. The teacher said that the seal was broken, and there was no time for talking. The students needed to be rescued from the monsters immediately. Left alone in the corridor, Ziling changed his expression to an evil grin and laughed, realizing that revenge had come faster than he expected. The teachers burst into the underground hall, loudly shouting the names of the young people. However, they froze in surprise. The students stood there safe and sound, with no wounds or injuries. Bai asks the mentor in surprise what he is doing here, and why he burst into the dungeon so suddenly. The mentor looks in amazement at the fact that the seal is back in place, safe and sound, and suggests that perhaps the devices are malfunctioning again. The action shifts to Friday, May 29th, shortly before the end of school, when the students are about to leave the academy. Ziling asks the deputy commander if the materials provided are enough to fill the last open slot in the Divine Corps' elite team. The deputy only smiles slightly, after which he apologizes, and announces that the captain has already chosen another candidate for this position on the team. The young man is stunned and furious. He demands to know who got the position instead of him, and why everything turned out unfair. Ziling excitedly says that they had agreed in advance, and the most worthy place should have gone to him. He asks if his strength and connections were not enough, and suddenly a female voice is heard from the doorway, announcing that a candidate has already been found. There is a girl named Hella standing nearby. She is a gold assassin of unknown level, and is thinking about the student named Bai Yi, who made a strong impression on her. The story moves to the evening of Friday, May 29th. In an open-air cafe, the inspector is sitting at a table next to Bai's father and having a conversation. The inspector warns the man not to create new problems, reminding him of the efforts he made to ensure his early release. The man eats his noodles and indifferently confirms that he understands everything and will not create any unnecessary problems for the police department. After which the policeman leans over to him and tells him that he received a message and that they have until next Friday. At this moment, the phone suddenly rings. The policeman stands up abruptly and feels irritated. In a quiet voice, he declares how fed up he is with this old man who constantly calls and demands progress reports. The policeman leaves, declaring that he is returning to the team. Bai's father, watching the inspector, replies that he too will soon be heading home. His face contorts with rage. His eyes flash red as he thinks about returning home and taking revenge. He comes to the old apartment and finds it empty, not understanding where his wife and son have disappeared to, and this instantly ignites his rage. The silence in the room seems like a mockery, intensifying the anger and anxiety, every echo a reminder of the sudden disappearance of loved ones. In a fit of rage, he kicks the stool and bursts into curses, outraged that they disappeared without permission. He quickly walks around the apartment, looking into every corner, as if expecting them to appear, and his anger grows with every second. The thought that his family could be gone forever fuels his anger even more, and he vows to find them and punish them. He punches the mirror, it shatters into pieces, and the distorted mask of his madness flashes in the reflection. In the new apartment, Bai gives his mother a jade stone, puts it on her necklace, and asks her to always keep it with her. He shows the second stone in his palm, and confidently says that she is now under his protection. With a smile, he explains that magic will allow him to sense danger, thanks to the resonance between the stones. He assures her that this connection will give her the opportunity to appear nearby immediately and protect her from any threat. The boy takes his mother by the hands and admits that without the stone, he would not be able to calmly let her go alone. He recalls that his mother never received a necklace, or jewelry, or anything a woman should enjoy. The mother uses gestures to tell her son that he shouldn't spend all weekends with her. At his age, he needs to hang out with his friends more. Bai smiles and assures that there is no need for that. He prefers to spend time with her rather than with anyone else. Mom responds with gestures and insists that everyone needs friends, especially at his age, when important lifelong bonds are formed. The young man falls silent. This statement makes him think about what he has lost in this life. He turns away and becomes lost in thought, his thoughts taking him back to his past life, where images of his old comrades appear before his eyes. The action moves to a D-class demonic dungeon. The guy believes that as soon as he deals with the jade, he will have one less thing to worry about. It's a demonic cave, known to him from a past life, that only opens for 1 hour each night, leaving very little time to clear it out. Thinking that he now needs to focus on leveling up, the young man resolutely moves forward through the dark corridors of the dungeon. Instantly, his legs are enveloped in a barely noticeable dark energy, increasing his speed of movement and allowing him to move silently, like a shadow of the night. His thoughts return to his past life, where he was one of the strongest warriors, but this did not save him from tragedy. At the entrance, he is met by a bloodthirsty orchid, which is level 15 and belongs to the D-class monsters with dangerous elemental abilities. The boy continues to remember that he used to be a powerful warrior, but he could still only watch as his comrades died before his eyes. Channeling his heartache into determination, he instantly attacks one of the monstrous plants, slicing it in half with his blade. The system immediately confirms the destruction, awarding 250 experience points for defeating a D-class monster. After which, the system reports that 3 bloodflower petals have also been received, which are a valuable material for potions. While collecting the spoils, Bai thinks about how friendship has brought him only suffering, pain, and disappointment. As he fights, he reflects on the futility of his past efforts, realizing that no matter their strength, if the gods so wish, they are all doomed to perish. Overwhelmed by this frustration, he dodges the attack of a huge creature that tries to grab him with its tentacles. A young man destroys another monster, and convinces himself that he must become even stronger to change his fate. He deflects numerous blows from the giant tentacles, and thinks that he will definitely become more agile and faster in battle. The plant tentacles wrap around the guy and begin to squeeze, but he resists, thinking that he will definitely become stronger. A look of determination flashes in his eyes, and soon a message arrives that a wild orchid has been killed, and 320 experience points have been obtained. Bai continues its furious attacks, and reports of defeated opponents come in one after another. Splashed with blood, he clenches the tentacles with his teeth. A message appears about receiving 6 stems of a powerful flower. The boy remembers his enraged father and believes that he must give it his all, because now he is too weak for revenge. Bai realizes his weakness, because he couldn't even deal with this enemy, let alone the genius, the golden shooter. Therefore, there are no workarounds. The guy cannot miss a single enemy. Each monster brings valuable experience for increasing strength. He goes deeper and deeper into the cave. More and more monsters approach him from all sides of the dungeon without stopping. In the face of numerous monsters, the young man reveals his power, which he had so carefully hidden from prying eyes until this moment. He attacks his opponents with fury, golden energy enveloping his body. Despite his fatigue, he remains determined and understands that the entrance to the cave will close in 20 minutes. After inspecting the area, the guy decides to deal with the boss as quickly as possible and collect the reward. On Saturday, May 30th at 12:39 a.m., Bai encounters the final boss, a huge tree creature. A bright green aura flares around him, illuminating the cave with the light of the core's elemental energy. In a loud voice, he declares that the time has come to show all his strength and power to the final boss. Bai grips his blade tightly and prepares for the duel, concentrating all the energy in his body for the upcoming fight with a powerful opponent. To my surprise, the boss didn't act as expected. The creature quickly jumped to the side, disappearing in a green glow. A level 20 lord appears before him and immediately begins furious attacks. The guy dodges and waits for the right moment to counterattack, deliver a critical hit, and quickly end the fight. Regaining his balance, Bai delivers a powerful blow and easily cuts off one of the monster's arms. He continues his attacks, pushing the lord back to the cave wall and preventing him from recovering. The creature freezes and looks at its severed paw, dripping green blood. The joy of victory turns out to be premature. The boss collects energy and activates limb regeneration. Bai is amazed to see his arm fully heal in a matter of seconds. He is amazed by the monster's abilities. At that moment, the lord plunges his fist into the ground and the cave shakes. The soil erupts in a green glow, and sharp tentacles emerge from it, reaching out towards the young man. He looks around and tries to remain calm, assessing the situation and looking for a way out. Confidence is shaken as creepy plants emerge from the ground, previously defeated but resurrected by the boss's power. The boy is amazed to see monsters emerging from the ground and wonders why they were resurrected. He knows that a D-class lord shouldn't have a resurrection skill, and this forces him to reconsider his battle strategy. While the guy's attention is focused on the plants, a huge tentacle of the boss moves quietly towards him in his blind spot. At a tremendous speed, the claw pierced the guy, his eyes widened in shock and sharp pain. A huge limb pierces the young man's body. Blood pours from the wound and stains the ground red. Bai realizes the truth with horror. The twin lord, who had been hiding in the shadows all this time, appeared before him. The system identifies the new monster as level 20, and the guy writhes in pain, realizing that there are now 2 enemies. All the circumstances are against him. At 12:59, the portal becomes unstable and prepares to close. On the same day, May 30th, at 6 in the evening, the boy's mother is worried in her new apartment because there is no news from her son. She thinks that Bai has gone to a dangerous place again and decides to look for him urgently. In the next block, in the pouring rain, an ominous figure stood, and a voice could be heard loudly swearing and cursing everyone around him. Bai's father is overcome with rage, muttering quietly about how these creatures dared to rent a new apartment and hide from him without permission. A man inspects an elite house and says that they have found a nice place and know how to enjoy life at its expense. The man's face is distorted by a mask of insane anger, and his eyes burn with fierce hatred for his wife and son, who dared to abandon him. Meanwhile, Bai's mother passes through the building's security gates, intending to go outside to look for her missing son. Suddenly, she froze, overcome by a premonition of disaster, and began to clutch the crystal hanging around her neck, which her son had given her for protection. Her eyes widen in horror. The woman realizes that she is in mortal danger. The crystal pulsates with red light. At that moment, lightning flashes above her, lighting up the sky and foreshadowing disaster. Bai is in a sealed demon cave, exhausted after a long battle with waves of monsters. The guy breathes heavily and, squeezing the blade, thinks that this is already the 5th wave in an hour. No matter how many times he destroys the plants, they rise again like immortal creatures. Also, there's bad news. Killing respawning monsters again doesn't give you any experience or items. The young man thinks about the need to find the source of their endless rebirth as quickly as possible. Focusing his gaze on the 2 glowing lords, the boy realized that it was from them that the power of endless rebirth emanated. The young man makes a sharp lunge forward and moves towards one of the twin lords. The guy takes good aim at his victim, after which he plunges the sword deep into the enemy's body. He unleashes a series of lightning-fast strikes that were meant to split and destroy the monster. However, the attack was useless. The guy watches as the Lord's wounds instantly heal, and the body is completely restored in a flash of green aura. Finally, Bai realizes the source of the problem. His twin continuously uses his healing ability, instantly restoring his brother. He has tried to attack this monster many times already, and even if his head is cut off, it immediately grows back. This is some kind of cheat. Not only does the monster constantly respawn, but it also instantly heals wounded allies. This ability is extremely powerful and far exceeds the ability of even S-class healers. The guy wonders where the source of this enormous healing energy is. Before he can think further, one of the lords disappears and appears nearby. But Bai perfectly parries the blow with a reflection skill, neutralizing the damage from the attack. Instantly, he responds with a powerful counterattack, delivering a swift slash that cuts through the air with a green glow of energy. During the counterattack, Bai noticed a strange phenomenon. The boss began to learn and copy his fighting techniques with frightening accuracy. The battle continues, and the Twin Lord begins to approach the guy from the flanks, ready to attack from the other side and encircle him. To his surprise, the monster spoke, acknowledging the young man's strength and skill with a blade in combat. The second twin appeared next to him. Both lords took up fighting stances, preparing for the next attack. Bai's expression changed abruptly. He noticed something important that explained the endless respawn of monsters and their unusual vitality. His gaze turned behind the boss. The guy began to carefully examine something in the dark corner of the cave behind the lords. A satisfied smile appears on the young man's face. It seems he has understood the source of the lord's power, and the way to defeat them once and for all. Bai instantly rushes to one of the glowing trees in the background. This magical tree is the source of energy for resurrection. The young man runs past the astonished boss at great speed, cutting off his arm as he goes, which falls to the ground. He now realizes that the Lord's incredible healing ability is only possible thanks to the energy of these glowing trees of power. The boss wastes no time regenerating. He freezes, after which he lets out a piercing scream that echoes throughout the cave. A new plan is born in the guy's head. He realized that in order to win, he needs to break the boss's connection with the source of their power. And all he needs to do is cut down these trees, and then the enemy will lose the ability to regenerate. With a powerful blow, he cuts down one of the massive trunks, and without waiting for the twins to react, continues to chop down the next trees. The next second, the guy switches to the profession of a cloud elemental mage, summoning an ice staff into his hands instead of a blade. He raises his staff and releases a powerful ice spell that unleashes a wave of cold freezing energy on the enemy. The magical energy instantly freezes both D-class lords, turning them into giant ice statues unable to move or attack. The young man lands next to the neutralized bosses and returns to his profession as a nuclear warrior, calling the blade back. He then delivers a powerful blow to one of the bosses with his blade, cutting through his body. He was not mistaken. His guess was correct. Without a source of power, the lords lose the ability to heal and resurrect. As the guy expected, the revived flowers and dead orchids begin to fall apart and die completely. For the victory, the guy receives 2,500 experience points. In addition, he receives a rare artifact, the white spiritual flower, which can instantly restore half of his stamina and heal most physical wounds. The remaining twin breaks free from the ice trap, breaking the ice around him. Despite fatigue and wounds, the boy shows fortitude and points a dagger at the final boss. The huge creature, deprived of magical power, looks downcast and does not show aggression. Suddenly the monster asks to kill him, because he does not want to live alone without his brother. Bai is shocked by this behavior, but respects the last will and prepares to deliver the final blow. With incredible speed, he cuts the monster's body in half with one swing of his blade, ending the battle. The system awards another 2,500 experience points, and also informs you of a high-quality mineral called Poisonous Thorn. The guy's efforts are rewarded. His classes rise by several levels, and after the death of the last boss, the entrance to the demonic cave opens again. A status screen appears in front of him. A new notification says that the plant element bar is completely full, and a new profession will soon awaken. Bai is shocked by this news. A bright green energy with numerous petals begins to swirl around him. He wonders what the new profession will be. Remembering that his previous awakening gave him a powerful red profession, he smiles, anticipating a serious prize from the system. However, a notification about a blue-level flower summoner appears on the screen. The guy feels disappointed and thinks that this is a system error. The new profession does not require high status, but allows you to enter into a contract with the soul of a defeated plant demon. The guy carefully examines the destroyed monsters and sees how glowing blue souls appear above them, hovering in the air of the cave. The young man decides to seize the moment immediately and not miss the chance to gain powerful allies in future battles with enemies. He comes closer and carefully examines the brightly glowing energy substances that slowly swirl above the bodies of the fallen lords. Bai then confirms the activation of the skill called Flower Spirit Contact by reaching out to the glowing souls of the defeated bosses. The boy reaches out to the souls, and in a bright energy vortex, two physical bodies are formed, recreating the appearance of the fallen lords. Now these entities are connected to the young man, and the guy can call upon them at any time to help in battles. The huge monsters take on a dense physical form and silently look at the young man, awaiting his further orders and commands for action. At this time, Bai's father stands near the door in the pouring rain, his eyes full of rage, and he holds a knife tightly in his hands. However, the ringing of the phone interrupts his intention, forcing him to momentarily distract himself from his plans for revenge and the murder of his family. Irritated, he picks up the phone and is surprised to hear the inspector's voice, who offers him a unique opportunity to return to the guild. The inspector invites him to a dinner organized by the dean, which can return him to the guild. The father promises to take advantage of the chance and not miss it. Hanging up with a malicious grin, he says that he will prepare a nice gift for the dean and the inspector. The man is very drunk and starts shouting loudly about how today really is a great day. Clutching a huge kitchen knife in his hand, he loudly asks where these creatures, his wife and son, have hidden. Bai's mother emerges from the apartment in the pouring rain, worried about his safety and not knowing where he is. Suddenly Bai appears next to her with a bag of groceries and asks why she went out in the rain. At first the woman is scared, but then she feels relieved to see her son safe and sound. Bai smiles softly and suggests that they quickly return home so as not to get wet and sick. Later, in the new house, the mother looks with trepidation at the beautiful bracelet given to her as a keepsake. A quiet pain flickers in her gaze, and unable to speak, she realizes the mortal danger her son is taking on in the demonic dungeons to protect them. Bai lies on his bed in his room and thinks about the current state of affairs and plans against his enemies. He analyzes his three professions: the green nuclear warrior, the blue flower element summoner, and the red cloud element mage. The boy studies the status screen and thinks about his father, who has 10 days left until his release, and he himself is still too weak. Bai suspects the possibility of early release and understands that he must be prepared for a sudden meeting. Therefore, he prepared powerful artifacts in advance that could save his life in a critical situation. The guy believes that if there is no way out, he will have to use synchronization with a rare crystal at full power. The next morning, Bai finds himself on the rooftop, surrounded by a swirl of red aura, and comes to the conclusion that hiding is not an option. He understands that he must be ready to confront his father and increase his powers as quickly as possible. Over the course of a day, Bai conquers 3 demonic caves, demonstrating his speed and mastery of all professions. However, he needs to raise his job level to C-class to have a chance to survive against his father. By evening, he clears another D-class dungeon, thinking that now he can answer to his father, and receives the title of a lone brave man for clearing 10 caves without a team. It's Monday, June 1st, and the action moves to the Academy of the Awakened, where the teachers are preparing to announce the exam results. The teacher announces the final exam grades to the students with great excitement, her voice trembling with excitement and pride for the class. The woman says that Bai and the class president won first place in the entire school, and Bai's result was sent to headquarters. His results were sent for careful analysis, and ultimately they were recognized as the highest in the school's history. He is awarded a record grade, which no student in the entire history of the academy has ever achieved. Thanks to this result, young fighters gain the right to an audience with the Divine Guild. For the other students, this comes as a shock, as such a meeting is not available even to many high-ranking priests. Bai sees this as an unexpected chance to meet the gods who once betrayed him, an event that comes ahead of schedule and marks a new chapter in his destiny. At this moment, an old school friend, overwhelmed with emotion, grabs Bai's hand and begs him not to forget his comrades when glory comes. The bespectacled man looks at Bai with admiration and thinks that he always knew the boy would one day shine brighter than everyone else. The dean, who is in the academic department, discusses the current situation with his nephew, assessing the consequences of what is happening. The man asks why he refuses to go to training camp, emphasizing that it is a rare chance. Han clenches his fist tightly. A strong mental struggle is going on inside him, after which he says once again that he will not go. The guy claims that this time he only took 3rd place, which means he didn't deserve the right to participate. He admits that he is tired of the fact that those around him consider him a person who achieves everything only thanks to his father. The dean admires the guy. The man is upset that his father does not see this. At this moment, the guy asks his uncle to fulfill one request. He asks his uncle to open access to the D-class demon cave, intending to become stronger and relying only on his own strength. The action shifts to the principal's office, where Xiling desperately begs his uncle to let him go to the training camp. The young man is the sole heir, and his uncle asks why he is acting so impulsively, knowing the consequences. The conversation takes a tense turn, and the director demands to know why Xiling acted that way during the test. He knows that the boy empowered the monster to attack the younger students during a combat simulation. The director angrily slams his fist on the table and asks if he really thinks the managers are so naive that they don't see through his tricks. He adds that only his own intervention saved Xiling from immediate expulsion from the academy. Under the pressure of his heavy gaze, the young man begins to tremble. A moment later, he falls to his knees before the director of the academy. The boy sobs loudly, his voice trembling, and he admits his guilt for what happened. The director's eyes light up with a demonic fire. He orders the young man to stand up immediately. Xiling falls silent and, staggering, begins to slowly rise to his feet. The director tells the guy one last important detail. He has brought an unusual student named Bai to the attention of senior management. Now the authorities have begun to suspect something, because Bai is at the top of the rankings, and his progress seems too illogical, so someone from the Divine Guild will meet with him personally. The director allows Xiling to go to the training camp, but strictly demands that he curb his excessive pride and act cautiously. He warns that any further reckless actions will leave Xiling alone to face the consequences of his actions without any support. Xiling blossoms with joy, smiles widely and thanks his uncle. But as soon as he steps into the office, his mood instantly changes, and the image of Hela appears in his head. The guy believes that sooner or later this girl will definitely become his. A classmate reads the invitation that Bai received and is very surprised. In a loud voice, he announces that Bai is being invited to an elite club, which is the strongest in their academy. The letter officially invites the boy to join them, and he can immediately enter the famous Divine Guild without any exam. The students begin to discuss this news animatedly, because before everyone was trying their best to get there, but Bai is being invited there directly. A classmate tells a guy that he is now incredibly cool, and admits that he is ready to burst into tears from burning envy. In the midst of all this commotion, Bai calmly approaches his comrade and decisively snatches the letter from his hands. To the amazement of everyone present, the boy walks up to the nearest trash can and, without saying a single word, casually throws the letter inside. Indignant voices are heard. Classmates are shocked and ask the young man if he has lost his mind. After all, Bai refused the prestigious award, but the guy remains unperturbed and calmly leaves the class. His unexpected action leaves his classmates completely perplexed. His friend squats by the trash can, looking at the discarded letter, and laments how many opportunities have been missed. The bespectacled man asks his friend if he still doesn't understand who Bai is now. He explains with restraint that the current Bai no longer joins other people's ranks. It seems to him that the guy is now focused on something completely different. The boy heads to the D-class dungeon, knowing that it will remain empty tonight, allowing him to fully focus on his own goals. He considers this place ideal for a solitary hunt, as the absence of other participants gives him the chance to calmly hone his skills and move forward. Once inside the location, Han is waiting for Bai. Everything around is painted with a red aura. The young man makes it clear that it is time to go inside, and his determination leaves no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. When Bai tries to warn his companion about the difficulties of the D-class, the bully cuts him off in anger, and dismissing the warnings, assures him that he will prove his strength. Bai recalls their agreement, as he promised to teach the boy fighting skills and ways to quickly strengthen himself. In exchange, the hooligan had to gain access to all D-class seals. He is surprised that he managed to get permission for all the dungeons at once, and this commands respect. The difference in capabilities is immediately apparent. Bai effortlessly tears apart the giant dragon. Han lies on the ground after a powerful blow from the monster and curses his powerlessness. Bai asks if the guy needs help, but the bully just waves his hand and assures him that he will deal with the monsters surrounding him himself. The boy rushes into a furious fight, while Bai calmly reflects on his own progress. He understands that without fulfilling the necessary conditions, it is impossible to unlock an exclusive profession. The main requirement for this remains reaching the S-class rank. Bai realizes that he has already cleared almost all the hidden demon caves, and the school dungeons become the only way to grow further. Days fly by in endless battles. After D-class, job growth slows down and requires more and more experience. Han once again finds himself in a tense confrontation with a terrifying and incredibly large monster. But when Han recklessly charges forward, Bai is forced to intervene with a powerful blow, knocking the monster back. The enraged bully furiously shouts that he didn't ask for help, but Bai calmly remarks that without his intervention, he would be dead. By Thursday, the grueling training finally paid off, and Han cleared the dungeon on his own, reaching D-Class. The young man enthusiastically declares that the feeling is much brighter than any battles waged for him by his family bodyguards. A calm and collected Bai receives a system notification confirming that the accumulated experience is sufficient to implement his further plans. A dark image of his father appears in Bai's mind, and he bitterly admits that his current strength is clearly insufficient for a decisive face-to-face encounter. At this point, a status window suddenly appears, instantly showing the updated stats and confirming the acquisition of the new skill. Thursday comes. Mom with a warm smile gently teases the guy. He comes too late, and she thinks that the reason is because of a date with a girl. The young man is visibly embarrassed and immediately denies such hints, reminding her that he is just a high school student. Mom continues, kindly noting that at his age it is perfectly normal to date a girl, and therefore advises him not to be afraid. She asks him to go towards those who are dear to him, otherwise he may one day miss his only chance and deeply regret it. Her unexpected words evoke a very strong internal response in the young man. His eyes instantly widen, he falls silent, and withdraws into himself. The guy instantly immerses himself in memories of the girl who was especially dear to him in his past life. A vivid image of his combat partner, with whom he had gone through many difficult trials, emerges before him. He clearly remembers the moment when she jokingly asked him for a hug and affectionately called him captain. However, the guy then coldly pushed her away, which caused sincere and loud indignation on her part. His memories take him to the end of a fierce battle, when the battlefield was completely covered with defeated monsters. The girl lay happily on the ground, realizing that they had once again emerged confidently as absolute victors from a tough fight. Exhausted but unperturbed, Bai calmly said that it was time to move on immediately. The girl joyfully extended both her hands to him, and with a light joke, asked if he was going to carry her in his arms. The embarrassed Bai then abruptly refused her, suggesting that she turn to her comrades, and immediately left the girl dissatisfied. These warm memories are shattered by the onslaught of dark images of the betrayal of his entire team. Everything around him is painted with blood and darkness, and images of the last terrible seconds of his dear comrades' lives emerge before him. Bai instantly comes to his senses and remembers that in his past life, he first met Ling Yu after being rescued from death row by his teacher. It happened on a very unusual cloudy day when their life paths unexpectedly crossed in the capital. Bai now sincerely hopes that the girl is okay, but in this new timeline, it is very difficult for them to meet. He doesn't understand how to find her, because in his new life he only has fragments of memories, and even if the meeting does happen, their previous relationship will never be the same. It's late evening and Ling Yu is in her room, thoughtfully looking through her phone. This mysterious young man intrigues her more and more. She has already sent him the 10th invitation, but he constantly refuses. Ling Yu, however, is not going to back down so easily, and therefore intends to meet Bai in person tomorrow. It's Friday, Bai's birthday, and he's sitting at the table, looking closely at the gift box. His mother, sitting opposite him, reminds him with a warm smile that this is a special gift prepared for his birthday. Very carefully, the young man begins to carefully open this box, feeling a slight excitement. What he sees inside visibly surprises him. Bai takes out a warm scarf and wonders why he would give such a gift at the beginning of summer. After that, he notices a note inside, with touching words wishing his beloved son happiness and to live the life he chooses for himself. At that moment he understands why there was a scarf there. A young man asks if his mother knows about his upcoming trip to a summer training camp. Mom smiles and immediately confirms this. She explains that there is a strong temperature difference there, so her son must be careful, and she takes care of him. Bai is deeply touched, realizing that his mother knew about his actions all this time and only silently supported him. The woman then hands him some money and smiles, hinting that on his birthday he should treat his best friends. Bai just sighs and reminds her that he already told her that he has no friends. The action moves to school, where one of Bai's friends joyfully hands him a small but graceful figurine. Bai is very surprised and asks with genuine bewilderment what this object is. A classmate happily tells him that this is his favorite model of the water mage and asks if the guy thinks it's cool. The bespectacled man immediately intervenes in the conversation. He declares that this gift is too tasteless and asks Bai to look at it. The bespectacled man places the box in front of the young man and says that it is not so easy to get such a rare thing these days. Bai is very surprised, because the box contains an old video cassette with his favorite movie. In his past life, he often went with the bespectacled man to a semi-abandoned building to secretly watch prehistoric films. Glasses asks to keep this gift a strict secret, and under no circumstances to let the teachers find it. Bai feels great joy and sincerely thanks the guy from the bottom of her heart for such a valuable gift. The bespectacled man sighs heavily in response. He is very glad that he was able to please his friend and truly make him happy. His thoughts are immediately interrupted by a girl who loudly and joyfully calls Bai by name, distracting him from his thoughts. She loudly congratulates him on his birthday and hands him a box, carefully tied with a beautiful bright bow. The classmates standing nearby freeze in shock, because in the box on the soft fabric lies a huge shining crystal, attracting the eye with its powerful internal energy. This is the Phantom Gem, a rare and undervalued magical weapon and an incredibly valuable artifact. Even the system immediately notes the crystal's high rank, but Bai decisively pushes the box away, clearly showing that he cannot accept such an incredibly expensive gift. Qian doesn't let the guy refuse. She believes that she ended up on the training trip only thanks to him. The girl states that for her family such things are nothing special, but for him, this crystal will be an important push forward. Bai hesitates for a few seconds, but soon realizes that in his current state, any opportunity to strengthen himself is too important. The guy realized that the girl noticed his weak weapon when he switched to the magic class in the simulation, and that's why she gave him such a gift. Bai found himself thinking that Qian was an amazingly sensitive and caring girl, and he couldn't imagine that anyone would remember his birthday. While he was thinking, behind his back, two friends were already whispering animatedly. They could not understand when Bai had managed to become so close to the headman. Their conversation is immediately cut short when the girl comes closer. Both of them immediately fall silent, trying to quickly hide what exactly they were discussing. Touched by the unexpected attention, Bai changes his mind and approaches the young men, inviting them to dinner. With a sincere, warm smile, he promises to pay for the entire dinner and asks if they are free tonight. His friends react joyfully, with genuine inspiration and undisguised enthusiasm, immediately accepting such an unexpected invitation. Suddenly, their general joy is interrupted when Bai notices a group of high school students rapidly approaching the classroom. His face immediately becomes serious. He wonders why exactly they came to their class now. One of the students immediately notices that this group is heading straight towards them, and begins whispering, saying that the captain of the elite school team is there. The student mentions that he has heard of the captain as a great beauty, and Bai immediately understands that it would be better to personally refuse any offer. News of the upcoming meeting spreads quickly, and students from all over the building immediately gather on the balconies to watch the show. Among them stands Zeeling with a group of friends, his face distorted with anger. Feeling intense anger, he mutters about how this smug brat has suddenly turned out to be extremely problematic for him. The high school student continues to silently watch what is happening, not hiding his strong displeasure at all. Ignoring the growing crowd, Bai confidently walks down the school corridor, heading straight towards the captain. Suddenly, a blinding and bright flash of electrical discharges of enormous power flares up in the corridor. A powerful flow of energy immediately covers the entire surrounding space and all nearby objects. Several students are knocked off their feet and thrown back. But despite the powerful explosion of energy, Bai remains confidently standing in place. The energy continues to concentrate and its beam is directed directly at the young man, but Bai remains calm and cool. His face remains completely unperturbed. The guy steadfastly prepares to parry the blow. There is a bright flash that blinds and knocks many students off their feet. Through experience, Bai instantly understands that a direct attack is just a trick, nothing more than a distraction. Reacting in a split second, he immediately summons his glowing combat blade into his right hand. The young man grips his weapon tightly and prepares to immediately repel the attack. His instincts scream at him about the real danger that is rapidly approaching him from behind. With incredible speed, he immediately recognizes the blow and blocks it with his blade in time, demonstrating his skill. The onlookers standing nearby are amazed by its speed and cry out in great surprise and confusion. A young woman appears in the corridor, her figure covered in a powerful golden aura, and her face radiating a blinding light. Bai, watching this, opens his eyes wide in great surprise. Still sparking with electricity, the girl slowly walks straight up to the young man. She smiles, clearly impressed by the guy's reaction, and insists that she made the right choice. Bai continues to look at her silently and stunned, unable to tear his gaze away. In front of him stands a person from his past life, whom he thought he would never meet again. The guy remembers her cheerful, playful character. Memories of the girl asking him to hug her and carry her in his arms after a hard battle come to his mind. He also painfully remembers how withdrawn and emotionally secretive he was back then. The guy abruptly pushed the girl away and forced her to suffer from harsh and rude treatment that she did not deserve. Ling Yu continues to sparkle with lightning, and explains that since the guy didn't respond to the team's invitation, she decided to come in person. The rest of the students are stunned by everything that is happening and quietly whisper among themselves, not believing their eyes. A classmate wonders how Bai can refuse such a captain. The girl extends her hand to the young man and asks permission to formally introduce herself. However, Bai suddenly runs forward and completely ignores the handshake. He hugs her tightly and very warmly. The huge crowd of students freezes in complete shock. The head teacher, standing in the doorway, looks on with disbelief. Xiling's face contorted with rage, and this sudden embrace immediately sent him into a furious rage. Ling Yu is very surprised by the young man's reaction and wonders what this is all about. Bai continues to hug the girl tightly and says in a quiet voice that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Middle school students are in complete awe, unable to believe that a junior high student has hugged the captain of the elite team herself. Classmates find what is happening incredible and assume that a romance has begun between them that crosses all social boundaries. The bespectacled man corrects his friend. He says that the girl is not older than them, she is the same age, but after waking up early she transferred to high school. The headman continues to silently watch the scene. The girl is clearly very shocked. There is a bright flash of energy, and the captain instantly disappears from Bai's strong embrace, moving to the side. The guy is very surprised by what is happening and looks closely at the very place where the girl had just stood. Ling Yu appears behind the young man, touches him with her finger and asks with a smile if he accepts the invitation to join the team. She goes on to explain that the school's elite team is fully equipped with the best resources, and there is no better way to become stronger. Bai listens to her entire proposal silently, and then firmly refuses. He has no intention of joining the team since he doesn't plan to stay in school for long. After a decisive refusal, Bai shakes the girl's hand and declares that he will definitely create his own guild soon. He says that although he doesn't want to join her team, the day will definitely come very soon when they will fight together. At this point, they are interrupted by the deputy captain, who loudly asks why the girl was there in the first place. He reports that the director has ordered their team to perform a formal greeting and asks them to hurry. Ling Yu is about to leave and tells Bai that they will soon meet for training on the training trip. She gives the guy a determined look and says that they will definitely return to this conversation there. The girl is very interested in why the guy said the phrase that they hadn't seen each other for so long and why he hugged her. However, the deputy captain does not give time for explanations. He insistently demands that the girl immediately go up to the director's office. From a distance, Xiling watches everything that is happening, his face distorted with intense rage at what he has seen. As the girl leaves, the students begin to whisper among themselves, not believing that Bai rejected the captain's personal invitation. They were especially surprised that the guy decided to invite a girl to his guild. They could not understand how he even dared to take such a bold step. One of the students doesn't think this is bravado, as he heard rumors about Bai's record-breaking result on the academy entrance exams. Watching Ling Yu leave, Bai thinks that he never expected to meet the girl again in this life. The guy remembers the rules of the Divine Guild. All personal information is strictly classified, and they never ask each other about the past. Thanks to this, he did not find out that the girl studied in the same high school as him. A joyful smile appears on his face, and he comes to the conclusion that this unexpected wonderful reunion was a very nice gift for his birthday. The young people are in a cafe. Bai is treating his classmates to dinner. At dinner, the guys joke about the choice of place. The bespectacled guy justifies himself by saying he simply recommended a restaurant, but his comrades insist that he wanted shashlik. Soon the conversation becomes serious. Qian asks if the guy really wants to start his own guild, and if he is going to transfer to another school. Bai confirms their suspicions. After the training trip, he will remain in the Holy Land. The friends are shocked by this sudden statement, and exclaim in bewilderment, wondering if the guy is really going to drop out of school to create his own guild. The young man clarifies that he does not intend to drop out of school. He simply wants to continue his education and enroll in the prestigious Divine Guild Academy. Meanwhile, a white, expensive car slowly drives up to the luxury hotel. Men in expensive suits standing on the street greet the guest and bow politely to him as a sign of respect. Among them is a police inspector, who shows the stranger every sign of respect and deference. In the car was an imposing man who turned out to be the master of the Divine Guild. With a confident step, he enters the hotel, followed by his numerous subordinates, ready to carry out orders. Suddenly, the chief inspector's face takes on a worried expression, and he fixes his gaze on something in the corner. In the corner, he notices his deputy, and next to him is Bai's father, which makes him very wary. The senior inspector is confused and doesn't understand what is going on, so he asks the deputy when the man was released from prison, since he was supposed to be serving time for domestic violence. The deputy smiles slyly and explains that double bail was paid for the man, after which he asks to simply ignore the situation. The senior inspector is filled with intense anger due to the obvious disregard for established rules and the current law. He asks why the hell the deputy inspector brought Father Bai to this important banquet of Mr. Guildmaster. The deputy approaches the boss and reminds him that this man was once kicked out for a minor incident, but now he has a rare chance to restore his status in the guild. The man held magical crystals in his hands, capable of accumulating and releasing energy. He brought everything he had to return to the guild. Bai's father wanted to give away his entire fortune, but his plan immediately fails. He doesn't have time to say anything because the master knocks the bag out of his hands. The frightened man begins to stutter loudly and immediately make excuses, not knowing what exactly to say in such a situation. The master is very irritated. He shouts loudly and asks how one can talk about security if there are outsiders present who are capable of divulging secrets. Such a sharp and unexpected reaction from the master greatly surprises the deputy inspector, who did not expect such a thing. Father Bai bends down and desperately tries to collect the scattered magic crystals. He quietly mumbles an apology and says that he will explain everything in detail now. The man doesn't have time to finish his apology, because the master suddenly grabs him by the collar of his clothes. The master's eyes flash with anger. He approaches the man and asks with disgust how he dared to buy the position from him. With a sharp movement, he pushes the man away, angrily ordering him to take all his useless junk and get out of his sight immediately. The master's loud command makes the man leave, after which he immediately orders his subordinates to ensure that this dog is never allowed onto the guild's premises. Father Bai remains lying on the floor, his hands shaking from weakness, slowly beginning to reach out towards the mysteriously shining magical crystals. A moment later, he is overcome by a powerful burst of uncontrollable rage, and he begins to hit the magical crystals with incredible force. He strikes them again and again, furiously breaking his own hand until it bleeds. The man slowly stood up, a bright bloody aura enveloping his figure as he quietly promised to destroy them all. As he walks out of the hotel, the man thinks about how dare this insignificant master humiliate him so much. His mind is filled with uncontrollable rage, and he curses fate, believing that life has treated him extremely unfairly. A clear image of his wife returning from the store appears in his mind, and his murderous intentions are finally formed. He stands in front of the building where his wife and son now live, his body glowing with a bright red aura, and he vows to destroy everyone. The mother's eyes widen with sudden alarm as she clearly senses the approach of imminent, terrible danger. Outside, right in front of the building, her husband is watching his wife come out from around the nearest corner. The woman drops her groceries in horror, and Bai's father, shrouded in a terrifying aura, slowly approaches her and says in a low voice, "What luck?" Meanwhile, the young people continue to carefree celebrate the birthday in the restaurant, when suddenly a group of people in raincoats enters the room. The large golden badges on their cloaks immediately indicate that these people belong to the powerful divine guild. Bai calmly takes a sip from his glass and announces to his friends that those who have come are an elite squad of the divine guild. A friend excitedly tells the guy that after he enters the academy, these people will become his direct colleagues. The young man confidently states that Bai could very well become the boss of this entire group over time. As Bai watches the guild members pass by, he feels a strange sense of unease, realizing that this day has gone too smoothly. Glasses, sensing the change in his mood, quickly returns his attention to the holiday, reminding him of Bai's birthday. Despite all his efforts, Bai cannot completely rid himself of the oppressive and obsessive feeling of anxiety. Friends suggest continuing the celebration. One of them raises a glass and makes a toast, after which everyone cheerfully clinks glasses, sincerely wishing him all the best. At the same moment when the friends raise their glasses, the jade stone that the boy wears around his neck suddenly begins to glow and emit energy. Bai's mother, overcome with terror, trembled violently and clutched her necklace convulsively. With her enraged husband looming before her, her fear inevitably reaches its peak. The man takes on a terrifying appearance, his entire body flaring with a bright and aggressive aura, exuding madness. She falls to the ground, the rage and sadistic energy pressing down on her, radiating menace. The man angrily asks if the woman has forgotten where her real home is, and why she dares to have fun behind his back. He asks what kind of man she dared to attach herself to. The man declares that he intends to show her her place right now. Suddenly his attention is drawn to a brightly glowing bracelet on the woman's hand. The woman tries to cover the bracelet with her hand and hide it from the eyes of her enraged husband, but he asks where she got all this from. After which he begins to laugh loudly, coming to the conclusion that the new level of their life is completely explained by another man. Bai's father clutches his head and asks madly why he has to endure all this humiliation. A furious madness completely takes hold of the man, and he raises his hand to strike. A huge fist rushes forward, approaching the defenseless woman. Bai's mother screams loudly. At that moment, the bracelet on her hand begins to glow with a bright green aura. A huge, monstrous figure suddenly appears out of the bright light. To the man's surprise, an armored hand suddenly intercepts his fist right out of the air, completely stopping his deadly attack. He stands in confusion, not understanding what happened. Two powerful figures appear in front of his mother, immediately showing that they will protect her. At that moment, the woman's memories flashed, and she clearly recalled how Bai gave her a bracelet, demanding that she wear it on her at all times. She remembers him insisting on it, explaining that the bracelet served as protection and connection when he was not around. Without hesitation, the huge monster rushes forward and immediately attacks the aggressive man. The father is forced to actively defend himself, but he still misses a powerful blow saturated with purple energy. He can't withstand such a strong pressure, and another, more powerful blow throws him far to the side. Shrouded in a terrifying aura of red lightning, he prepares for the final battle, seeing it as the perfect way to release all his pent-up anger. His eyes glow with an ominous light, and on his face there is a mad smile that reflects a strange, painful excitement. At this very time, Bai is carefreely enjoying a festive dinner with his faithful friends. Suddenly he feels alarmed. The jade stone flashes and clearly signals that his mother is in mortal danger. He instantly jumps up from his seat, declaring to his stunned friends that he has urgent, pressing matters to attend to. The young people immediately wonder what happened, but Bai reassures them and promises to return soon. Once outside, the boy immediately calls, clarifies the information, and receives confirmation of his worst fears. His father was released early. Han also reports that after his release from prison, his father went to a party hosted by his father, but was humiliated and thrown out into the street. After this, the hooligan states that after his father left the hotel, the man's whereabouts became unknown. The young man immediately calls his mother, but no one answers his persistent call. The boy realizes that if his father meets his mother in his current furious state, her life will inevitably be in serious danger. Filled with determination, Bai takes immediate action. He grips the handlebars of his bike tightly, intending to get home as quickly as possible. The boy quickly runs through the dark night neighborhoods. He is in a hurry, because his mother is now in very serious danger. The young man is overcome with anxiety, and tries to calm himself down by saying that he left the summoned demons to reliably protect his mother. The father, surrounded by a powerful red aura, stands over the fallen body of one of the summoned demons and mocks its weakness. The man laughs loudly and tells the monster that he never expected him to be so weak. The second remaining demon orders Bai's mother to hide behind him immediately. The man grins evilly and begins to slowly approach the frightened woman. However, he suddenly loses his balance, as the wounded, defeated demon manages to grab his leg at the last moment. The father stops, feeling very irritated, and looks at the wounded creature as if it were a very annoying nuisance. With a sharp movement, the man grabs the demon by the head and with inhuman force hits him on the hard ground. He is consumed by a furious madness, and his seething anger is embodied in very loud, frantic screams. Bai's mother watches in horror as she witnesses the horrific scene of her husband smashing the head of the defeated demon. Having destroyed the enemy, the father casts his cold, chilling, murderous gaze at the woman. Holding a bloody knife, he begins to very slowly approach the defenseless woman. His path is immediately blocked by the last remaining defender. The demon gives the man a furious, hate-filled look, after which he calls his mother mistress and asks her to run away immediately. Without thinking, the creature lunges at the man and wraps its strong green tentacles around him, sacrificing itself to buy precious time. The demon asks her to run as quickly as possible, while there is still a chance to escape from him. The mother turns around in horror and starts running away, saving her own life. At this moment, the demon continues to tightly envelop the man with strong vines, securely holding him back. The father's body suddenly begins to sparkle with bright peels of red, dangerous energy. He screams loudly, after which he begins to rapidly free himself from the grip, tearing apart the tentacles that were blocking him. The man tears the vines and breaks free from captivity, after which he grabs the creature and slams it into the ground with great force. Bai's mother continued to run, looking back at her angry husband standing over the remains of the last defender. Suddenly she stops abruptly as a bright, glowing, menacing red aura appears right in front of her. The man appears in front of her and mockingly asks if she really thought she could escape. The cornered woman looks up, her eyes completely filled with genuine wild fear. In a rage, Bai's father tears the glowing jade stone from his wife's neck. Holding this object in his hands, he venomously asks if this expensive piece of jewelry was really given to her by another man. Without waiting for any answer, he squeezes the stone in his hand and then mercilessly shatters it into tiny pieces. The woman experiences wild horror, realizing that he has irrevocably destroyed her last weak hope. The father's face contorts with rage as he raises the knife to deliver the fatal blow. Time seems to stand still, and Bai's mother freezes in paralyzing fear. Her memory comes alive with the words of her son, who once promised that if she was in danger, he would always be able to protect her. Just as the blade was about to strike her, someone's hand suddenly grabs the sharp blade, stopping the blow a few centimeters from her mother. Bai suddenly appears in a blinding flash of teleportation and stands decisively between his father and mother. His unexpected appearance stuns both parents. The woman freezes, experiencing horror and complete disbelief that her son was suddenly nearby. The father also experiences extreme surprise, his face distorted by sudden shock and uncontrollable rage. Bai casts a determined look at his father and grips the blade with his bare hand, which immediately begins to emit a bright and powerful aura. The stressful situation awakened dark memories of his past life. He remembers himself as a little defenseless boy. It was a terrible day. The father, overcome with rage, brutally beat the mother with a stick, and the tied-up Bai was forced to helplessly watch what was happening. The father loudly shouted about how he worked hard all day long while his family only had fun for their own pleasure. Looking at his mother, Bai begged and pleaded with his father to stop immediately. But the man's rage and cruelty were boundless. Paralyzed with helplessness, young Bai could only cry bitterly at that moment as he watched this horror. That day, his mother was brutally beaten by his father until she lost consciousness, and Bai painfully recalled the events that led to this tragedy. It was the first day off after his first year of elementary school when his mother took him to an amusement park. However, they completely forgot to warn their father that they would return home too late. That day, the father was unable to find work, and upon returning home, he took out his disappointment and anger on them. The boy clearly understood that the demon that had always lurked inside his father had burst out at that moment. The chains that bound the young man break, and without thinking, he rushes to his mother. Then his mother tried to protect him for the last time, but his father struck her many times, killing her right before Bai's eyes. This enormous shock and grief caused a powerful, uncontrollable surge of strength in the young man. In a matter of seconds, he went from a low-level green warrior to a golden sacred warrior class. The guy recalls that at that moment the mental trauma reached its limit, and he lost control of himself. Consumed by grief and a terrifying new power, Bai instantly rushed towards his distraught father. In a fit of rage, the young man grabbed the chain his father had used to bind him and wrapped it around his neck. Having lost control of his mind, the young man strangled his father and eventually strangled him to death. But this did not bring relief, because his father's death could not bring back his beloved mother. A little boy holds the body of his dead father and cries inconsolably over his murdered mother. Bai is determined. He continues to hold the blade and vows that such a thing will never happen again in this life. He grips his father's knife with his bare hand with great force, causing it to shatter into tiny metal fragments. The father stops and looks with great surprise at the newly destroyed blade in his hand. He wonders who this idiot is standing in his way, and is amazed to realize that it is his son standing in front of him. Consumed with rage, the man rushes forward, believing that now he will be able to deal with both mother and son at the same time. In response to this attack, Bai summons a sword, which materializes in his hand and glows with a green aura. When his father swung his hand to strike, Bai easily blocked it, redirecting the full force of the attack back. The counterattack was so powerful that it threw the man far to the side, forcing him to retreat. The father coughs up blood, and is greatly surprised by his son's incredible fighting strength. Surprise instantly turns to rage. He screams loudly, recognizing his blade, and realizes that his son has been using his powerful weapon all along. Continuing to look at his blade, the man loudly curses and shouts that he is now going to destroy this puppy. The mother watches with great concern as the two summoned creatures begin to regenerate behind her. In a short time they fully recover and immediately rise to the defense of the woman. The young man gives them orders to take care of their mother and take her to a safe place. The father's expression changes. He realizes with interest that these two powerful beings are calls from his own son. The puzzle begins to come together in the man's mind, as his son turns out to be a rare nuclear warrior of 2 elements and a summoner of elemental beings. This discovery causes the father to laugh wildly, filled with perverse pride, and he loudly exclaims that his son has managed to awaken 2 professions at once at such a young age. Bai remains unperturbed and understands that nothing but a threat comes from his father. The man begins to move forward, loudly declaring that inheriting talent is not enough. He loudly swears at the guy, telling him that he stole weapons from his safe, and also sent his own father to jail. The father's appearance takes on a demonic appearance, and in a quiet voice he says that he will never forgive this. The man shouts loudly, asking if Bai really thinks he is bold enough to disobey him. With a loud scream, the father disappears in a flash of red lightning and begins moving towards the boy with incredible speed to strike. Watching this, Bai's mother screamed loudly, warning her son to be extremely careful. But Bai was ready. A bright blue energy flared around his hand. The system confirmed the profession switch. The boy concentrates his gaze and instantly focuses on the exact location of his father. With one powerful move, Bai releases a huge wave of icy energy. A giant wave of energy instantly envelops the father and traps him in a solid ice trap. The man finds himself completely frozen in ice, his face expressing shock and deep bewilderment. He struggles to break free, wondering what this unknown force is and why he was frozen. The father suggests that his son may have two professions, but the boy quietly states that this has nothing to do with him. The young man tells the man that he is nothing but a nobody to him. The father's eyes radiate fury and he struggles to escape the icy trap. He mocks the young man and reminds him that the boy has just awakened and that he is a battle-hardened S-class warrior. The man smiles slyly and asks the boy if he has forgotten who is the real boss in their house. Lightning runs through the man's body. He screams loudly and then destroys the ice trap with one powerful and devastating explosion. However, Bai remains completely unperturbed. He quickly switches to the profession of a nuclear warrior and begins preparing to strike back. He repels his father's attack with a powerful and sharp swing of his own weapon. Without giving the man a second to recover, Bai charges his blade with energy and rushes forward to meet his opponent. The boy delivers a devastating blow that completely breaks through his father's defense. The man is deeply perplexed and looks with undisguised surprise at the blade sticking out straight from his chest. He can't understand how his son's attack managed to penetrate his defense, and quietly says that it is completely impossible. After Bai pulls the blade out of his body, the man falls to his knees and convulsively clutches the wound with both hands. Bai stands over his fallen father, a menacing bloody aura erupting around him. The young man declares that from this day on the man is not his father, and his mother no longer has any relation to him. From that moment on, the man was nobody to him, just some person named Lishan, and nothing more. Crushed by physical and mental defeat, Lishan sits on the ground, unable to rise to his feet. A weak chuckle escapes his mouth, gradually growing into a sick, hysterical laugh, full of despair. Refusing to admit defeat, the man angrily yells at his son and asks if he understands what it means to toil away all day long. He calls the young man an ungrateful child and says that he is still his son. The man then reaches out to Bai and calls him a shameless, ungrateful brat. Bai doesn't intend to listen to this any longer and delivers a powerful kick to the man's head. Lishan doesn't have time to dodge the swift blow and misses it. He tries to get to his feet, but Bai is approaching him very quickly, not giving him time to recover. Lishan lunges forward in a desperate attack, but Bai easily dodges and counters with a powerful blow. The man screams loudly. He does not understand why he cannot land a single blow on his son. Again and again he hits the young man, but the blows miss their target and go wide. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai unleashes a rapid series of blows on his father, completely suppressing his resistance. Lishan, battered and broken, falls down and spits out blood, wondering how this happened, since he is a C-class fighter. Bai steps forward and grabs his father by the hair, then declares that the man is not his opponent. The young man's mind is filled with painful memories of years of violence, when his father beat him and his mother. He thinks that this man always established his order with his fists, using force where there was no response. The boy considers him too cowardly, because his father did not use his power outside the family, fearing the consequences. He recalls Lishan slamming his head on the floor, telling him the young man was trash and worthless. Now he's grabbing him by the hair and calling him trash, completely turning the situation in his favor. The boy screams loudly, telling his father that he is not worthy of being called a man and never was one. Bai flies into a rage and slams the man's head into the pavement several times, venting years of pent-up pain. The mother watches this scene in horror and tries to stop the young man, begging him to stop the violence. The father, defeated and demoralized, lies on the ground and also begs the boy to stop. The man reminds him that he is the father who raised him and asks him to think about his blood relationship. But the memories of the family connection only further angered Bai, triggering a new wave of anger and hatred. His eyes filled with icy fury, he asks the man if he ever thought about kinship when he beat them. The boy screams loudly and vividly recalls his father's cruelty, which tormented him throughout his childhood. He recalls how at the age of 7, he grabbed his ear and practically tore it off. Then he cried in pain, and his father repeatedly hit his head against the wall, ignoring his screams. The frightened mother asked her husband to stop, but her pleas were useless. The man did not listen to her requests. At one point his father pulled his ear hard, and Bai screamed in unbearable pain. The boy's rage intensifies as he thinks about the countless times his mother was beaten and had to go to the hospital almost every month. The beatings were caused by various reasons, be it improperly prepared food or the father's bad mood. Bai loudly screams that they have never had a single normal, calm day in their entire lives. Once again, in a fit of rage, he slams his father's head into the ground, venting his pent-up pain and anger. The guy mocks him for daring to talk about family ties and asks if he even deserves a family. Lishan falls silent and lies motionless on the cracked asphalt, completely defeated and broken. He struggles to get up, quietly apologizing and admitting his wrongdoing to his son. The man continues to beg, promising that this will never happen again, and that he understood everything, realized everything. The father, rising to his knees, loudly shouts that he is sincerely sorry for everything he did and the pain caused. Bai looks at the man carefully with sparkling eyes, and remembers that he said the same thing last time. Then the man realized that he couldn't defeat the guy, and immediately fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. But just when he thought that the man had repented, at that very moment, his father's expression changed. In his moment of weakness, the father grabbed a knife and rushed at the young man with the intention of killing him. Bai realizes that once a man picks up a knife, he will never let go, and this dark truth strengthens his resolve. Numerous system notifications indicate that adrenaline levels have risen to critical levels. Meanwhile, the father rises from the ground and looks up at the young man. New notifications arrive. Bai's skills begin to evolve, and he unlocks a new ability, double-sided judgment. As Bai prepared to strike, the mother screamed his name in desperation, begging him to stop. However, the guy found this idea of a criminal repenting simply ridiculous. He decided that it was better to permanently deprive his father of the opportunity to commit any new crimes. Bai delivered a powerful blow. The man screamed in pain and instantly fell to the ground. Frightened, he begged for mercy, desperately reminding the boy that they were father and son. His pleas were ignored. The boy's intentions remained unwavering, switching to the cloud mage profession. Bai summons an icy wind. Instantly, a piece of ice completely freezes the father's mouth, depriving him of his voice. With a grim expression on his face, the young man raises his weapon for the final blow, remembering that he had already killed his father with his own hands before. Just as he was about to strike, a voice suddenly rang out, ordering him to stop. This greatly surprises Bai, and he asks whose voice it was. The voice came from one of his summoned creatures, who was standing next to his mother. As a flower elemental being, he directly transmitted his mother's words. Through the summoned creature, the mother begged her son not to turn into the same monster as his father. She said that her father had already lost everything he had ever been very proud of. From now on, every day will be filled with remorse and bitterness, and this will be the highest punishment for a man. Bai freezes, his expression changing under the influence of his mother's plea. The creature continues to broadcast the words of the mother, who says that she does not want to see the boy so cruel. She states that Bai is gradually becoming like his father, repeating his path of violence. Moreover, she does not want to see the young man spend the rest of his life in darkness and hatred. This triggers a painful memory in the young man from a past life when he was imprisoned for the murder of his father. He was doomed to spend his last days behind bars, paying for the crime he committed. The young man glances at his mother and declares that he understands everything. The guy says that he will not kill this bastard, and will not stain his hands with his father's blood a second time. After which he looks at the man lying on the ground, and is going to make sure that he can never come near them again. Bai clutches the glowing blade in his hands and is about to use the skill he used last time. The guy activates a two-way judgment skill designed to completely destroy the enemy's awakened power. Lishan's eyes fill with horror as he watches the energy bolts rapidly approach him. A powerful blow hits the man, and a system message comes in that his awakened power is irrevocably lost. The boy then announces this to his helpless father, looking down at him with cold contempt. He puts away his weapon and gives his final order. His father is required to leave the city by the next day and stay away from his mother. The summoned creatures remembered his scent, so they will detect him even at a distance of 3 kilometers from the house. The guy says he will mercilessly hunt down and kill his father, even if it means going to prison. The man is completely deprived of strength. He raises his eyes to the sky, and tears of despair and defeat appear in them. The ice seal evaporates from his mouth, and looking up at the night sky, he quietly says that he understands everything. After this brutal battle, the city was plunged into a quiet, calm night, full of silence and peace. Returning to the apartment, Bai instructs the creatures to take care of his mother and heal all her wounds. One of the creatures asks the boy to calm down, assuring him that his father could not have caused his mother any serious harm. Kneeling next to his mother, the young man feels relieved that he made it in time and saved her. The woman begins to calm him down, reminding him that she is fine and there is no need to worry. Bai at this moment thinks that this is not enough, and she will have to find another jade stone to protect her. Suddenly, the young man stops mid-sentence and opens his eyes wide in amazement, not believing what is happening. Mom immediately notices his reaction and looks at him with surprise, not understanding the reason. The young man is stunned and asks his mother if she really spoke with her own voice and not through telepathy. Mom confirms this, and a joyful smile appears on the boy's face. It was not the voice of the summoned one, but her own voice. The woman herself seems surprised that she had now acquired the ability to pronounce words and speak, which she had previously been unable to do. The summoned being soon explained that the mother's inability to speak was caused by minor nerve damage, which he was able to completely heal. Several days passed, and Bai, sitting on a huge tree branch, watched over the city, when one of the summoned demons asked if he really couldn't stay. Bai replied that his decision was final. He had already paid the rent for the apartment, and was going to buy it as soon as he had saved enough money. Among other things, he prepared a new magical jade stone for his mother, so that she could immediately report any danger should it arise. A little later, the boy watched his mother at the dining table. She was happily cooking in the kitchen, and two summoned creatures, wearing aprons, were diligently helping her. He reflected that his mother, although she knew about his departure for training camp, had no idea that he was no longer the simple boy she remembered. His thoughts returned again and again to those terrible memories that remained from his past life. The boy clearly realized that one day he would inevitably have to face this again, as circumstances demanded. He looks at the invitation letter and understands that this is his pass to the sacred land and the best chance to change his destiny. The image of the traitor with a mask on his face and white dreadlocks, who brought so much pain, flashes through my memory. This time he will be able to get to the sacred land earlier than in his past life and prevent the tragedy. That night, standing in the crowd with his mother, Bai looked at the surrounding city and thought about the road ahead. Looking at the moon, the young man thinks that this may be a one-way ticket, but he has to get on this train. Suddenly, Mom says that she has completely forgotten what time it is. The guy gets embarrassed and asks what she meant. Mom says that today is the 25th of June, the time of prayer at the temple of the god of flowers, and on the first full moon, the great magician fulfills the wishes of believers. He recalls that his mother is a follower of the flower god sect, and regularly attends their rituals. He understands that he is leaving the very next day, and there is no time for goodbyes. Looking at his praying mother, he admits that he never knew how to say goodbye to loved ones. The bespectacled friend is in the hospital room. The doctor is talking to the parents, assuring them that the operation was successful. Overwhelmed with joy, the parents thank the doctor for saving their son, not hiding their emotions and relief. Lying in bed, the bespectacled man tries to calm his parents, noting that even the doctor himself said that it was just a minor operation. However, the emotional mother insists that there are no small operations and orders him not to move abruptly and recover. At this moment, the bespectacled man thinks that he will not be able to see Bai off on his trip tomorrow, and wonders if he will see his friend again. The next day, June 26th, the students gathered at the railway station for the trip to the Holy State. On the platform, a woman with tears in her eyes said goodbye to her daughter and reminded her to take care of herself. She asked him to call home more often and not stay up late, and then she began kissing the embarrassed class elder on the cheek, not paying attention to those around her. The father hurried his wife, reminding her that the trip was only for 2 weeks, and there was no point in arranging such a dramatic farewell. As the train prepared to depart, the students began waving goodbye to their families with increasing vigor. The parents gradually left the landing platform, leaving the students alone before the long journey to the sacred land. At this busy station, among families coming to see their children off, Bai stood in stark contrast, standing alone at the far end of the platform. The teacher approached him and asked with a smile why he came alone and where his parents were. The guy dodged the question, turning away, and said dryly that the train would arrive soon. The teacher and class monitor standing nearby were surprised by his answer, and the woman asked if the boy had always been so independent. Bai's face became serious, and he confirmed that this was true without going into details of his life. A high-speed train appears on the platform. Bai stands alone and reflects on how he has long been accustomed to being alone. Painful memories from his past life appear in his head, which are the main reason for his loneliness and isolation. After which, he recalls the loss of his friends and the shock of the news that the bespectacled man died of lung cancer before the operation. The voice of the bespectacled boy's parents appears in his head again, asking him to leave and saying that their son is no longer there. After this, he experiences a difficult time losing his teacher and teammates, feeling emptiness and deep sorrow. Bai had already gotten used to the idea that they were leaving one after another, leaving him completely alone. His entire short life, filled with a series of irreparable losses, taught the guy to simply get used to, and even come to terms with the fact that in the end, he would lose absolutely everything. He sees himself as just a small man, a lonely, defenseless figure, mercilessly pursued by an inexorable whirlwind of incessant tragic events. A teacher's loud voice is heard announcing the imminent arrival of the train and asking all students to immediately prepare for the upcoming boarding. Unlike everyone else, Bai stood completely alone, with a permanently sad expression on his face, immersed deep in his painful and difficult memories. Just when he was about to get into the train carriage, someone called his name very loudly and clearly. The young man turns around abruptly at the loud sound and is very surprised at what he sees. His mother arrived, accompanied by two of her closest friends. The friend emotionally explains that the bespectacled man's parents kept a very close eye on him, and only his persistence helped sneak him out of the hospital to say goodbye. A worried Bai tells the boy that he needs to rest more now and not take dangerous walks in this condition. The bespectacled man smiled and said that he was already feeling better, after which he sincerely asked the young man to take care of himself during the trip. The second friend apologized for not having a gift, and then handed Bai a bag of clothes and snacks. At first, Bai began to refuse the offered help, but the headman smiled and asked him not to be stupid, and just accept the gift. Then the mother handed the boy a prayer bracelet from the temple of the god of flowers, and explained that it had enormous protective potential. She carefully placed the bracelet in her son's hand, and added that it was necessary for his protection on a long journey. The mother smiles and sincerely hopes that this bracelet will protect the young man from all troubles. Bai is deeply touched to realize that his mother went to the temple to pray for his safety, and he wonders if she senses that the journey will be long and dangerous. The teacher loudly tells the students that they need to hurry, as the train is about to leave. She officially announces the start of the training journey to the sacred land, and the students begin to board the carriages. After boarding the train and taking one last look at his mother and friends on the platform, Bai settles into his seat and reflects on how much his life has changed in recent times. His mother and friends, who are on the platform, happily waved their hands at him, seeing him off on his long journey. They talked about how they would eagerly await the boy's return and hope to see him very soon. Bai puts on the bracelet given to her by her mother and vows to resolve all matters as soon as possible and return home. High on the roof of a nearby building, a stranger watched as the train pulled away, carrying the students to the Holy Land. He made sure that Bai had boarded the carriage safely and would soon reach the holy state, where certain items would be given to him. He was the head of the Flower Goddess Temple and a fifth-rank synthesis master overseeing the execution of an important mission. After which, the master asks if there are any instructions, and comes to the conclusion that everything that follows depends only on the guy. The teacher, who was sitting next to them in the carriage, explained that the school team had left on an early train, and most likely the paperwork had already been completed. A woman walks down the aisle and officially declares the beginning of her journey of self-improvement and spiritual growth. It will take a day to get to the holy country. According to the plan, they will be on the border of the two states tonight. After which the woman explains that the first thing they will do is undergo training in spiritual practice in a special place. Xiling smiled evilly and thought that today's test would bring Bai an unpleasant surprise and expose his weakness. Before arriving, the teacher gave the students a briefing, reminding them that the gods created their world and always protected them from danger. She told him that the divine family rules the sacred land where two gods and their kin live. Bai listened to this with irritation, not at all sharing the delight at their power. When entering the country, one must be extremely careful and observe the laws of the gods, under no circumstances creating problems. To enter the country, you must go through 3 mandatory stages of verification and registration. The teacher states that they have already completed the first stage, having received special passes to board the train. The second stage takes place at the border. It will take place at the station they arrived at a few hours ago. Everyone must register, provide their details, and undergo a full security check before entry. Data verification may take about a day, and students will only be able to enter tomorrow, after all formalities are completed. This period of waiting became the first stop on their training journey, a time to prepare for the trials. The group was then taken to the training site, a wild area along the border of the state of Jiang, surrounded by forests. On the morning of June 27, 2015, their combat training officially began in harsh field conditions. Wearing new clothes given to him by a friend, Bai slowly moved forward with his group. The boy's presence attracted the attention of 2 senior girls, one of whom pointed her finger at the boy. She said that this was the same boy who refused to participate in the team. After which they approached the young man, and one of the girls mentioned that the guy had scored the highest marks in the academy. The girls coquettishly asked him if he would take them to training. But the guy, unimpressed by the flirtation, simply raised his hand and silently turned them down without further ado. As Bai walked away, he thought about his goals, The monsters in this wilderness were too low level to be useful for him to level up. Once you reach S-class, leveling up becomes much more difficult, and you need to find another way to increase your strength. At this moment, a confident young man approaches the girls and boasts that he too was number 1 in his year. He is dismissive of the school's tests against sealed monsters, stating that real battle beasts are a different matter entirely. He grabbed the girl with one arm, winked, and said that in a real fight he would show his true skills and strength. The charmed girls asked to take them to training. The guy agreed. Bai, completely immersed in thoughts, walked past without even looking at them. Later, the teacher gathered all the students for a final briefing and emphasized that each would be assigned one of the school's elite students. With a smile, she repeated the rules once again. You must train only in the designated area, not act alone, and know your limits. It is also necessary to return to camp by 8 o'clock in the evening without any exceptions or delays. Before she could finish, the impatient students shouted that they knew the rules by heart and rushed to start the hunt to show off their abilities. Standing at a distance from the main group, Zeeling silently watched the students, a sinister grin playing on his lips. Meanwhile, the action moves to the capital of the sacred country, where preparations are underway for an important event. The Grandmaster was greeted by his subordinates upon his return, and was informed that the hunting tournament was about to begin. The team captain is waiting for him in the main hall to discuss strategy, and the deputy reminds him of the privilege of being an elite team and bypassing security. Without removing the cigar from his mouth, the Grandmaster turns to the young man and rudely orders him to join the team. The young man looks nervous, but he follows his commander's orders without question, asking no unnecessary questions. Meanwhile, training was underway in the wilderness, and the senior disciple easily defeated the lizard-like monster with one blow. 2 girls enthusiastically encourage him, admiring his professionalism and S-class level. Bai doesn't pay the slightest attention to them. The guy is focused on studying his status through the holographic interface. He looks at his progress and realizes that all 3 of his jobs have now reached S-class, which is a major milestone in his development. He's been stuck at this level for over 10 days and realizes that to gain real experience, he needs to defeat higher-ranked monsters. Unfortunately, the monsters in this area are rare and weak, and all 3 types yield too little experience to level it up. An E-class monster only gives 1 experience point, which doesn't help you move forward at all. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. The overconfident student was thrown aside by a huge spider-like monster identified as Class D. The girls feel fear, realizing that the creature is too powerful for them, and that it will be extremely difficult to cope with it. The high school student sits down on the ground and screams loudly, asking the girls to help him immediately and not abandon him. Suddenly, the huge spider-like monster turns around and heads straight for Bai. The students shout loudly at him, but the boy deftly destroys the giant spider with one swing of his blade. A young man receives poisonous spider legs, but is unimpressed by them and throws them away, seeing no value in this trophy. The girl is shocked that the guy threw away a Class D item that could have brought in good money. At this point, the boy remembers that in his past life, there were high-quality magic crystals near the border, and decides to go deeper into the forest to find more valuable resources. It was late evening and Bai had gone deep into the dark forest, leaving all the other students and teachers behind. Crystals are born from concentrated energy, and are usually found in demon caves or areas with a large number of monsters. Upon closer inspection of one of the crystals, he noticed that its power was drained, as if someone had absorbed it completely. Looking around, Bai noticed that the surrounding trees were also dead, having had all their life energy sucked out of them. Bai wonders what kind of demon could absorb energy like that, and whether a D-class monster is capable of such an action. After some time, his search led him to a dead end on a high cliff with a waterfall blocking any further progress. After walking a little further, the guy stopped, because something on the ground caught his attention and seemed strange. He carefully examines the broken container from which a strange green liquid of unknown origin was flowing. The guy moved forward to take a closer look at it, trying to figure out what it could be and where it came from. Meanwhile, it's 8 o'clock in the evening, and the teacher is sitting by a large fire, roasting giant monster legs for the hungry students. The amazed students marveled at how their teacher managed to single-handedly hunt Class D monsters and obtain food. The woman explained that finding food was an important part of the survival simulation, but most of the students had been fighting all day, completely forgetting about it. 2 tired students complained about the lack of food on the trip, and eyed the fried tentacles suspiciously, wondering if they were safe. The teacher and the headman continued to sit by the fire, eating roasted monster meat and discussing the past day. The headmistress noticed that several students had not yet returned from the forest, and asked that some food be left for them. For this, the teacher praised the class monitor, noting her concern for her classmates and sense of responsibility for others. After which the girl noted that she had previously thought of her as a teacher strong in theory, but she surprised her with her combat skills. The woman replied that before teaching, she dreamed of joining the divine family and becoming a priestess, but was not strong enough at the time. She confesses to the headman that this is also her first visit to the sacred country, long awaited and important for her. The teacher is grateful to her students, because thanks to them she finally got the chance to see the sacred land she had always dreamed of. The girl began to answer, but suddenly 2 red eyes sparkled in the darkness behind her, piercing the night gloom. The teacher's face instantly distorted with shock. She realized that mortal danger was approaching. With a sharp movement, the girl pushed the headman aside, saving her from the inevitable blow of the unknown creature. A huge, bright green claw erupted from the darkness and pierced the woman's chest, piercing her body completely. The girl's face was distorted with horror. She was speechless and clearly shocked by what was happening. The other students began to fuss in horror, not understanding what kind of creature they were dealing with or how to defeat it. Meanwhile, Bai ran with all his might through the dark forest, jumping over roots and dodging branches. He knew he had to warn all the students as quickly as possible and evacuate the camp before disaster struck. The container found is a deadly hazard and may be a biological weapon. A seriously injured teacher in a camp tries to pull a claw out of her body, overcoming excruciating pain. Gathering her last strength, she orders the students to run immediately and seek help at the nearest guild. A colossal insect-like monster towers over the camp, loudly declaring that all the nutrients are now its own. The action moves to the morning of the same day. Zeeling, overcome with envy, thinks about how Bai has attracted all the attention since his arrival. Xiling's face is distorted with rage and displeasure, and in his hands he holds a container with unknown contents. It was labeled as the property of Zelling Industrial Corporation, and was labeled as a Class B hazardous material. With a sharp throw, he breaks the container, releasing a small insect-like creature into the wild. The boy orders it to absorb nutrients from the environment, so that the creature grows and gains strength. With a sinister grin, he ponders his cunning plan to wait until the monster grows up and becomes a threat, and then intervene and show everyone who the real savior is. However, after some time, the guy realizes that his plan has turned into a terrible disaster that has gotten out of control. The young man feels despair, and does not understand how everything could happen so quickly. Taking out his energy bow, he realizes with horror that the creature has grown too quickly. The huge insect looked menacingly at the frightened students and let out an ominous roar that shook the air around. The frightened students huddled together, and the badly injured teacher tried to protect them from the monster with her body. Bai rushes to the camp, remembering how he fought a version of this monster in his past life, and even with advanced skills, the fight was grueling and difficult. The analysis showed that the creature is dangerous, as it is strong in both defense and attack. The students and teacher of Class C found themselves defenseless against a Class B monster that was beyond their power. The guy won't defeat the monster alone, and using hidden skills will lead to the revelation of its secret. Meanwhile, the giant insect loomed over the students scattered across the ground, preparing for its next attack. The teacher tried her best to resist, realizing that the creature's attack would cause paralysis and immobility. The woman is in severe pain. She clenches her bloody fist tightly and firmly decides to protect the students at any cost. Meanwhile, the insect slowly moves its pincers and constantly mutters about the tasty nutrients around it. A long, disgusting tongue emerged from his hideous mouth, and poisonous saliva began to flow down his fangs. The spider's attention turned to the paralyzed headman, who was completely powerless in this terrible situation. The giant monster gets closer and closer to the girl, and its eerie scream can be heard. Just as the monster was about to attack the girl, a sharp piece of ice suddenly flew through the air and pierced him right in the head. The attack came from a wounded teacher who, despite being paralyzed and injured, desperately tried to protect her students. Annoyed by this resistance, the monster turned his attention back to the teacher, deciding to start with her. The giant insect makes a loud sound and begins to slowly approach the woman, preparing for a deadly attack. His disgusting tongue transforms and turns into a horrible mouth with sharp teeth, ready to devour the teacher. The entire space is filled with a red glow. The teacher thinks that her terrible death is about to come. At that moment, a bright green light flashed, cutting the monster's tongue in half. Bai appeared in front of the monster and stood between it and the teacher. The monster rushed to attack again, but Bai decisively repelled it, cutting off the disgusting tentacles. The giant insect begins to back away, its severed tentacles scattering in bloody pieces all over the area. For a moment the hideous creature hesitated, taken aback by the young man's furious counterattack. However, a moment later the monster rushed at the guy again. Bai flared with a bright red aura and prepared to repel the next attack. The The young man quickly realized that the power of his S-class job was not enough to deal significant damage to the B-class monster. Realizing the need for a different strategy, the guy decided to switch classes to a cloud mage. Bai leaps into the air and activates his magical staff, releasing a massive wave of ice that quickly covers the area in front of him. A moment later, the giant insect finds itself completely encased in a massive ice trap. The young man watched the frozen monster closely, while the rest of the students were in great shock at what they saw. The high school girls are completely baffled, and they are very impressed that he was able to freeze B-class monsters. The older student asks in surprise if this guy really had dual professions. Bai reflects that he was forced to reveal his secret because he couldn't just stand by and watch his classmates die. The bleeding teacher is very weak on her feet, but still asks if Bai is okay. However, before Bai can say anything, the massive ice block begins to crack. The battle is not over yet. The deadly monster continues to destroy the trap, and soon the huge piece of ice completely crumbles, and the monster disappears. The students are in complete confusion and panic. They cannot understand whether the monster has died or simply disappeared. Bai tells his classmates that he only wounded it, and the monster retreated temporarily, but may appear again. The guy grimly admits that his current powers are not yet enough to kill the monster, and strongly recommends that everyone evacuate immediately. Suddenly the teacher refuses to leave. Bai immediately asks why she decided to stay here. The teacher explains that Zealing has not yet returned, and she is obliged to return every student she brought into the forest. She adds that they were supposed to be here by 8 in the evening, and is very worried that Zealing will notice their absence. Hearing this, Bai reveals the shocking truth, and shows the broken container he found in the forest, explaining that it was Zealing who released the monster. A painful memory flashed through his mind of the traitor offering everyone on their team a new dish to try. The young people dine together and joyfully praise the delicious food that the traitor prepared. The girl declares that the dumplings are very tasty and immediately asks for an extra portion. In response to this, the traitor answers the girl, asking if she is afraid of ruining her figure. This statement greatly irritates the girl, and she makes great efforts to contain her growing discontent. Bai feels how quickly he is losing control of his entire body, which suddenly begins to become paralyzed. It is at this critical moment that the ominous silhouette of the traitor appears before them, slowly moving straight towards the team. The traitor confessed that he had been systematically adding a special paralyzing powder to their food for a whole month. He added calmly that he had carefully planned the destruction of the strongest team, and was confident that no one would be able to uncover it. The action moves to the present day. Bai stands in the middle of the camp and tells everyone the shocking truth. The young man explains in detail that the container belongs to Zealing Industrial, which is managed by Zealing's father. Bai notes that the company's lab uses special containers to store miniature demonic creatures. This was the exact container the boy found in the forest, and only someone from the Zealing family could have access to it. Meanwhile, Zealing, filled with anger and panic due to the failure of his plan, stood not far from the camp. In a rage, he hit the tree and began to scold himself for failing to destroy important evidence. After which he began to furiously scold Bai, whom he blamed for all his major failures. The students were shocked to hear such accusations. One of them furiously asked why Zealing did such a thing. Another student demanded that he be immediately sent to prison. When one of the students tried to express doubts, the comrade sharply objected, asking why Zealing did not show himself if he was innocent. The teacher asks them to stop arguing and orders them to leave immediately, handing the radio to the class monitor and instructing her to find a place with a good signal in order to immediately call for help. The headmistress took the device, looking straight into her mentor's eyes with great concern. An arrow suddenly flew out of the dark forest and tore the radio in the girl's hands into small pieces. Bai became an involuntary witness to this attack and immediately opened his eyes wide in great surprise. The other students immediately gathered around the trembling girl, asking if she was okay. With the charred, shattered remains of a radio lying on the ground in front of them, the students begin to wonder who could have carried out such a sudden attack on them. The girl, experiencing severe pain, looked at her bloody hand. Bai watches everything that is happening carefully, his facial expression showing that he is gradually starting to fill with rage. Before any of the students had time to react, a container was suddenly thrown from the forest, releasing thick green smoke. The container fell next to the young people, and the students immediately began coughing loudly, quickly covering their mouths. Bai looked closely at the container and realized with alarm that it was nerve gas. The stunned students again tried to figure out who was continuing to attack them from the dark forest. At that moment, a vague figure appeared through the clouds of green fog, moving straight towards them from the forest. Bai stood silently and watched the approaching figure carefully, preparing for a confrontation. Zealing starts to get very nervous, thinking that now everyone will know for sure that it was him. He comes to the conclusion that now none of the witnesses has the right to get out of this place alive. Bai's body instantly flashed with a brilliant golden glow, and he resolutely moved forward. The young man angrily demands that Zealing explain what monstrous plan he had conceived and what he intended to do. He wants to understand the real reason why he decided to kill them all. Meanwhile, the paralyzing gas's effect was rapidly gaining strength, and one of the students became weak and collapsed to the ground. Following him, the rest of the frightened students began to fall to the ground unconscious. Zealing used paralyzing powder to effectively subdue the B-class monsters. Zealing begins to justify himself, saying that he was going to use this equipment in the battle with the monster, and had already thought out his rescue plan. He insists that he should have jumped out of hiding to protect all the students and prevent a tragedy. After these words, he casts a look full of hatred at Bai, and immediately declares that everything that happened was only because of this little bastard. Suddenly, a bright flash occurs next to him, immediately after which a powerful energy bow appears in Zeiling's hands. However, Bai does not feel any fear at all, but on the contrary, begins to slowly and confidently approach the armed Zeiling. The voice of the seriously wounded teacher is heard, begging him to stop immediately before it was too late, and not to make another fatal mistake. The teacher still can't quite believe that the boy released the monster on purpose, and thinks that he didn't want to put all the students in danger. In response, Zeiling replies that now absolutely nothing can be fixed, and demands that you do not dare deceive him. Standing behind him, Bai feels the effects of the powerful B-class gas and realizes that he is about to lose consciousness. The boy makes a desperate decision. A flash of sharp pain pierced him, because he plunged his blade right into his thigh. Seeing this, the teacher gasped in horror. This was the only protection against paralysis. Bai gives the teacher a determined look and says that Zeiling is right and that what he has done is completely irreparable. The woman did not say a word in response and only continued to look at the guy silently and anxiously. A powerful, stimulating wave of adrenaline immediately rushed through Bai's body. In a loud voice, the young man shouted that no personal grievances or twisted excuses could justify his terrible act. Zeiling unclenches his fingers, releasing the arrow, and at the same moment, Bai is overcome with painful memories of the traitor who once encroached on the divine core. A message comes in that the adrenaline level is rising to a critical point. Bai screams loudly, asking how dare he raise a weapon against his own. With stunning speed, Bai deflects the arrow flying towards him, sending it flying to the side. Immediately after this, he quickly rushes forward, covering the distance to the enemy in moments. Before he could recover, Bai delivered a powerful blow, a bright flash of energy illuminating the entire space. Zeiling continues to stand in place and watches with great surprise as his severed arm flies into the air. Experiencing unbearable acute pain, the boy begins to scream loudly and piercingly, calling for help. Bai, whose clothes are spattered with blood, shouts loudly that there will be no forgiveness for the traitor. Without giving his opponent time to catch his breath, Bai immediately delivers another lightning-fast strike, and the sharp blade immediately cuts through the opponent's chest. Screaming in unbearable pain, Zeiling calls Bai a madman and staggers, trying to stop the blood gushing from his wound. Through tears, he continues to scream that Bai is to blame for everything that happened. The guy holds a glowing blade in his hands, from which blood flows in large scarlet drops. Bai's voice does not sound like a question, but rather like a statement of a fact that has occurred. All this time, Zeiling was hiding very close by. Bai tells the frightened and seriously injured boy that he watched the whole unfolding disaster with cold blood and indifference. Zeiling looks up at the boy with a look of horror, realizing that he is completely exposed. Bai continued his accusations, claiming he had passively watched as the situation got out of control. Memories of hiding behind a tree and watching the terrifying monster devour the students come flooding back to Zeiling's mind. Tears appear in Zeiling's eyes, and with a trembling voice he tries to say something in his defense. The guy starts to get hysterical, and says that he was scared, and that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat the monster. He asks Bai to listen to his explanation, but his pleas fall on deaf ears in the angry youth's heart. Bai heard enough. He made a lightning-fast swing of his blade, and a bloody streak appeared on Zeiling's face. In a menacing voice, Bai demands that he shut up immediately. Zeiling has made his decision, and must now be prepared to face the consequences of his actions. Zeiling is terrified and watches as Bai slowly approaches him with his weapon drawn, ready to deliver the killing blow. The guy realizes the chilling fact that Bai is a madman who really intends to kill him without trial. He covers his bleeding wound on his face with his hand, and continues to realize with horror the hopelessness of the situation. At this time, Bai raises his blade, activating the Blade of Vengeance skill. A brilliant vortex of golden energy flashes crash down on Zeiling, completely engulfing it. Again and again, Bai delivers devastating blows, And in this huge energy vortex, the desperate and heart-rending cry of the helpless Xiling is completely lost. When the destructive energy barrage finally died down, Bai continued to stand motionless and stare at his fallen enemy. Suddenly, an important notification arrives, informing that the enemy has become disabled and has lost the ability to awaken. On the ground, next to the young man, lay a helpless and broken Xiling, completely overwhelmed by the force of the blows. His face was flooded with bitter tears, and he piteously begged the young man standing over him to show mercy. Bai was about to deliver the finishing blow, but was suddenly stopped by the teacher's desperate, piercing scream. The guy turns around sharply and immediately notices a much bigger threat. A huge, massive Class B corpse spider has reappeared on the battlefield. This terrifying creature had already recovered from its wounds and had managed to capture several helpless students with its massive tentacles. Bai realized with alarm that this huge monster he was fighting possessed truly dangerous magical abilities. The effect of the paralyzing powder pressed down on the boy like a very heavy burden, catastrophically reducing his mobility and combat effectiveness. To his regret, he understood that even at full power he would not be able to defeat this huge and extremely dangerous monster. Bai, despite the complexity of the situation, realizes that there is no other way out. All that remains is to wait for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, the air around the monster is illuminated by bright, blinding discharges of lightning energy. Bai was stunned by this sudden development. Powerful lightning bolts were absolutely everywhere. The energy begins to quickly concentrate, and then turns into a powerful arrow that pierces the monster's body. The monster suddenly loosened its grip, and the students trapped in its tentacles immediately found their freedom. Bai noticed the teacher carefully hugging the unconscious class monitor. In front of the wounded students, like a living wall, stood Ling Yu, the golden lightning assassin, her weapon glittering in her hands, ready to fight. Ling Yu turns to Bai and smiles, stating that there is no way she can handle this monster alone, before asking if he can fight. Bai was struck by her sudden appearance and such an unusual, important question for him. Now they stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to confront the wounded spider, who was screaming loudly. Suddenly, his gigantic, ugly body shuddered violently, as if under the influence of an unknown force, and began to dissolve into the air, losing its clear outlines. Within a second, the monster had completely disappeared from view, becoming completely invisible and even more dangerous. Ling Yu asks in confusion where the creature disappeared to. Bai quickly explains that it has the ability to camouflage and hides. The guy starts talking about how he wounded the monster, and it immediately disappeared unnoticed into the surrounding space. The girl noticed the wound on the boy's leg and understood his self-sacrifice to save the other students from the monster. The powder's effects have taken full effect, and the remaining students will remain unconscious for a long time. Impressed by the young man's ability to resist paralysis for so long, Ling Yu notes that he held his own despite everything. She then throws him a capsule of a recovery potion and insistently demands that Bai use it immediately, even though it was the only remedy. While the young man was drinking a restorative potion, the girl noted that the guild's response would be too slow, and reinforcements might not arrive in time. The effect of the drug was almost immediate. Bai immediately began to feel better. His senses became heightened, and he sensed the presence of the monster. The young man declares that this creature is still here, and secretly absorbs all living things around them. At that moment, a tentacle appears behind the guy and attacks him with its sharp appendage. Bai met the deadly attack with incredible speed, activating his parry skill in time to completely neutralize it. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary hesitation, Ling Yu instantly appears next to it, unleashing a crushing blow on the monster. The girl put all her power into this attack, but was met with an unexpectedly impenetrable and very powerful defense. The two young heroes unleash a series of powerful blows in unison, sending the monster crashing back. Smiling, the girl reminded the young man that he had not given her an answer, and asked again if he was ready to continue this battle. Bai confidently confirms that he is still full of strength, and immediately offers to combine their fighting efforts. The young man notes that her impeccable reaction and virtuoso attack technique are certainly at the highest level. However, he reminded her that she was still a student, and asked Ling Yu to be extremely careful during the fight. Ling Yu smiles at the guy, and states that he talks to her as if he is not a student himself. Their brief exchange of pleasantries was immediately interrupted when the corpse spider rose to its feet again. His eyes flash a bright red glow, showing that he is extremely enraged by the unexpected attack of these young men. Seeing the monster rise again, Bai pushes off the ground and resolutely rushes forward, straight towards the enemy. The guy makes a spectacular and fast lunge, after which he delivers his powerful chopping blow to the huge body of the spider. During this swift attack, Bai felt that something was wrong. The monster did not receive any visible damage at all. The spider quickly blocked Bai's strike, and immediately launched a counterattack using its razor-sharp claw. Although Bai blocked the attack, the enormous force of the blow sent him flying backwards, causing him to slide some distance along the ground. Taking advantage of the monster's confusion, the girl declared that she would sort it out herself, and, jumping over Bai, fell upon the spider from above. Ling Yu unleashes a barrage of blows, her entire body sparkling with powerful golden lightning. To her surprise, these powerful attacks were completely useless against the very tough chitinous armor of the huge monster. Again and again, Ling Yu unleashed her crushing blows, but the corpse spider easily parried each move and responded with a lightning-fast lunge of its sharp claw. Bai screams out the girl's name in alarm as she sees this huge monster dealing crushing blows to her. Another attack from the monster suddenly throws the girl far back. Clutching his bleeding wound, Ling Yu realizes with horror that they are indeed facing a rather serious opponent. The girl carefully examines the wound and realizes that this is not all. The monster's attacks are poisonous, and she has been severely poisoned. The monster continued its pressure, but Bai rushed to protect the wounded woman, using his parry skill to block the monster's attack. Ling Yu realizes that the monster's defense is comparable to that of B-class armor, and is surprised to realize that Bai's technique has reached the level of the best warriors. The monster makes loud and eerie screams, telling the young people that they will all certainly die. All this time, the corpse spider has been absorbing the local power, and now it continues to rapidly become much stronger. His power and potential are still rapidly evolving. The girl looks at the unconscious students and thinks that they may not last until reinforcements from the guild arrive. Bai soberly assessed the current situation. Their situation was desperate. Both of them were only S-class, and on top of that, Ling Yu was also injured. Despite her injuries, the girl immediately rises to her feet and firmly tells Bai that they must urgently find a way to quickly break the monster's defenses. Bai's mind flashes back to a tactical meeting with his old team, and remembers asking the guys what to do when faced with overwhelming odds. The Stargazer then suggested an immediate retreat, but the girl firmly stated that for the Divine Core elite, retreat was never an option. Bai shares his plan called Bait with Ling Yu, which is what he wanted to tell his friends back then. First, he attacks the enemy with all his might, forcing him to focus all his power solely on him. The battle continues and Bai remembers the next part of the plan. When the enemy's attention is completely focused on the attacker, then he will be vulnerable. Fiercely parrying all the monster's blows, the young man patiently waited for the perfect moment to deliver the decisive blow. Ling Yu watched the fight closely from a safe distance, and was fully prepared to intervene to divert Spider's attention to herself at the right moment. However, Bai sternly demanded that Ling Yu not interfere and continue to accumulate the necessary forces. The girl was shocked to realize that the young man was going to fight this huge monster alone. Despite all his talents, Bai remained only an S-class student and risked his life. Looking down, Ling Yu felt a deep sense of shame, realizing that despite her rare golden profession, she had failed to perform as expected. She saw that it was Bai, although still just a lower-ranking student, who acted as the true leader and led them forward. The monster continues its furious attacks, dealing fatal blows with its extremely sharp claws to Bai. Bai deftly dodged the monster's blows and constantly responded with quick, sharp swings of his blade. Suddenly, the young man began to actively and demonstratively attract the monster's attention, waving his sharp blade. Bai then performed a dangerous maneuver, throwing his weapon into the air and completely exposing his defenses. The monster instantly took the bait and immediately launched a powerful blow, aiming to kill the young man. To the girl's horror, the corpse spider began to move forward rapidly and pierced Bai with its sword-sharp claw. Ling Yu watches in horror as the young man dangles helplessly from the monster's terrifying sharp claw. For a moment, Ling Yu felt a terrible fear and thought that everything was over. However, Bai moved slightly and with an imperceptible gesture ordered the girl not to approach him. Ling Yu looks at Bai in surprise and has no idea what this young man is up to. The enormous corpse spider towered over the gravely wounded Bai, fully confident of its inevitable victory. He scornfully mocked human weakness and declared that people were just food for him. Suddenly, one of its creepy tentacles begins to rapidly transform, turning into a hideous, toothy mouth. Bai is seriously injured, but he tries his best to maintain the necessary concentration and wait for the right moment. The young man experiences terrible, unbearable pain, but orders himself to hold on and not lose consciousness. After a while, Bai realized that the right time had come, and taking a deep breath, ordered the girl to attack right now. Ling Yu burst into a bright, dazzling light as she activated the Divine Flash skill, which dramatically increased her speed by tens of times. Bai realized in time that the monster only became vulnerable when it devoured its prey. This means that at the moment of absorption, his defense drops, and it is important to wait until the enemy is completely distracted and opens a weak spot. Moving with the speed of lightning, the girl instantly found herself behind the monster and delivered a decisive blow that pierced the corpse spider through and through. Stunned by the sudden and swift attack, the monster froze in place. A notification came that its defense was completely destroyed. Taking advantage of this moment, Bai broke free from the weakened claw and immediately prepared to deliver his finishing blow. The young man looked at the monster, his gaze burning with the desire to destroy this creature with one powerful blow. The giant spider remained paralyzed by Ling Yu's lightning flash. But the girl noted with alarm that this block would only last for a short time. She feared that they would not be able to cope with the monster once it fully recovered from the shock. Bai struggles to his feet and confidently assures Ling Yu that a few seconds will be more than enough. His voice was filled with unwavering determination. He would not let the monster escape. A bright blue aura flared around the boy. He immediately switched to his second profession, mage. The next moment, Bai unleashes a powerful blast of ice, trapping the paralyzed monster in a solid ice trap. Ling Yu is shocked to realize that the young man is actually fluent in two different professions at once. With a grin, Bai switches back to his main job, nuclear warrior, and his aura fills with a powerful green glow. He felt how the strength accumulated in his body through pain and fatigue finally reached the necessary limit. The moment has come to carry out his plan, and in the next moment the young men simultaneously release their ultimate skills. Golden and green waves of energy merged into a single raging stream and crashed down on the motionless monster, completely destroying the ice block along with the creature inside. The monster shattered into tiny pieces, and the system immediately issued a notification that the long-awaited victory over the corpse spider had been achieved. The reward was enormous, several tens of thousands of combat experience points at once. Bai noted that only by defeating high-level monsters would he gain valuable experience. Ling Yu looked at the boy with great surprise. There are very few geniuses in the world who master multiple elements, and he awakened at an early age, and this is simply unheard of. A bright blue aura erupts around Bai, and he instantly changes his class to Flower Summoner. Summoners can contract with up to 6 monsters, meaning Bai still has 4 lots completely free. A young man can make a contract with the soul of a recently defeated monster, turning it into an ally. Bai's body increasingly emitted a bright blue aura, and he mentally commanded the monster's soul to immediately approach. A powerful vibration shook the fallen giant body, and the system immediately reported that the contract had been successfully concluded. Bai is very upset by the name Corpse Spider, believing it could break his tongue, and announces that from now on, he will call the monster Strongman. The giant monster is very surprised and even outraged, but the clear terms of the contract do not allow him to disobey in any way. Ling Yu was surprised to see the young man change his class again, and immediately wondered if Bai really had 3 of them. The girl couldn't hide her genuine surprise, and said that he was like a walking chest with valuable prizes. Bai decided to keep it a top secret, and immediately started talking about what Ling Yu had just seen. Ling Yu is very surprised that Bai hid his grades for so long and didn't even show them at the last graduation exam. She asks the young man not to worry and relax, after which she confidently declares that she is excellent at keeping secrets. At this moment, a group of people suddenly appears in the clearing. The 26th Separate Reconnaissance Detachment has arrived at the scene of the battle. The young people from the Divine Guild finally reach the place. The team leader immediately asks the guys if everyone is safe.